go through the...
Hello, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and Periscope. It's 2 up top, the live watch along for Tottenham versus Leicester and Chelsea versus Manchester United later on today. Myself, Gav Mack, I'm upstairs with Kieran Nixon. How are you, dude?
I'm good, mate. Yourself?
Yeah, very well, buddy. Very well, buddy. He's teamed up with another Leicester fan, Glenn Smith.
Hello.
There he is. And it's going to have to be our token Tottenham fan for the day, because we haven't got any Tottenham fans here. And that's Adam the Greek. He's wearing white, to be fair. What's with white shirt? I'm confused. What's that badge?
It's a Premier League badge, mate.
It's a Premier League badge.
League badge now, mate.
So, yeah, we've got a lot of games today. There's lots of things that have been happening. The first game that we're going to be watching is Tottenham versus Leicester. Plenty on it. And then we'll be watching the FA Cup semi-final, the second FA Cup semi-final, after the Arsenal put in a monumentous, world-class performance against Manchester City last night. But first of all, the breaking news from today is that Watford have parted company with Nigel Pearson, and there's a little bit of a relationship with Nigel Pearson and Leicester. So I just want to come to you first, Glenn. What are your thoughts on Nigel Pearson as the manager? Like, how did he help shape Leicester? And what do you think of the decision made by Watford today?
I think with not Pearson and Leicester, he was at us twice, got us out of the League One when we were in absolute tatters, and got us established back into the Championship again. Obviously, there's a bit of a... when he left with the new owners coming in, as he wasn't particularly happy about not being told what was going on, but he came back and we marched away to the Premier League title, and he instilled that team spirit that helped us win the Premier League a couple of years after.
Kieran, what are your thoughts?
I think going back to what Glenn says about the Premier League title, I think Pearson had so much more to do with that Leicester team winning the title than Ranieri did. And that's why it wasn't so painful for us to let Ranieri go when it seemed like he could not turn the ship around. I think people forget how much of that team. I don't think there wasn't. With directors of football now, Kante and Glenn, who was the other lad that we brought in that season after we stayed up?
Mendy, was it? No, Mendy was the year after.
While you're deliberating there, Leeds have just taken has scored another goal. It's 3-1 now. It's one of the worst own goals you'll ever see in the history of mankind. Leeds waltzing to the title there in the Championship. Sorry, as you were, Kieran, my bad.
Yeah, no, sorry. I just think Pearson was such. I can't speak for Watford's relationship with him, but it's certainly what he means to Leicester fans. I think what he done for the club was massive. He's probably one of the most important managers after O'Neill for us, if not as important as O'Neill. So our relationship with him is he's Leicester folklore, and he's certainly had a checkered CV since he left us, but yeah, a remarkable man and someone who will always, no matter what he does now, be an absolute legend at Leicester. So I'm not sure what's going on at Watford, but they're certainly an entertaining club when it comes to managers. So I'm sure there'll be a lot of rumours swinging around about why he's left and who's coming in next. So yeah.
Very true, very true. In terms of Tottenham, it's weird. Like this show, to top as a whole, we've got a bit of a relationship with a Tottenham podcast, and there's always something going on at Tottenham, and it's almost like they think that they're something, and then they think that they're something else, and then there's a lot of moaning, a lot of interaction between the two. Where do you think Tottenham are going? What direction do you think they're meant to be heading in?
Who are you aiming at?
I'll generally put that out there.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just checking. I'm just trying to see what the Bournemouth score is at the moment. My radio was going a bit mad in the background.
I'll take that one on Tottenham. There's a lot of chat at the minute about the football that Mourinho's playing there, and how I think some of the fans are a bit cautious going forward, given the fact that he's not had a full season. He's had one window. How COVID's going to change everything going forward. I think they're willing to give him time, given the fact that wherever he goes, he does deliver. He does deliver trophies. He does deliver success. So they can't just expect it to happen straight away. He's got to try and change a whole philosophy that Pochettino delivered over a certain amount of years. They reached Champions League final, and then they didn't buy anyone for 18 months, like 3 windows. It was for over a year. Sorry, that's crazy when you think about it. Right? No transfer ban. It's not bring anyone in. Everyone knows how important it is. Everyone knows Liverpool's going to strengthen regardless of the incredible season they've had. Man United are strengthening. Chelsea are doing bits in the transfer market. Tottenham, they've got to identify what they want to do with not only the players they've got, but the players that they've got to bring in, and they've got to work in what Mourinho wants to do with them. I certainly think he can get the most out of Harry Kane. I've said
what's a successful season next season for Spurs?
Trophy.
Top 4, I think. Top 4, and they have to aim for League Cup or FA Cup. I think the gap is too big for the Premier League. The gap is too big.
The last trophy they won was against us, Glenn, wasn't it? Alan Nielsen.
They beat Chelsea in the League Cup.
Have they had a League Cup since then?
Yeah, 2008.
Okay.
But before that, nothing. They've always been. Well, Gav, you know more than anyone. You're an Arsenal fan.
Yeah, they've been in the shadow of Arsenal for a long time, and that's not me giving out a dig to Spurs fans. What I'm trying to say is that Arsenal have gone through many transitions, but whilst they are changing and things like that, they've still been going out and winning trophies and finishing in the top 4. Yes, Arsenal haven't finished in the top 4 for the last couple of seasons, but won an FA Cup in 2017. We're in an FA Cup final this season, so there's still some form of progression. We're in a Europa League final last year, so we're still getting to finals and still getting the odd bit of silverware. Go on.
Sorry, Gav. I was going to say, is this the weakest Arsenal squad that's reached an FA Cup final in recent history for you?
Yes, by a country mile. There's so many things missing from Arsenal right now. I'm really surprised that they've actually made it as far as this. But Arteta seems to be finding a little bit of heart between the boys. But I've got the team lineups here. I'm just going to pop those on the screen for everyone to see. So the Tottenham squad, they're playing like a 4-3-3. They got Lloris in goal. Back 4 of Davies, Sanchez, Alderweireld and Aurier. Winks, Sissoko and also in the middle of the park. Then Lucas Moura and Son supporting Harry Kane. In terms of personnel, that's pretty much what you would expect from the Spurs side of the moment. I think they'll be wanting to see a little bit more of Ndombele, but Mourinho just doesn't fancy him.
It doesn't seem to have the work ethic and work rate that Mourinho wants from his midfielders, and he's done a normal Mourinho thing of shutting him out.
Yeah, Adam.
It's bizarre, his treatment of certain players. I mean, obviously it's not a player that he brought in. It's one of them that Ndombele will go, anywhere he wants to, pretty much. Maybe not in England. I don't think he's going to go somewhere like City or Liverpool and get in their squads. But Barcelona are certainly on a rebuilding job. He could go somewhere like Barcelona, which is the rumour, and he'll flourish. And I genuinely believe that he's a player of that level, of that quality. Mourinho just has. In the early days, Mourinho at Chelsea.
Bournemouth are level, by the way.
Oh.
What's that?
Bournemouth are level.
Bournemouth are level.
Jesus.
There was 8 minutes of added time. I think it's still going on.
Wowzers.
Hasn't come up who scored yet. Obviously, Southampton missed a penalty in that game as well.
I think it's all going down. The goal was disallowed. And Southampton have gone at the other end. It's 2-0 to Southampton.
Oh my God. I'm a little bit behind. The BBC are not keeping me up to date with what's going on. I've got the radio on quiet so it doesn't interfere.
there are other providers as well. Oh, Kieran's just gone, but we'll come back to that in a moment. We've got the Leicester lineup. I was just going to check the score. The Leicester lineup I've got here as well. So Schmeichel in goal, back three with Bennett, Morgan, and Evans. Wing backs of Thomas and Justin. And Didi and Tielemans in the middle of the park, and they're supporting Isaiah Perez, Barnes, Vardy through the middle. Why? I'm going to ask Kieran this question. Why have Leicester gone to 3 at the back of late?
I think he's trying to find a better defensive solution than we've been able to give since the restart. To be honest, I'm not 100% sure what I think of it and how often it's going to be used moving forward. But certainly for long periods, I think it worked really well against Sheffield United. So I'm just hoping that it's not just a little bit of luck and it's looking all right for a couple of games and then it has a collapse. But it certainly offers us a little bit more coverage. So I guess we'll just have to see. Only time will tell. Obviously, we're filling in with Morgan and the lad Thomas at left back. So even if it does start to fall apart, it's not really one with proper personnel. So it's a little bit hard to tell at this point.
Glenn, what do you think of it? What do you like the 3 at the back?
I prefer it if we had Ricardo on the right hand side over James, but give him that more freedom going forward, because playing 4 at the back with Ricardo, because he's so attacking, it kind of open us up at the back a little bit. Because when we're attacking down that side, we do seem to defend with 3 across the back anyway. So I think a bit more even out. It seems to be clicking and working at the moment, but like Kieran said, I think it's more going to be a test of time whether it sticks around or we go back to 4 for next season.
How big of a loss is Soyuncu for that moment?
I think it's a big loss because luckily there's only a couple of games left. I think Morgan can cover enough over that period. Just if it was any bit longer or a longer injury, I think we would have suffered a lot more with losing Soyuncu.
I can't remember the last time Morgan's played 2 games back to back for us.
Certainly not since time.
And certainly since given the break from COVID as well, he's going to be lacking even more fitness. So he'll be well protected in a back 5, sorry, at least. He won't be exposed. So I don't think Son's going to be able to get at him. I think he should be okay. But I don't think, as long as he's not got to play 10 games, then he should be okay.
I'm a little bit concerned for Leicester because just the last 2 games being what they are, you would hope that this would have been wrapped up for Leicester a long time before. They could just chill. Don't worry about whether they come 3rd or 4th, because they should have come 3rd, as far as I'm concerned. From the first half of the season, they were definitely the 3rd best team. You could argue that they're the 2nd best team in the Premier League. But we're just coming up to kick-off very, very shortly. Jamie Vardy's having a party. There's Liam Smith. I think that's your brother, Glenn. So
yeah,
Jamie Vardy is having a party. Let's have it. Come on then. So who's in the middle? We have got Anthony Taylor refereeing the game today. Don't know, make of that as you will. Yeah, just doing the old kneel. And then we're about to get going. So Tottenham versus Leicester. Here we go. It feels weird actually doing a watch along and my team not being involved. But as I said, I've got a little bit of an affiliation with Leicester because I used to go to the Walkers, as it was at the times then.
With Walkers, yeah.
Yeah. Ian Hume.
Oh, what a legend.
Can't be a bit of Ian Hume action.
What a lad. No one ever run themselves into the ground like that lad did.
No.
James Wesolowski.
Another cracker, famous for that halfway line goal.
Yeah.
Yeah, superb player.
In fact, the last game I went there, no, I don't. It's the last game of one particular season. I think Leicester went down against Leeds. Was it against Leeds?
We went to a Leeds game. It was 2-2, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think Leicester needed to win that game to guarantee survival in the Championship. So I'll blame Harrell for that. That's right, mate. Right. It looks like, just looking at the early shape from Leicester, and it's almost like they've squeezed across and they're playing like a back four.
I think they're just trying to overload the ball side.
Be interesting to see what's going on there. Camel.
Where are you boys on your timings? Are we synced up?
I'm on 54 seconds, 55 seconds, 56.
So
I'm a
you
minute
guys,
ahead of you then.
I was going to say, you guys are going to be providing the analysis for us.
Where are you, Glenn?
Just gone 2 minutes.
Really?
Oh, okay, Glenn, it's all on you, pal. It's all on you.
It's all on me.
It's all on you. Unless you want to pause it and come back with us, we're 1 minute 50, 51, 52.
I'm 1 minute 24.
I mean, when you're at 2:20.
2:20. Okay, I'll count you in at 2:20.
We're doing the old school turn it off and turn it back on, see what happens then.
Pretty much.
But yeah, it all went down by the looks of it with Bournemouth, and the fact that it's finished 2-0 there. What a moment of madness that is. So Surridge thought he scored his first goal for the club, and it got ruled out for offside. So the goal was disallowed, and Southampton have pretty much gone at the other end. And Che Adams 2 in 3 games, which is crazy for him.
Still not worth 20 million though.
He's still not worth 20 million, but he used to play for Oadby Town, which is a United Counties League club, step 5 or step 7, depending how you want to look at it, depending on what pyramid you're looking at. So yeah, fair play to him. Glenn, what minute are you on?
I'm on 2:20, waiting for Nick for Kieran to catch up.
I'm 2:24, 2:25, 26, 27, 28, 30.
That's right, we're in control now. Mac and Harrell now in control.
Battling for supremacy on the clock.
It's actually good for us because it makes it look like we're in control. So up top, leading lives.
Try not to give too much away.
Well, it will be the analysis from their end. That's how it will pan out. But it's a bit of it's all bit like a little bit of nervousness between both of these two sides in the opening sections of this game, and this is what I mean. Leicester, the first half of the season, were so, we don't care who we're playing against. We're going to do whatever we can. In the second half of the season, they've just not been able to get going. Is that a play mentality thing? Should we be looking at Brendan Rodgers for that issue? What seems to be?
I think there was always going to be a dip in form. If anyone that was expecting us to continue that streak of form throughout the whole season, I think it was the manner and the length of the bad form. I mean, what's the statistic, Glenn? We've won 2 in 10 or something, or 1 in 10.
I think it's something like that. Yeah, it's not.
Which is it's relegation form, isn't it? At this end of the season, if you look at it. So we've got a free kick now.
Yeah, you don't worry about that.
Spurs box.
You don't need to worry about that, boys. You don't need to worry about
Wasteful.
Alpha,
yeah,
what minute are you guys on?
4 minutes 41. 2, 3.
So we're about 30 seconds behind.
Yeah, we'll try and keep tabs and not give too much away.
Indeed. So Jose Mourinho is unbeaten in his last 6 games against Brendan Rodgers. I don't really think it really means that much. I really don't think it means that much.
Rodgers has never beaten Mourinho as a manager, as far as I know.
Student and teacher.
Yeah, very true. Your lad at left back, the young lad coming through,
Luke Thomas.
I think I'm a fan of him. I think I am.
I was really impressed by the ball he played into Perez against Sheffield United. I thought it would have been easy for a youngster, for his first few crosses, to just lash the ball across the box. But he took his time. He was composed, and it was a really good pass to pick out Perez. So I think that shows a lot about his mentality. I should think he'd be able to handle the pressure.
Son's on the attack here. So it's gone in. It's gone in. I mean, it's gone in. It's gone in. It's 1-0 to Tottenham. I'm meant to be excited about it, but I can't be excited about Spurs.
Don't give too much away.
I know, but the issue is we're on there for everybody as well. So not just us like having a chit chat. So I'm intrigued to see whether he was onside there. There's a ball from Kane, and Son is taken on Bennett.
That was massive deflection.
It gets a massive deflection off Justin, but then Kane's ahead of the ball, so this could be ruled out for offside. It would be interesting. I think it will be actually. I think that's taken the eye line of Schmeichel there. So it's intriguing to see what's going to happen here. I'm not quite sure if they're going to check that.
No, they don't.
Let's have a look. See what they're doing. I think they're having a think about it. Yeah, they've gone to upstairs to have a little check on that and see whether the ball. Well, I think the original ball, it looked offside.
I'm going to say he looked offside from the original pass.
Yeah, no, it's fine. They must. I don't know if they checked one or the other, but off we go, crack on, and it's 1-0 to Tottenham. So now it's 1-0 to Tottenham, and we were speaking about Leicester and their mentality, their form in the second half of the season not been great. What are Leicester missing? You know, how do they change their mentality?
That for me there is just being caught on the counter attack. They've stepped everyone up to try and get the early goal. This is their energy period, and then Tottenham have caught them. One through ball and Son's in. They've been caught out in midfield.
Kieran, you said Bennett looked reluctant to close Son down. Then, like he really
Bennett has been a hindrance to Leicester since he's come back in the side. It really has, and it proved it last week. I can't remember if you played the game before, but the game against Bournemouth last week, absolute liability, and it's proven again today. And Leicester on the attack right now, but it's been broken up again by Davis. So yeah, I'm a little bit concerned for Leicester, and they could find themselves at the end of game day 37 in 5th place and having to find a victory against Manchester United on the last day of the season, which that's the last thing you want with Man United. Man United are the most informed side in the country in the top flight.
They're playing West Ham, were essentially safe on Wednesday.
Yeah, exactly that. I'm concerned for Leicester.
Not as concerned as me and Glenn are.
Oh yeah.
I think on their day, it's finding the day for Leicester at the moment. But on their day, there's no team in the league that they fear. It's just a little bit of concentration. It's things it's closing down Son there is basic, isn't it?
You just said a bit of concentration there, and there's an absolute lapse of concentration here between Thomas and Evans. And then Evans just pushed Lucas Moura over, and now it's a free kick for what should have been a simple clearance. There's just concentration lacking, communication lacking. Is such a issue here with Leicester. I'm
a bit nerves, I think.
Yeah.
I was getting a massive amount of nerves involved. I think it's hard to appreciate what's on the line here for these lads. And such a young team as well. So,
to be honest, if you gave me a top 6 finish at the start of the season, I would have snapped your hand off for that, to be honest. And a decent
same then, 100%. Yeah. It's just going to be a hard pill to swallow when we were so embedded in that Champions League spot and what that could do financially. And I mean, if you could split the timeline and have a look at a Leicester team that qualified for the Champions League and then a Leicester team that qualified for the Europa League, it can send the club. You look 10 years down the line, it can completely alter the history of a club like us. So it's such a huge thing. But I mean, it's not over yet. There's always a twist with Leicester.
Yeah.
Oh, it's another loose pass though from Johnny Evans this time, and Tottenham are on the break. And luckily, my pal Ryan Bennett, I've just literally been slating, cuts the ball out, which is heading right into the path of the Son, and he would have pretty much had a tap in. I would have thought, well, for his standards, a tap in. So yeah, Leicester are able to rebuild again. I really don't enjoy this 5 at the back, 3 at the back thing for Leicester. It doesn't wash with me. But I think the issue is with Leicester when they were doing bits at the beginning of the season, they had their 3 midfield, which were perfect, the perfect synergy, the perfect balance of Ndidi, Tielemans, Maddison. And with no Maddison there, it's almost like, well, how do we change that up a little bit? What do we stretch out?
But then when Pratt's come in. He's always looked decent when he's come into the side. He just
I'm
doesn't seem to
surprised
be
he
able to
hasn't
kick down
played
the
more,
spot.
to be honest. Yeah.
Mm.
He's very technical on the ball. He protects the ball really well, and he can pass. But he's one of those players that will provide a lot of hockey assists, but not much in terms of goals and assists.
Yes.
I guess he'd be the sort of player you have to get him in the right balance. But he's probably equally as comfortable on the ball as Tielemans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's almost like Tielemans was the glamour signing, though, wasn't it? Because
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
everyone
he
knew
came with that
about
reputation,
it,
didn't he, from Europe and
and then Pratt, he came from Sampdoria, I believe, and Sampdoria haven't been a powerhouse in Europe since the early '90s. So it's almost like no one really. It's like, oh, what are you getting him for?
It's not one to inspire people, is it?
Yeah,
The player can come in and be. There was big chat about Liverpool, bringing in Ragnar Klavan. That was a signing for the moment in the time. That's what they needed right then. It wasn't going to be a player that's going to inspire people to get off their seat like a Salah or a Mane or a Van Dijk. But the player can come in and do a job. Milner, much like at Liverpool, is a great example. It's not going to rip up trees, is it? But he's come in and he's been so important for that team, filling in at left back, centre midfield, covering at centre half at times.
Yeah. Oh, I think Barnes could have let that one slip between his legs there.
They're overplaying in the final third, Leicester. Tottenham happy to let Leicester have the ball.
Yeah, they're not able. Yeah, you just said it. You nailed it on the head there. They're overplaying in the final third, but this could be interesting now. Thomas got opportunity for a cross here.
Good knock.
Oh, did it need that flick there from Perez? Oh dear.
Just overplaying.
Overplaying. I don't know what's going on here, man. I really don't know. But I hope there's some form of change. But the thing is, this plays into Tottenham's hands because not just Tottenham's hands, but Mourinho's hands. He loves being 1-0 up and just sitting on it. They ain't got to do anything now. And this is
Spurs fans care at this moment.
Well, they don't care if they're getting 3 points. But yeah, it's a very interesting one.
Look at Chelsea, the season that they finished, I think it was 9th. Following season they won the league. Would Tottenham prefer to lose this game? They're not going to beat Bayern Munich in the Champions League, so they're out of that almost certainly. They're not going to get Champions League this year by the league. I think obviously for Mourinho, he wants them in UEFA Cup, the Europa League. Sorry, they've he played it twice and won it twice, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah.
For Tottenham, is this a nothing game? Are they playing with a freedom that Leicester don't because Leicester have pressure on them?
I think Leicester needed this game to be 0-0 for as long as possible before having a look at anything else. And teams are starting to understand that it's taken so many years, which makes me laugh that it's taken so many years. Don't play with a high line against Leicester.
Leicester press the ball under Rodgers, particularly. They go hunting the ball. And they're on the front foot, which is, it's when they've been reactive. Oh, you can't get caught in midfield like that. It's when they've been reactive that they found themselves in problems. When they play their game, they're on the onus is on them.
They've just given a free kick for that, and I'm a little bit. I don't know why it's taking so long to give it. I think it was a bit of a soft one anyway. It was a bit soft. He sort of let it go, and Kane ran through. It's the challenge that he made. I think it's a bit soft there, but Spurs in that situation, on the front foot, a normal Tottenham side that we know would at that point be going forwards and not try and put a ball into the box. They've just passed it backwards, sideways, and now the ball's in the the ball ended up going back in their own half, which I think is hilarious. This is just not a Tottenham that we saw before or that we know about.
It's that one ball from midfield for the goal. And there's, like I said, there's no endeavour to close down Son. You can't give him that much respect, and you've got to feel for Bennett, who slips over.
got an early prediction for the FA Cup there from Matthias Plays, who's watching on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe to our channel. Thank you very much, please, dude. And yeah, United wins. I wouldn't mind there's another Arsenal United FA Cup final, to be fair. It would be a little bit like the 2005 one where we just get pumped for 2 hours, then we just snatch it on pen.
Hit that.
Oh, is that handball? And there's a cheeky handball, Adam.
It's very hard to tell from our end.
Don't know about
Something we've not seen.
in nowadays football. Jesus Christ.
Four from Tottenham, that.
Yeah, Tottenham got caught a little bit there.
Let's have a look.
I think Perez trying to do a little bit too much.
Oh, if you're going by the letter of the law.
They make it up as they go along, dude.
I think they do.
Who's it going to favour? No, there really doesn't. And it annoys me because I talk about consistency on a game-by-game basis because that's how we were always told and I was taught as referees and stuff. But when you see certain things happen, now, look, let's have a look at the Arsenal game. The Arsenal-Leicester game with Eddie Nketiah's challenge. He was sent off for that. I'm not disputing whether it was red card or not. But then the same thing happens in the Liverpool game, and it's not even looked at. And it's like, well, what's going on here? What is going on? Good cross there from Thomas. And it's come to the other end of the side of the pitch, and nothing's really happened there. It's saved a corner there. Is that the Celso?
Going back to what you were just saying, Gav, I mean, I think most Leicester fans will say it. We've had some dubious decisions when it comes to VAR this season, but I imagine every club could sit down and list 10 decisions that they're just baffled by. And regardless whether you can watch it on tape 10 times in a row, it's still human beings making a decision, and it's still it's not a black and white sport, football, like tennis or cricket. A lot of challenges are subjective. So
the issue is that whether it's a human person or not, you can look at something 10 times and certain things don't happen. And it's like, hold on a minute, we saw it already. Oh, look at that. Serves with a smile, rate that. We're on the light American beers. There are others available. If you recognise the glass, we are not advertising for them. Do not shut us down. Got to be so careful. People get busy about it, don't they?
I think we speak about VAR every week, and I think the general consensus is that it just needs to be ultimately down to the referee on the pitch. It's going to save a lot more money not having 4 blokes at Stockley Park looking it over. If there's one guy who goes, right, that's a bit contentious, that, get on the camera, have a little look yourself. The ref goes over and he makes a decision. That way he's then not being totally undermined. And, you know, because it's very important. We've all played football. Gav, you've been a referee. You know, it's very important that there's that respect there, because if the players feel like, we always say it, you know, if it's happened to you and you say, oh, refs lost this game. Do you know what I mean? And you can lose the players very quickly in a game. I'm sure you've been there, Gav. Like, we've certainly been there. I've had players, referees storming off the pitch.
Oh, has he not scored? Oh,
Scribble on your left foot.
J-Vard. So they just put a graphic up saying that Tottenham have only conceded 3 goals from corners, and it almost happened just there. Wow. So it's Morgan's strong head, and it's sort of landed. It's landed on the feet of Vardy, and he's tried to backheel it, and both Lloris and Davis were there, and just cleared it away. It's now another corner. It's another corner for Leicester coming on to the 20-minute mark. Tielemans with the whip. And it's headed away at the near post by Lucas Moura. Do you reckon that's another confidence thing?
Where's Morgan?
Where's Morgan showing his inner Ronaldinho there? Oh, Lloris. Right. Right. We're going to talk about Lloris in a minute, because Lloris is for me, is a good goalkeeper, and that is it. He's won a World Cup. That's what people will turn around and say. But come on, we could talk about players that have won trophies that aren't
average goalkeeper, average driver. It seems
average driver, even worse so. I mean, like, at least I was 18 when I got done.
Kicked away
And
again.
the record, I'm getting lifts here and everywhere, which is brilliant.
What are you guys? What? Because you guys aren't watching it on Now TV. Is that why we're behind?
We're on Now TV, yeah.
We're on knee.
Glenn, are you watching it live on Sky?
Yeah.
Are you level with them guys now?
I'm level with you. I can speed up to catch up with them.
Right, Kieran, restart your stream.
Yeah, I was going to say because
pause yours.
I can't pause one.
Oh Lord.
Just trying to find a way that can even get
normal BBC, right?
Right, what minutes everyone on?
I'm on
21:40.
Just gone 21.
Yeah, I'm still the furthest behind. I'm 21:18 now, 19.
We're coming to a drinks break. GM Ballo is watching on Twitch. Is asking if we got a link to watch the match. We can't endorse any links other than watching it via Now TV or Sky.
Send Rupert Murdoch your wages. You'll get a good stream. You get a fine stream off Rupert.
Part of the Newcastle Saudi Arabia deal is the cracking down of illegal streams that are routed through Saudi Arabia. So streams have been very hard to come by for people that do partake.
Oh,
there's nothing better than Arabic commentary, mate, on a stream.
I don't know what. I was in Morocco. When was it? It was spring last year, and it was Arsenal versus Napoli in the Europa League. And me and my missus were watching it on an Arabic stream, and the excitement. I was thinking, mate, it's literally just past it for like the centre backs apart between each other.
It's like listening to an auction.
Yeah, and then when on an auction, you ever seen that video where it's like the Americans doing the auctions? They put loads of hip hop beats and stuff in the background. It actually sounds like a track. It's quality, but they get so excited, and then Lacazette scored a free kick, and they didn't care. It was just like, oh.
There's never any. It seems to be the same level of excitement, whether it's a Carrick pass or an absolute screamer. Do you know what I mean? It's there isn't. They don't differentiate. There's no prejudice between what's going on the pitch for them.
Yeah,
it's a great way to live your life.
Oh, 100%. I do like their post-match, though. Their post-match, some of the swag that they wear, like the strongest suits and that, and the studio's always like on point. And oh yeah, I think they know how to do it over there. I need to start learning some Arabic and see if I'll get a job over there. That's the old PO way. Well, they took an early drinks break, and Leicester got possession. They're in their own half. They're just looking to try and unlock something. I think that was a nice little pass there from Evans. Can Thomas get there? Yes, he can. And he's looking up to see who's there. That's a great knock. And Perez! Oh, what a save! Oh, what a save from Lloris. Right, why do I need to stop digging people out, don't I? So I've just been digging out Lloris. Oh, what a save. That is a world-class save.
From a world-class keeper.
World Cup winning goalkeeper. Don't know about that, but oh wow.
He used to be world class. It's just last few years he's gone downhill.
Oh, for crying out loud! What? Like, let's give some props to Perez there. I mean, he shouldn't be getting that much time to bring the ball down in the box, but that's fantastic ability.
Great strike.
Great cross from Thomas as well. It's a fantastic save.
Oh yeah, I love Thomas's one because he sort of like dug it into the ground and fizzed it, didn't he? And that's a great note. This is a great arrow attack from Spurs. But Justin's there to it, and it's a corner. Right, who's got a bet on corners? Gamble responsibly, boys and girls.
I'll just cover this.
Well, no bets for me.
Bread and butter save from Mick Shabba Rooksby. Mick, come on, mate. Come on, mate. And then Gian Ballo, he says, I wish Chelsea and Leicester qualify for the Champions League. Now he must be a Liverpool fan because that is such an anti-United thing. It's hilarious. I'm not a United fan, so don't you worry about that. And when Arsenal ain't getting Champions League for way time for the next probably 3 or 4 years. Right then, Tottenham corner. And it goes straight into the arms of Schmeichel. and he's just cool and cash. Oh. Bread and butter save. Come off it, Mick.
Kieran, what minute are you at now?
25, 41, 42, 43.
It's all right. It's all right.
Watching the game through Gav's eyes.
The reflection. Shall I say? Where do you want me?
Yeah, sorry. I'm checking it out.
I need just tell me when to stop turning. So, in fact, GM Ballo, you asked a question earlier on. Any link to watch the match? As Kieran just alluded to, just look into my eyes, dude. Just look into my eyes, and you'll be able to watch the game nice and easily through my glasses. Perfect. So,
someone done that on YouTube for the Wilder Fury fight.
Yes, they did. I remember that. Brilliant stuff. Live stream yourself and stream the fight that way. Oh, apparently, Anthony Joshua and not Wilder, Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury bumped into each other. Oh, hello. Ooh, that was almost like a Jason Cundy-oggy. Yeah, they bumped into each other or something, like on the platform in like California or something. They were making out like there was beef, but there was blatantly just normal conversation. Oh, you're right, Tyson, how's it going? Just try and stoke it up a little bit, ready for their impending fight. Who will win that, by the way? All Team Fury on it. It's got to be Fury, isn't it? Joshua, I just feel like he's beaten a lot of frauds, man. And when it comes to yeah, exactly. When it comes to the Ruiz fight, you know, the fact that he lost that fight has completely ruined all of his credibility.
Yeah.
He needs to regain it by beating Fury. There's no other way.
It is the only way, isn't it? There's not, you can't really come back. But Fury wins that.
Is that Joshua's career over if he loses to Tyson?
No, it's not over. He'll still be able to make a few quid. Look at Chisora.
Well, there'll be a rematch, won't they? Instant rematch.
Modelling for Calvin Klein is probably the only money you'll make. If Tyson
look, you know, it doesn't matter where the modelling job comes from. Do you know what I mean? Like Carrier did it for H&M. You know, it's whatever pays the bills, boys. You've got to remember that. Whatever pays the bills. Spurs went on an attack there over a minute ago and nothing came of it. So we're walking away from that. We'll talk about boxing and modelling careers.
It's like we're at the pub.
Like, exactly. That's the whole point. Do you know what I mean? This one's actually a relatively decent priced one. So I'll give you that, Adam. A decent priced boozer. Although they got no Budweiser. That's my fault, to be fair. There are other beers. But yeah, I went to the supermarket in Tesco. It's a Tesco supermarket in Toaster. And hold on a minute, Son. Oh, what's a save? No, that is a world class save from world class keeper. Yes, he did. Oh, this is actually a really good run from Son. And it's right. What should he have done there? Should he go low? Or try and loft it rather than he's hit it at a nice height for the keeper. TV save.
It's not nowhere near as good as the Lloris save, but it's a good stop nonetheless.
Yeah, it is, and it's kept it at 1-0, and Tottenham have got a corner. Oh, he's left that alone, but I don't like the fact that he's left that alone there. I really don't, because I don't think Schmeichel really knew where that was going.
Either side of him there, and that's it. I think. I don't think he's got a chance.
Oh God, that was a flick on. That was an Ndidi flick.
Yeah.
That was an Ndidi flick. So it's another corner. Honestly, if anyone had like over 10.5 corners, they're cleaning up right now. Cash out, boys. Cash out if that's what you've got.
Pass interference there. Bit of PI.
Bit of PI.
Super Bowl next year. Who's it going to be? Definitely the Chiefs.
No, I don't think the Chiefs will make it there again. Not straight away.
Time to shine?
No. I think we were too early this year. I think we got away with it. The next NFL season was meant to be the season that we were meant to flourish. So we just peaked a bit too early. So I think we might disappear this season and then come back again strong this following season.
The wage bill has been now taken up.
No, they've actually managed it quite well. So we've still got big TK at tight end, Travis Kelce, boss. We've still got Tyreek Hill, still got decent running backs. You know, our defense is strong, and I think we need a better backup quarterback, because if anything does happen to Pat Mahomes, more isn't good enough. Although he was like 2-2 the 4 games that he played, but he just makes some really poor decisions. So I can't see the Chiefs winning the Super Bowl again next season, but I'll take it.
Glenn, what do you think the first substitution is going to be if this is this is still 1-0 after the hour?
I can't remember who's on the bench.
Iheanacho, in terms of impact subs, Iheanacho
maybe for Perez. I still don't understand why we signed him. I don't.
Iheanacho?
No, Perez.
Oh, is it Perez?
Yeah, I don't rate him.
I love him.
For a £30 million pound player, he looks all right in a low-end Newcastle side, but not.
That's money nowadays, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's my fear now for Leeds coming back up, is that we're going to. I mean, Southampton pricing us out of a Che Adams deal for wanting 20+ million for him. He's not worth 20 million quid, is he?
No.
Like, yeah, he's scored a couple of goals recently, but I do not for one single second believe that. What a turn by Harvey Barnes. Breaking into the box, forcing the contact.
Yeah, that's actually really good defending there from Sanchez. And he's someone who gets a lot of stick from Spurs fans. And he did a brilliant job there. You look at Aldair, like a young Aldair, like a Roma. Leicester's bench got Gray, Ward, Iheanacho, Chowdhury, James, Mendy, Pratt, Johnson. A few kids on there.
Yeah, I could see it being Iheanacho and Gray, to be honest. It's probably the natural progression of the substitutions if it stays 1-0, for me anyway. Iheanacho's looked a different player under Rodgers. Sorry, Glenn, didn't mean to interrupt, mate.
He's got confidence back now, Iheanacho.
He has, yeah. He's a very instinctive player, isn't he?
Yeah, I was excited when we signed him, but he got injured in pre-season and never got going, and playing under Puel is not going to be the
There was
confidence.
There was one point when I never wanted to see him in a Leicester shirt again, to be honest, and I'm glad I've been proven wrong, because he has looked very good since Rodgers and that. So
that's our managing director.
Oh my lord! Oh my god! Right, I need to try and find out a way how to put that onto this, because that's brilliant. And the managing director for Leeds United, as they were, was the score 3-1 at that point still? Or was it after the game? He's got his binoculars out, giving it stacks to the Derby players and the Derby fans and that. What an absolute animal! I love that, but it serves Derby right, mate. Honestly. If Leeds did bottle it again this year, it would have been funny for that reason. No offense, Adam. No offense. It looks like I'll be watching the game from outside.
I tell you what, I reckon I could have saved Leeds some money, because I wouldn't have even needed binoculars to tell you that Derby are fucking shite. Do you know what I mean? Sorry, I don't even know whether I'm allowed to swear. I'd have saved them the price of a pair of Bushnells. So, am I allowed to swear on here? I don't know.
I'll try not to, just in case there are kids watching.
Yeah, so apologies there. I didn't mean to let that slip out.
That's all right. I might stick a parental advisory logo in the corner. Oh, I forgot to put logos in the corner. Oh, yes. Let me put my logo in.
Who would
there we go.
Say, Glenn and Kieran, has been your player of the year?
I'll let Glenn go first on that one.
Probably Ricardo, to be honest. Closely by Madison.
He's got me loads of fantasy points.
Hey, Ricardo,
Yeah.
baller, man. Absolute baller.
I've iced him today. Oh no, I took him out because
You took him out. He's not playing. I was going to say.
I swapped him for Joe Gomez. Vardy though. Who would you like to see brought in to sort of usher in a new striker going forward?
I think that's probably the biggest task in terms of what Rudkin's got to deal with is trying to replace Vardy.
Who would you like to see? Because I know Edouard's might be available from Celtic.
I'm hearing a lot of talk of Danny Ings. Oh, Spurs on a 4v2. Harry Kane's made a great run, and that's 2-0. It's 2-0. That is a brilliant counter. That's a brilliant counter attack from Tottenham there. And it was four Spurs players there against 2 Leicester players there, and it's Brendan Rodgers is going back and looking back on his little screen just to see what's going on there. There's going to have a lot of words at our time. This is from a Leicester corner.
How many times have we sat and watched not only league but other teams that can't? That outswinging corner is so poor. I don't understand it. How professional players can't clear the first man.
That's 15 goals in 14 appearances against Leicester now for Kane.
Mate, Kane's got records against those. He's got loads against Arsenal as well. Just friggin' Swede.
Did he bag for you very much when he was there on loan?
Couldn't hit a barn door. Absolute
He
waste.
never scored a goal for us, did he?
I think he got one, maybe.
A penalty?
I'll try and block that loan signing out of my memory, to be honest.
We've had a lot of loan signings.
Yeah, Harvey Barnes' mistake.
Sounds like Chris Wood when he came to us from you. He was poor for you, and he came to us. He was brilliant.
Now Chris Wood's one of the best strikers in the Premier League.
Big chap.
Yeah.
All
Well,
right,
he fits the system for Burnley, though.
he does. Perfect. Just a big lump.
Nice overhead kick he scored yesterday, wasn't it?
The communication here is just so bad in the middle of the park for Leicester. What are they doing? Sort it out. I don't know who is going to be able to influence this decision at half time, but some serious stuff needs to change.
Is this a change in the normal system than what Leicester's playing?
Yeah, it is. It's
normally based around obviously a back four. Is that to accommodate the fact that Sionchu's out, or is he trying to be
they've been playing
to Tottenham?
They've been playing a back three with Sionchu recently as well.
He was playing the left side of the 3 Gallagher, wasn't he? So
they're just being counted on, and it looks so easy for Tottenham.
It's like that. None of them actually want the ball. They're leaving it for each other, and it's like, oh no, you take it. Oh no, what's going on?
Spurs just have men behind the ball. It's tactical masterclass at the moment. It's just Spurs aren't even out of second gear. Leicester had the ball.
Yeah, Leicester have dominated the game with possession.
This is like watching someone play against us in 2015.
It's another pickpocket again, and it's now 3 versus 3. And Mora has played a bit of a heavy pass out to Kane. And Kane, what a strike! Oh my God, what a goal! Oh my gosh! What a goal that is! It's 3. Harry Kane. That reminds me. Harry Kane scored one like that against Arsenal a couple of years back. But this is just terrible form. Who was that? Was that Harvey Barnes? Just getting pickpocketed so easily, and then like Bennett, world class Bennett, just gets sold.
Oh, he's so ugly.
I don't understand why players don't understand what's going on. Here we go, Dion Chambers. Long time we've seen from or heard from you, Dion. Absolute fan of the Two Up Top show. As a United fan, I'm happy with this game. So far, it helps out with the top 4. Yes, it does help you out with the top 4. This is exactly what Manchester United need right now, because they can go into the game against West Ham a little bit more relaxed. They'll pick up 3 points against West Ham, and then bosh, they've got Leicester on the last day of the season. They could just chill. It's It's 3-0 to Tottenham, and it's not even half time yet.
Leicester, I think that's now even goal difference as well.
I think we're going to see some away days in Mordor soon with the Europa League. So
Yeah.
we're going to be going to the far-flung corners of Central Asia to get our rocks off.
Oh, that was unlucky. Little bit of a deflection there. Bounce off Sanchez into the arms of Lloris. Perez was sniffing around.
So Leicester are now on 29 goal difference. Man United are on 20. They need something here.
They need at least a goal, really, don't they? But I can't see what Leicester are going to do against this flamboyant Manchester United side right now.
It's just going to be a shootout. We score more than you.
I think this might have to be a bit of damage limitation because Spurs are now starting to get a little bit excited. They've got a bit of a spring in their step now. They're playing a little bit more freely.
If Leicester want to get anything from this game, they have to come on to Tottenham. They're not likely not going to get anything out of this game now. So they can't now be afforded to be too expansive in the second half, which is really disappointing. This has been very disappointing.
Well, could Perez unlock here? He's had a shot. Oh, that's a good strike. That's unlucky, actually. That's quite a good save from Lloris. Another TV save, though, mind. Just saying. Where is it there? Is it that nice? Yeah, he has. Yeah, I think it was going over anyway, actually. Oh, that might have dipped. That have dipped.
No, I think that was it.
I think that was going over. Oh, no. I think it might have been dipping in.
Corners. Right. What is it with professional footballers and not being able to beat the first man at corners? It happens way too often, way more often than it ever should. I don't get it.
I'll tell you one of the most frustrating things about corners is them trying to get that last bit of blade of grass on the paint so the corner's legal. So you're looking at millimetres and then they kick it 30 yards too deep.
Yeah. I don't understand that. I mean, like in fact, there's no excuse for it. You got that whole quadrant. It's a yard. It's a yard in radius. That's a great cross. Oh, and there's going to be a free kick, surely. Yeah, it's going to be a free kick to Spurs inside the box, pushed by Harvey Barnes on. Who's that? That's Serge Aurier. He's rubbing his knee. I'm sure he'll get over it. But yeah, you've got a yard in that quadrant. The only times that you ever worry about it is when you're playing like Sunday morning football and the corner flag is in a really crap position and you can't get a decent whip on it or something like that. But I don't understand why you're so desperate to get an extra inch or two of space. It doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever, so to speak. Coming up to our time.
I think at least 2 players are getting hauled off here. I don't think it's been. It's getting caught in possession, just fanning about on the ball.
Thing is for Leicester, you're saying a couple of people's getting hauled off. Who are you taking off and who are you bringing on?
So Barnes and Perez are bringing on Pratt and Iheanacho, put 3 in midfield.
See, I would take off Bennett and Perez and change the shape. It's got to be done. And I'd bring on Gray and Iheanacho.
But then again, you can't be too expansive because Spurs, every goal's been on the counter.
You've got 45 minutes to try and get 3 goals. I don't think there's any other choice than to be expansive, really, but I know what you're saying.
Tottenham they've turned it on. Like they've not been spectacular. They've just done. I think all their goals have come from 1 or 2 passes. It's been nothing crazy. Leicester really got in possession. They got caught at right back, and Leicester broke and scored the third. The first goal came from a 1 ball from Harry Kane. No one's closing down Stein, and he gets a shot off, and it deflects in.
So Florence, she seems pretty happy with her 3-0. Is that a happiness? Yes, she's dancing. She must be a Tottenham fan or a United fan. Who knows? So, or even a Chelsea fan. because this has benefits to Chelsea as well. This result. And Leicester just trying to find something to do here and try and work out a way on how to get back into this game. And I just can't see how they'll do it. And it just annoys me. I'll tell you why it annoys me so much is because I don't feel that Spurs have done anything to warrant being 3-0 up. But when they have had the ball in the final third, they've been super clinical. There's a little bit of blood on Sanchez's shirt, so he's just running off. Now you've got a minute and a half. Oh, they're doing it quickly. I was going to say they've got a minute and a half, and Spurs are down to 10 men very briefly. But no, they've already brought Sanchez back on, and Leicester have not been able to capitalise on the extra man, especially at the back. God, I just realised I haven't actually changed my my banner. It still says 1-0. sorry, everybody. There you go. Banner changed. Got too excited by Harry Kane. His second goal and Tottenham's third though was pretty shiny.
It was a lovely strike.
Yeah. The third goal is obviously Harry Kane makes the space for himself, and he's scored that goal a few times in his career. But it just shouldn't be happening from Leicester possession like that. It's so poor. Whether it's pressure or concentration. And I was going to say this earlier about pressure. Leeds win Thursday. We were terrible against Barnsley. We come out with 1-0 win. And, we're usually the team that crumbles under pressure. West Brom go against, Huddersfield, who are threatening relegation. They've got next to nothing. They haven't scored in 5 games. Like that. Lose to Huddersfield, we're promoted. And then Brentford the next day. West Brom have been in the top 2 all year. If Brentford win, they go into the top 2. Brentford go up against Stoke, who we beat 5-0.
Right, I didn't understand this. Because that, for me, was we're giving you 3 points. Like, West Brom made their mistake. And Stoke.
But this is it, pressure is that we can't understand this level of pressure because we're not professionals at the top end of our game, where we're potentially with different things going on. It's really tough to understand it because we've never been in that position. We feel the pressure every week because we're fans and we live and we bleed our club. But I believe for Leicester because I know what it means to be a one club city and the achievement that you guys have had in recent memory. And like Glenn said earlier, you snap the hand off for the top 6 start of the season. And I made comments on the preview shows before the season started, Leicester, Wolves, certainly we're going to be knocking on the door for the top 4. And Wolves that's fallen away. Leicester is still there regardless of this result. It will be a shootout last game of the season. If Man United lose to West Ham, brilliant. You still have to win that Man United game. You have to beat Man United next week. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, which I don't think we can do. We don't seem to.
Yeah, we don't know why we've got it in the locker.
We seem to have lost the confidence that we had probably before January, really. It's when it kind of started coming down, not just coming back from the lockdown. It was kind of the wheels are slowly coming off before.
I wouldn't even say it's as simple as the players are on the beach. They just seem to something's different. Something's different about this team. They're just not. Like I say, it's no confidence. Like players look too casual on the ball, like they don't really know what they're doing. I don't understand how it's gone so wrong for them.
Thing is, though, if United have got a superior goal difference as well, a 1-0 win for us might not even be enough.
If they go out and slap West Ham on Wednesday, you're in so much trouble.
If we concede another 2 goals in the second half, I think it's desperation then. And so, because West Ham aren't going to go and put 4 past United, we know that. If they're going to win it, they're going to take it 1-0.
It's because if you're Manchester United, do you prioritise Champions League or the FA Cup? And I would certainly say the Champions League.
I think they can do both, mate, to be honest.
Of course, but it's a mini season, isn't it? Since return.
Yeah, of course.
But if you ask me, like as a Leeds fan, next season, you can have an FA Cup final, or you can qualify for the Europa League. Oh my God, I'd take the Europa League every day of the week. And I hate, that sounds disrespectful, but in terms of what that gives your club, financially particularly, like you said, Champions League, qualifying or not qualifying affects you for the next X amount of time. It allows you to sign players with a certain calibre. The prize money in the Premier League alone, let alone the revenue from the extra money that comes in, is absolutely ridiculous. So, even 20 years ago when Leeds were in the Champions League, reaching the semi-final, we got 30 million from that. The fact that we, nearly went into oblivion 3 years later is ridiculous when you think about that money in that context of time. It's pretty crazy, really, isn't it? How it can affect you. Leicester lost to Atletico in the quarterfinals a couple of years. It was quarterfinals, wasn't it?
Yeah, quarters.
Yeah, and obviously the history of Atletico, that has a script of its own. But they've reinvested the money. They've made smart acquisitions. Whether you think Perez was overpriced, or whilst bringing in players like Chowdhury from the youth system. Leicester is the mould. Leicester is the formula. I had a chat with our friend Alan the other day. What's the aim for next season for a team like Leeds? Survive, first and foremost. Don't get relegated. And then a team like Leicester and what they've done. And, Southampton have had a couple of off-seasons recently, but, Southampton have done it over the years. They've recruited really well and then sold their players on. They're happy to be that stepping stone for building a better future. They've gone off the boil. Leicester haven't. Leicester have built on something that, like you say, Pearson built. And, Ranieri got the best out of the squad, like he motivated them to a league title. They had a good European campaign, a very good European campaign. Had a pretty wobbly season after, and then it seems to have clicked for them now.
Yeah, I do think we're only another couple of signings away. If we can hold on to players, we're only a couple of signings away from having a really stable Europa League side in terms of qualification. But I just think qualifying for the Champions League this season would have put us in such good stead for the next 5 years in terms of player recruitment and the money generated from that competition, that I don't want to talk about this season being disastrous if we haven't qualified for the Champions League, because at the end of the day, me and Glenn have watched our side in 3 divisions. We've been 25 minutes from going out of business.
Yeah,
we've been through it all. So I hate to sit here and say, we don't qualify for the Champions League, this is disastrous. But at the end of the day, we were 12, 14 points embedded into those spots. And it does feel like a lot of people warned us about Rodgers and the pressure when it comes to big games and how he can fall apart. And yeah, I guess you start to feel a little bit spoiled when you're sat in that position. And people kept saying to me, and they probably said it to you as well, Glenn, but they kept saying, you're nailed on for the Champions League. You're nailed on for the Champions League. Well, when you're a Leicester fan and you're sat there, it never feels nailed on.
I didn't feel that. I've had that. And when we won the league, I didn't believe we would still win the league until was it West Brom drew with Spurs? And even then, it was like, we should be doing this, but I'm still waiting for it to go spectacularly wrong somehow, because I know that's how Leicester is at times. Nothing's easy.
It's exact. Even last year, going into the Sheffield United game last year, and I said, I've never ever said ever in my life, this is the season, we're getting promoted, we're doing this, we're doing that, until that's done. Going up to that Sheffield game last year, I said, right, we beat Sheffield United, and we were in second at the time. We'll be promoted. We didn't. We lost 1-0. An individual mistake cost us. And then, even this season, beating Barnsley, I still didn't believe it. Of course, Huddersfield aren't going to beat West Brom. They're not going to try and send Leeds. It's Huddersfield. Of course, Brentford aren't going to lose to Stoke. We battered Stoke 5-0. It's not done until it's done. And obviously, you have to look at that from the other side as well. Man United may go out and beat West Ham, whether it's 2-0, 3-0, 4-0. But you know, Man United are still going to have to go out and get a result against you the same way you're going to have to go out and get a result against them. And that's where it becomes, obviously, you know, it is a shootout last game of the season. It can't be beyond you. It's still in your hands, somewhat. You need at least a goal.
It's going to be it's a horrible. I just wish that the game was in 3 days' time, like the games have come thick and fast. But we've now got to wait a week for this. It's going to be a hard.
Watching that West Ham game as well.
Oh, for sure. Well, what's that? Thursday.
Yeah.
So as they've got
Wednesday, I think.
Wednesday.
Yeah.
How are you feeling, Glenn, at the moment?
We're on our own worst enemy with it. It's not like Spurs have outplayed us, and you can sit there and think, yeah, we should be 3-0 down. We've made a couple of mistakes in possession, got caught on the break 3 times. That's cost us. So
I feel like I'm watching us play against the Championship Leicester side. They've done it to people constantly. I understand the frustration of having all that possession and all that territory to watch one person just pick you off with ease, and it's like, and must have been what it was like to play against us in that season. So, but it's effective tactical football, and Mourinho is a master of tactics. So it's no surprise.
Mourinho is so good at, if you're leading 1-0. Yeah, no cheese on mine though, please do.
No cheese.
No cheese.
Do you want a brioche bun or a cheese top bun?
A brioche bun would be lovely.
Cheese top bun, cheese.
Well, what long do you get food at? Yeah, exactly.
Wrong studio here. There's no food here.
Yeah, exactly. I was watching Sunday Morning Kitchen, you know, with Tim Lovejoy, and they had a couple of people on there. It was like Boyzone and Westlife doing a thing together. And normally, because of lockdown and everything, they have the different studios and people are from home. They send the product to someone's house, so therefore they can experience it at the same time. But they didn't send it to one of the guys. They were like eating all these mad nice cookies and drinking all this lovely alcohol. And it's like, oh yeah, I can't taste it. So it's going to be like that with here. We're going to have some homemade burgers cooked by Adam the Greek, which I'm really looking forward to. And you guys can't have it.
Cam looks ecstatic as well. Don't think he can hear us.
Cam's nice there, chilling. Is half on screen, half not. He's just letting everyone know who he is. Look at that. What?
Swindon's kit's not how I expected it to look.
Oh.
I'll join the stream.
He's joining in. Bonjour, Cam.
How we doing, fellas? I'll leave about his little assistant for me.
So, how do you fancy your season? Who's to be turn out for?
What? So, football?
Yeah.
Soccer.
That football.
So this
Football.
is obviously NCAA, so this is American football. This is high college football team. But I don't think college football is going to go ahead this year.
No, I can't see it happening. Good old lockdown get in the way of life.
Yeah, I think the NFL is definitely going to go ahead with all about fans.
Well, they're talking that there's not going to be any pre-season games in the NFL this year, which there's only ever 4 games in the pre-season, but how's that going to? It's such a short season anyway. It's 16 games. How's that going to affect them if they're not going to be able to play any pre-season?
It's definitely going to affect the rookies more, 100%. So I'm thinking about teams like the Bengals, who've got Joe Burrow, the Dolphins, who have got Tua.
Yeah,
they're going to struggle a lot more. Whereas like veteran teams, so obviously KC, obviously your team, they're going to hit the ground running. I think because they've already had a few years together. Their offense is ticking along. They've got so many weapons. Payman's obviously just got a big payday.
King Pat.
But yeah, I think the veteran teams are definitely going to have the advantage at the start of the year. Like veteran head coaches, like teams like the Browns, brand new head coach, brand new coordinators. Baker's going to struggle, I think, this year. Again,
yeah, I've got Keith Keenum now. Is that Case Keenum even? I don't know, as well as their backup.
Yeah,
it'll start. I'm not quite sure when the soccer season, going back to English football. I don't know when that season's going to be back, but they have been talking about when the transfer window is going to be open and when it's going to be closing. and it looks like the transfer window is going to be closing in October. So are we saying that because there's no talk yet as to when the season's going to start back again? Are we looking at the end of September, early October? What are you thinking, gents?
I haven't heard much about when the new season's supposed to start, to be honest.
Yeah, it's not really being touted anywhere.
Yeah,
but they've got an idea.
We're not going to have a 2-month break between now and then. It's gonna. I imagine it's going to have a knock-on effect for the next 3 seasons.
Do you think this actually might be a bit of a benefit in a way when it comes to World Cup 2022? Because that World Cup, the final, is going to be played a few days before Christmas. So
the
Qatar,
yeah. Unless
yeah,
England win
it's coming up for Christmas.
In which case, I could handle that for sure.
I'll be down for that, 100%. Down for that. But like, do you think that they might try and, now that COVID has been a major factor of not just sport but of life as a whole, do you think that they might end up trying to work it out that it will end up running in unison, and then it will take a couple of seasons after before it comes back to, August to May?
I think it's an impossible one to know, mate. To be honest, I think it's just
how it's gonna go, because you got to work so many games, but it won't affect. Well, it would affect Premier League football much, but League One, League Two football, because they got Saturday, Tuesday games most of the season. So if you're condensing the season anymore, how are you going to fit all those fixtures in? They're going to be playing 2-3 games a week.
What about scrapping the League Cup? Do you think that would be a good idea? Scrap the League Cup to allow for extra fixtures.
They've been trying to do that for years, haven't they? Get rid of condensing, get rid of it.
I'm not a big fan of the League Cup, just because of the level of respect that's paid by the bigger clubs. Not even, I'll say the bigger clubs, by clubs as a whole. Because if you're not starting to notice now that even the early rounds of the League Cup, first round, second round, even the third round, if there's teams that are in there from League One, League Two, even they're putting the kids out.
It's been a useful tool for teams like Arsenal, for sure, in terms of blood and youngsters. But it just depends how useful you actually think it is compared to people getting regular reserve team football. I don't know, because they are pretty much like reserve team games a lot of the time.
They are.
So,
I do think we need, especially with if we're going to grow all our homegrown youngsters in England, I think we do need these sort of cups just to develop our young players coming through. Like, what's the point of going out and going to France or Spain and getting other younger players from there? We just grow our own players. I think that's much better for our league.
And the second half has just started here with.
Cam, can you push your mic a little bit closer to your mouth? I'm struggling to hear you, mate.
How's that? Is that all right?
That's still just as quiet, actually. I don't know why I can't hear you very well.
It's just Adam's.
Just very softly spoken, aren't you?
He might have actually muted his mic thinking about it, because I can't hear you through my heads, but you'll be able to hear me through this.
I reckon I can hear him through as a background noise through Gav's mic.
Yeah, Adam definitely muted his mic.
There we go. Yeah, cheers, mate.
That's a lot better.
I'm with you now. You were just like a.
I blame the Greek.
He's on burger run. So we're back off.
We are, and Ryan Bennett has come off, and Damari Gray has come on.
So we have switched to a back four now.
So it'd be interesting to see how that pans out now.
What fresh hell is this? Says Gav.
That Bennett had old torrid time, didn't he? He wasn't having a good time, is he? Gaffer's done him a favour taking him off there, I think.
I didn't really ever understand that loan signing for him. He got him off Wolves.
Yeah, because he hadn't played much for Wolves, had he? In the run up to that switch. So, where was Benkovic in all of this? Why is he still nursing that injury?
Who's that director? Is that for Glenn?
Glenn, yeah, Filip Benkovic.
Didn't he go to Bristol?
No idea, mate.
What a great knock! Oh, what a ball!
Just slipped the thing.
He's done well there. He's done well to defend that, Johnny Evans. So that's Kane's ball to Son. Oh, the vision here. He looked over his shoulder.
Great run.
Twice.
Yeah.
Oh, is
He
that
just gets
actually
into the right
Walker?
position all the time. He's attacking the blind spots of defenders and getting in between them. It's class running. Just slipped.
So just coming back to you, Koala, you say you're a Chelsea fan, you're really happy. We've got the live stream for the live watch along for the Chelsea-Manchester United game directly after this as well. So tell your pals, get involved, watch the game and throw your 2 quids in with us as well. That'd be great if you could.
Going back to the old Greek, I'm happy for the kid. 16 years of Leeds. I was with him the other day when he watched the Huddersfield game. They done him a favour and literally started crying at the end of the game. Bless him. I'm happy he's Leeds are back in the Prem.
Yeah, I'd rather see a Leeds side in there than a Bournemouth side. No disrespect to Bournemouth. They're all there on merit, but I'd say Clem, would you like to see Forest go up via the playoffs in terms of giving us a bit of a derby game?
6 more points for us next year, ain't it?
Yeah, we can send them packing.
That 6 points will be the difference between putting on Champions League football this season. Oh God! Yeah, looks like Leicester have gone with a 4-3-3 now. They're sort of matching up with Spurs now, and they are on the front foot. I know we've only played a couple of minutes of this half, but they're looking more aggressive.
I think it's just every time Son's running, he just looks dangerous every single time. I just think Leicester defenders can handle it in a minute.
Barnes got the ball on the left-hand side now. He's found Tielemans. Ray on the edge of the box. He's trying to find a bit of space. He's had a pop and he's coming against. Come on, Davis. He's gone for a throw-in.
He's a good old boy, Ads. He's a good chef. You're missing out, mate. Come around more often.
To Greek cherry when it comes to the old munch.
You'll have to come round on the Sundays, mate. We'll watch the NFL. Get old Red Zone on.
Oh, definitely. All over that.
Sorted already, mate.
Although our baby is due on the 21st of October. But she'll be sleeping, won't she? She'll just love on the shoulder.
Yeah. Bit of beer, send her off to sleep. Yeah, fine. We don't condone any sort of feeding alcohol to babies, but
Well, I guess get a minute, right? Oh, goodness, it might give me a break.
have to get her a top onesie, mate. Baby grows in there.
They're in the post. They're in the post. And if anyone is expecting children, you can order your top onesies. Yeah.
All right, boys, I'm going to have to shoot. I've got a FaceTime pending, but I think the Greek's coming back. So it's been a pleasure, boys.
Yeah, cheers, Cam.
Hello.
Good to see you, Cam. Thanks for being part of the top fraternity.
Hello. How you doing? You alright?
Off he goes into the abyss.
You've got a bit quieter, Gav, for some reason.
Oh, can you hear me now? That might be a bit of feedback coming through from over there.
That might be why I muted his mic.
He's teleported.
That should be better. Dual screen in the same room, you know what it's like. Yeah, so it's the first 5 minutes of this second half. It looks a lot more confident, proactive, controlled environment coming there from Leicester, but there's still no breakthrough as yet. But Harvey Barnes is trying to dance his way through to Soko.
It all looks controlled until we get slapped on the break for the fourth time.
Yeah, that's the difficulty now, isn't it? Because you've got to go out there and try and get a goal, but you don't really want to be shipping anymore at the other end. That's a good cross, but it's just there's a load of white shirts there. So it's almost like Spurs already knew what was going to be happening, so they prepared themselves in the right way. And, you know, Kane's the furthest man forward, which you would expect anyway. But then Tottenham look really structured at the moment.
They're quite narrow as well and compact, like staying inside the 80-yard box. Like,
I don't think they're overly worried about us getting wide and crossing the ball. I mean, we've seen it quite a few times this season where we've been forced wide, and crossing a ball into Vardy is not doing anything. Do you know what I mean? The teams are going to defend that all day.
But that's not Vardy's game, though, is it, at all?
No, but that's it. It's not Vardy's fault. But if we are compressed and we are being forced out wide, there's no danger for anyone.
Oh, what a lovely long ball. That's a lovely long ball. And Kane is now one-on-one with Morgan, and he's fluffed his lines there. But yeah, who's that? Lucas Moura. He saw Kane by himself and thought, do you know what, I'm having that. And that's actually, it's quite good strength from Morgan, to be fair.
Should be 17 stone.
Yeah, it's a true story. Jamaican international. And it's gone out for a corner. See, yeah, Spurs have got a lot more height than Leicester, and it proved in the North London derby last week that Spurs, you know, they used their height to an advantage, which got them the winning goal in the end. Lo Celso just being shoved off the ball there by Harvey Barnes. No, it's not. It's by Vardy, actually. By Vardy, and it's just been tackled there. And I think that might be... Oh, he's given a throw-in. I think that's a free kick, to be honest.
Might have got a toe on the ball.
All right, let's have a look at that again. No, that's a free kick, and that should be a yellow card. Lo Celso's got away with that.
He's got nowhere near the ball, has he?
No, nowhere near. Still 3-0 Tottenham versus Leicester. Leicester really need to get a goal in the next 5 minutes to stand any chance of being part of this game again. And then Aurier is just taking down Thomas, and it's a free kick on the left-hand side. Now, as you guys were saying about the crossing, from here, there's no point of putting a decent deep ball into the box because who's going to get their head on the end of it?
I think from set pieces, we're a bit more dangerous. We'd like some Morgan and Evans in the air, but as just a normal attack, I don't think we've got that presence in midfield and attack to win those balls.
And there isn't even a plan B on the bench. If the game's gone that way and you're being squeezed out wide, there isn't even anyone that can fill in as a target man like a Llorente or someone like that who's going to cause people problems. So it's not even an option for a plan B.
It seems like Damari Gray is always the target
man. He's still on the books, isn't he, Glenn?
He's on loan at Monaco still at the moment, I think, isn't he?
Yeah, he's still pulling a wage packet off of us in some regard, but we can rush him back from France for a corner.
Well, that free kick went out for a corner at the end. Wes Morgan almost got his head on the end of it. So, as per the first half, all I need to do is slate a situation or a person, and it will happen.
It hasn't worked for the corners.
It hasn't worked for corners, so I'll continue slating and see what happens for you. See if I could be some form of omen. Yeah. Your plan B is Damari Gray, but then I love Damari Gray, but I don't know what he does.
He hasn't developed like he looked like he could do when we first signed him.
Oh yes, please ketchup. No cheese. Thank you very much. What a brioche bun come in with my burger. Lucas Moura is just giving away a free kick, and he's just picked himself up a yellow card as well for a challenge on Tielemans. Now this is Maddison range. You're missing him here.
Yeah.
Because there's always that argument. It's like, who's better, Maddison or Grealish? I personally think it's Maddison. I think he
Maddison can
offers
stay
more.
on his feet as well.
Oh, Grealish is the most fouled player in the Premier League. So I might put that out there for people.
He is the most foul player in the Premier League because as soon as an opposition player goes near him, he hits the floor.
He's a better ball carrier than Maddison is, but I think that's where. I think that's the only area he really outclasses Maddison, is actually carrying the ball forward. I don't think he's better in any other area. I mean, Maddison himself is a little bit lightweight.
Oh, great. What a free kick that was, and it's just been tipped over the bar from Lloris.
From the French.
Oh, got a little deflection on it. Got a little nick on it on the way over. Yeah, the thing is with Lloris, though, it's just the way he throws himself like that. You look at it again, it's like, done it for telly. It's a good save, but it's not a great save. Oh, this is clever. He's got away with that. That was, I think that was Vardy who's coming back from an offside position. And then Tielemans was able to whip another one in, but it came off the back of Ben Davies, and Leicester got another corner. You were talking about outswingers earlier on today. This really needs an in-swinger. Just put it under him. Just put it under the goalkeeper. I feel that with an in-swinger, you could help guide it in. Whereas when it's an outswinger, you have to put effort to make it go in.
You have to generate the power for it.
Yeah, you do. And like that one, for instance, the way that was guided by Wes Morgan, if that was an in-swinger, I felt that would have made a bit more of an effort to go towards goal. Now, Leicester are making another change here, and Iosi Perez is coming off, and Kelechi Iheanacho is coming on. So, it's burger time. Look at that. Look at this.
This is
homemade burger in a brioche bun. We don't play games here on Tour Top. You heard that here first.
I've got lasagna for dinner, if anyone's interested.
Glenn, you sound so clear. It's like you're in the room.
Who, me or Glenn?
Glenn.
Glenn's rocking the Turtle Beach.
Not Steel Series, mate.
Steel Series Turtle Beach. Crystal clear. You can't hear me through my fabulous beard.
I wish I had a beard.
Mate, for 2 weeks, that's coming on good, Gav.
Can you grow one, Gav?
Well, throughout lockdown, I didn't cut my own hair or anything like that. I decided just to let it run and see what happened, and I had the best Samuel L. Jackson pork chops going. But there's no
guys
gap.
on average can grow, because a lot of white guys can't grow a beard. Is it the same with black guys?
No, I thought it was the other way around. I honestly thought it was the other way around. White people are always able to grow beards and black people can't. It's all my patchy and stuff.
My good friend Marcus Reynolds from work, he has the most incredible full set you've ever seen. It's glorious and curly and
black guy.
Yeah.
What, like Rick Ross beard?
It's ridiculous. It's so well kept as well.
If I was able to get a Rick Ross beard, I would happily bick the top of my head and literally just walk around going,
a mini Rick
all
Ross.
the time.
What's going on with your hair at the moment?
Oh, I've got a fresh fade.
Oh, nice.
It's 2 weeks old.
It's a baby.
It's fade.
Baby fade.
To be fair, it's not actually fresh anymore. Yeah, you're right. So what I've been doing, well, for the first 10 days, I didn't actually wear a hat. I was that gassed about it. On the show and stuff, there's many people that had never watched the show before, so they just assume that I never wear a hat. But there's also people that have watched the show for the nearly 2 years that have been running it, and they're like, hold on a minute, why is Gav not wearing a hat? It's almost like they couldn't take me seriously.
There's two sects of fans. There's non-hat Gav fans and hat Gav fans.
And where do you sit, Adam?
I'm a big fan of hat Gav.
It's who I am.
Mahatma Gavney.
Don't let that hat define you.
Mahatma Gavney. It looks like an impending Instagram name very soon.
just like that. That's what I'm here for. That level of Anna.
Mahatma Gavney. Oh, I love that. Oh, I've got a lot of time for that.
I've just seen the question: Madison or Grealish? Or touch left and bounce.
Oh.
Has that been put to the hordes?
Yeah, it's on the feed.
I think
So anyone can comment on that. Maddison or Grealish? What are you saying?
It's a difficult question because I think they're both very different players. Grealish doesn't have an identity because he's so busy in the Aston Villa side trying to do everything.
They're both the same value. They're both 50 million. You've got 50 million pounds to spend on one or the other. Which one you buying?
Maddison, he's got much more of an identity. You know what you're getting.
So you answered the question. There you go. Oh, it's Maddison, man, all day. Maddison all day.
Grealish,
But there's a lot of Grealish fans out there.
I'm a big Grealish fan, but he doesn't, because he's so busy trying to do everything for Villa. He hasn't got his own identity at the moment, so he doesn't know whether he's a defensive midfielder or he is a classic number 10. Whereas Maddison knows exactly what he gives to a side. He's also very deadly from a dead ball. He's got assists, he's got goals. I feel like Maddison is more the full picture as opposed to Grealish, who needs maybe a season in a team he's going to be settled in. The whole staying at Villa thing, I commend him for it. I respect him for it. But yeah, he's definitely moving on in the summer.
Even if Villa do find a way of staying up. Oh, hold on a minute. Oh, he's offside. I was going to say, how the hell has he got away with that? But he was offside.
Yeah, Grealish moves on this summer. Arsenal, Man United, I think.
Man United definitely not. Not anymore. I think it all pinned on the fact whether Pogba and Fernandes could play together, and they can. So I don't feel they need a Grealish anymore. I think he would benefit for being at Arsenal.
I think it's the kind of player that they need. It's certainly be a cheaper option than a Partey, but that deal, like you were saying earlier, is gone apparently. So play the ball, Barnes. Play the ball.
Barnes got a little bit. We're already 4-0 up. Let's have a dig. That's how he went with that one.
Agree there. Who do Leicester sign in the summer, boys?
We need to start looking for a value replacement.
Obviously, yeah.
I think we need another winger as well.
To be honest, still think we need a Maguire replacement. Johnny Evans is not getting. No, yeah, but Johnny Evans is not going to be. He's getting on towards the end of his career. He's not going to be able to play every game next season again, with it.
How much did you put him in for on a free? Was it a free from West Brom?
No, I think it was like 3 million or something. He had a weird clause in his contract that when they got relegated, he went for.
We bid 30
5.
million. We bid 30 million in the previous window, and had it rejected. I mean, you can see why they rejected it. You know what I mean?
Brilliant.
You can see why. He could have kept him up. He's a tremendous player, so it's just a financial gamble you take, isn't it? But
got a question here from the floor. A guy called Zoom on YouTube. Who do you think's better? Wan-Bissaka or Trent?
Trent.
Wan-Bissaka.
Go on then, go. Tell us why.
Defensively, I feel that Wan-Bissaka offers way more. And as far as I'm concerned, they're both right backs. So therefore, you shouldn't be forgetting about your defensive qualities. And I feel that Trent, when defending, gets done a lot more than Wan-Bissaka does. Going forwards, once they've won the ball and going forwards, then it's Trent all day, isn't it? You know, because he can whip balls in from left, right, and centre. He could play nice little 10-yard passes. He could play 70-yard pings. But in terms of if I want someone to come to my team as a right back and do their defensive work, then I pick Wan-Bissaka all day.
How long's Trent going to be a right back for? Because all I talk about moving him forward.
2 years and then he'll be in midfield, I think.
Arsenal have to defend plenty as well, don't they? So you'd want someone who can defend.
Precisely. As proven.
Bellerin is on the way out.
Heading so, I think.
Do they go with Easy Maitland-Niles as left back, isn't he?
Maitland-Niles is a centre midfielder. He's been forced to play everywhere.
Who
Because of the lack of depth that Arsenal have.
in the event that obviously they do lose Bellerin, you know, who do they bring in? Post Miniacho. It just seems to be that extra touch for Leicester players at the moment. They just want one touch too many.
Yeah.
The thing is, even if we score, Spurs aren't going to panic.
They don't need to panic. They're in a good position.
We're not going to force them into coming out. So this is a lost cause completely.
Well, Spurs just seem to be waiting for the next counter attack.
Yeah, that's all they're doing.
Going back to the Trent and the AWB scenario, Dion says that Trent needs pushing up into midfield. I think that because he hasn't got any defensive. Oh, I'll tell you what. Coming back to you in a minute, Dion. I don't like that challenge by Davinson Sanchez on Evans.
How is it not a penalty?
VAR are looking at it.
It's a penalty.
They've got to look at it. It's got to be a penalty. It's got to be a penalty.
Unbelievable.
Is it being obviously I'm behind? So what's that? Is it being?
I think I've got a feeling. Is he going to look at the screen or is it drinks break?
He's going to the screen.
Right. Everyone's gone for a drinks break, and I think he's gone to look at the screen in the meantime.
I would like
I have to look at the screen.
That has to be a penalty for me. Is Rugby tackled him? And Leicester are about to look at bringing on Mendy. But whilst they're looking at Dennis Pratt as well. Whilst they're looking at this, and Dion said Trent needs pushing into midfield. I don't think he necessarily
replace the gap that would leave for Liverpool at right. That's the question.
But then they've got Nico Williams to start to go there.
If he carries on his current trajectory from what we've seen so far, particularly post lockdown, then I don't think they've got any problems there.
Yeah.
If that's the school, if that's what Liverpool are employing under Klopp, then yeah, they should be fine with it. But...
Of course. And then he's a decent defender, but I think he should go back to playing in his original position. And I'm not quite sure who you're referring to there, Royce. And that might be.
He's still about Trent.
But then again, you've also got Wan-Bissaka, who was a right winger. So who knows? But like, if you're able to come back to us, let us know. It was on about Trent, and they've gone to VAR. They've not given a penalty for that. I am flabbergasted by that decision.
You give that or get it,
may as well be tackled him. If I've got another opportunity to see that again and see that, that's a penalty. There's no. It's a stone wall as it could get, isn't it?
It's these five margins that Leicester don't want to be looking at in a week's time and thinking, well, that's cost us Champions League football.
And he's just gone over the laws of the game. He has to stop the game there. The ball's just bumped into him, into the referee. He's playing an advantage. No, the laws of the game don't state that. So for me,
same as handball. For
me, his credibility has just disappeared completely. Toto Manuela, Trent Alexander-Arnold is the best defender and the great defender in the world right now. And the fact that you're watching from Madagascar, we're showing that we are worldwide. Two up top, worldwide. Make sure you all subscribe to our YouTube channel. Thank you very much. So Leicester corner, and in the meantime, I'm going to start creating the team sheets for the Chelsea and Manchester United game. What a lovely burger, by the way. Thank you. No, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank us.
Where's the lovely lady, Adam?
She has gone to play mini golf with her dear friend Aisha.
All the way across the road?
No, not yet. But we're going to go there next week, apparently.
Oh, happy days.
It looks very nice over there. Mini golf just opened across the road from this top secret location. But no, they've got
from the ATG Arena.
The ATG Arena, yeah. As it were.
I am going to sit behind the scenes for a moment, and I'm going to leave you to run the ship for a hot moment, Adam. I will be back in about 5.
That means I put my microphone back on with no bleed. 3-0, about 20 odd minutes to go plus stoppage. What needs dissecting here, boys? What happens in the changing room?
Well, between now, in terms of preparing for the United game,
I just think again another just ridiculous giveaway of possession there. Evan concedes a foul. I don't really think Leicester have a standout poor player. They've just haven't. There's been no cohesion in this game from Leicester. Silly passes that have just gone to Spurs players, which have put them on the back foot. Individual errors, so poor.
It's a completely different side to how we've looked most of the season.
It's disappointing, and it is disappointing that it could come down to that game with Man United, which Leicester fans, and you guys are speaking for all of them. I don't think many of them will be optimistic about getting a result in that game. What was the reverse fixture score?
Lost 1-0.
1-0, yeah. Late goal, wasn't it? Penalty, maybe?
Early penalties.
Yeah.
Soinchu gave away in like the 5th minute or something. I think it was.
So you can match them on the day. Again, it's just individuals.
Yeah, but
They were
the Man
different
United
side
side,
then, though, weren't they?
yeah, I was going to say that Man United side that we played then to what we played now is completely different.
They've certainly found their feet. They're an attacking force. So maybe that'll work in your favour, given the fact that they will be on the front foot as well, as well as Leicester will. Which by looking at this game, I mean, obviously the plan was to just get at Tottenham, and Tottenham have game planned it perfectly and just hit you on the counter. Pretty much all 3 goals have come from the same situation. Leicester give away the ball, and they counter and score. It's so. You would have thought they would have learned after the first one. The line was so high.
I think the line was in their half.
Yeah. Look how many men they have behind the ball. Like, look at Harry Kane. You don't see him sitting that deep. He's he's on the cusp of his own third.
They've got every man behind the ball as well.
It's a good ball. Here he is.
I honestly think we could play all day and not score.
It doesn't look like it's coming. I think what Spurs have done is they've dropped that line so deep that the threat of Vardy is just nullified completely, and they don't have the players in midfield particularly to unlock the door. Vardy's been absent, and it's not through fault of his own. Obviously, like he's endeavouring, to try and find space, but it's so difficult, when they're camped on the edge of their own 18-yard box. It's just game plan. It's game management from Mourinho. It's been perfect.
Yeah, sure. It's this is where you need Maddison, someone who can play a nice wall pass and start to move people around a bit more. But I mean, it's just not happening at all, like you say. So I think we're going to watch this go for the next 15 minutes in the same pattern, watching Leicester switch it from right to left, and continue to watch Spurs to attempt to pick us off on the break. So I think that they need to be looking. They need to be thinking now ahead of next week.
Yeah.
I really thought we had a chance today, and I think that's been the most disappointing.
I just feel like, as even supporters, we can watch a game and analyse what's happening and the shape that people set up in, and it was obvious what Spurs went out there to do, and they nullified that Vardy threat Do you know what I mean? They had a couple of pop chances like early doors Leicester, and they looked like the team on the front foot. And then Tottenham's game plan. It's almost like Kane's sort of sat in a false nine and picked up the ball, and he's been the one that's been sort of like trying to bring players into it. It's really worked for them, and props to Tottenham, given the fact that that they're not really, they are playing for Europa League. Obviously, they can't make the Champions League, but fair play to them. They've executed their game plan absolutely perfectly. It is, without the cliche, it is a Mourinho masterclass.
That's why he keeps getting the top jobs, though.
That's what he's good at. He seems to know something about Brendan, maybe, that Brendan doesn't know.
Yeah.
Good touch. It's, again, just this decision making in Iheanacho there. It's poor. He seems to have pushed Vardy out to wide left, and I've not seen him touch the ball.
He's not really had much all game.
No one in the middle.
This is what I'm saying, is that that deep line has just killed Leicester.
Yeah.
In that final third, it's just hammered. They've got nothing that can unlock the door. No. How long is Maddison out for?
Oh, the rest of the season. Same as Soyuncu, Chilwell, Fuchs. We're not going to see. Albrighton might be available for the United game, but he's the only one that's in contention now for being fit for United. So
it's heartbreaking, isn't it? And I don't want to see it end like this for you boys. I really don't.
If we have a good run in the if we have a good run in the Europa League in terms of maybe getting to a quarter final, then maybe we might not think. I mean, would you rather go out in the group stage of the Champions League, or would you rather get to a quarter final, semi final of the Europa League and have had some big nights? Do you know what I mean? I guess it all depends. Hindsight's a wonderful thing, but the we could win the Europa League. We would be an outside chance. We'd be nowhere near a favourite, but we could possibly win it.
You say that. I mean, you've been better than Wolves this season. Maybe not over the second half of the season, but Wolves are in the position they are in the Europa League, and they could go on and win it and qualify for the Champions League in the meantime. And good luck to them. I really hope that they do it. As much as I didn't want to see Wolves, buy the championship the way that they did, season before last, and then it is so. I am salty about it. It shouldn't. It doesn't. FFP doesn't. We've had many discussions about FFP on the channel, and particularly in the Football League, I get it. I'm not going to, same thing with Newcastle fans. They don't want to see their club, use dirty oil money to buy the league or anything like that. My disdain for Chelsea, because of what they did in the mid 2000s, is as high as my disdain for Man United in general, because they're Man United. But it is what it is these days. He's onside. He's not onside.
No way.
He's offside. It was a good finish. That would have sent Leicester into fifth. Miles off.
Oh, it's not that far.
No, he's off. He's a whole body off. Leicester are now equal on goal difference with Man United on 28. Only on goals scored, I think.
So we have to beat them by the score. Like, if they beat West Ham, we have to beat them by the score they've beaten West Ham.
Essentially, yeah.
I mean, what? That West Ham game is going to be agony to watch.
Yeah.
Especially if they start running away with it 3-0, then
West Ham aren't going to go out and try and beat Man United. They're not. They're just not.
They don't really need to, though. Either.
That's what they don't. They're safe mathematically. Pretty much. After
Antonio's our only hope.
Literally, Leicester legend.
He scored again, didn't he, against
He scored
Watford?
Double. Yeah.
He scored 2 against Watford.
Yeah, I think it was 2, wasn't it, Gav? He scored? Yeah.
He got 4 against
Norwich.
Norwich, yeah.
6 in his last 2 now. Louis was very pleased.
Oh, God.
It's the way that line just shifts backwards whenever Leicester come forward. Just doubling up on Vardy. And then one ball forward and it's pressure on again. They cannot concede another goal here, Leicester. That will be absolutely devastating.
So hold on. Say it could be goal difference. I mean, let's say West Ham beat United 1-0 and we beat United 1-0 at home. We're going to be level on goal difference and level on points.
Then it goes down to goals scored. The only time we ever came close to a 4th, 5th place playoff was, I believe it was a Liverpool-Chelsea, where they both had identical point. They could have basically, if one result in the penultimate game had gone the right way,
George Hurst is on.
Yeah.
Sorry, you've probably already seen. I'm a bit behind.
Yeah. Is that his debut?
It's a senior debut, Glenn, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, senior debut.
Why not?
Bags free now. Statues up. Statues up before we're back up the road.
Yeah, no, there was only one time we ever came close, and it was a Liverpool-Chelsea season. Chelsea drew a game, and if Liverpool won by 3-0, it could have ended up on the last game of the season. If their results were equal, that they would have finished on same points, same games won, same games drawn, same games lost, same goals scored, same goals conceded, and they drew both their games that season or something like that. So it would have been just totally even across the board, and that would have ended up with a one-off playoff game for who would have finished in 4th place, basically. So the contingency, it was there, all the contingencies were made, but it didn't happen, and I think Chelsea ended up beating Liverpool to it.
This is a painful watch.
It is painful. It's been painful because Leicester just don't have any questions to ask.
The only positive is that we did not concede. Well, we have not conceded second half at the moment. That's the only thing I can take from this at the moment. Yeah, and we haven't got any fresh injuries. Although we look like.
Is it going to be 4-3-3 against Man United next week?
To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if he started this. I tried to throw it at the back again.
Switch it again. Oh, it's another final ball. Oh, dear. Blade Morgan. Oh, it's a foul.
Man United will be rubbing their hands.
Pretty much like Brentford on Friday night when West Brom lost. But they've got to, that pressure is there. They've got to take the chance. No one expected them to draw with Southampton. I agree with you, Royce Marco, named for the Dortmund midfielder. Also, Andre Schürrle retired at 29 years old the other day. Shame. He did.
Like Gronk, mate.
Odd one. A bit like Rosberg in the old F1.
Is there much more that you could have won, though?
It doesn't matter. Just keep going out there and win it. Win, win, win.
If you lose the passion, you're just playing for a paycheck, aren't you? Not for you because you enjoy the game.
3-0 down. Have a dig. You're 3-0 down. Have a dig.
I'd have a dig there. I'd have a dig, yeah, certainly.
Nah, this works.
Woo!
Leave the rubbish.
Antonio, welcome to the team.
Mate, I ran home from work like Charlie with a golden ticket. I'm not even joking.
Cotton, did you expect this from Leicester?
I was hoping for it, but I've got to say first, because I haven't seen you, congratulations.
Thank you very much, mate. I really appreciate that.
It's really hard for a Man United fan and a Leeds fan to have that sort of...
I think they want us, mate. I don't think they want midweek trips to Burnley.
Mate, I've just seen in one season Liverpool and Leeds win a title. Like I've just got to go with it, mate. There's nothing I can do. I've just got to go with it.
I'll respect it, Cotton.
But the Leicester game, I really wanted this because there could be a scenario going last day of the season against Leicester where we could be so far ahead of them on goal difference, or well, not so far ahead, but we could even end up losing 2-0 to Leicester on final day and stay up and stay top 4. Sorry.
That's the fear for the boys at the top.
He's cheered me up. No end.
Sorry, lads.
And you come last minute.
How did you feel,
Fans are going.
Cotton? How did you feel after the Southampton result? That last second draw. Did you think that would be? I mean, we all knew Leicester had a really tough last 3 games against Sheffield, obviously these, and then yourself.
Well, Gav will tell you. 92nd minute, I put a tenner on the draw at 12-1.
You son of a gun.
That's how, you could just see it was coming. Like we were down to 10 men, and the minute we took Pogba off, we surrendered a bit of possession. The minute we took Pogba and Fernandes off, we just gave it up, man. It was just you could see the draw was coming.
It's got to be one or the other, hasn't it?
I was pretty scared. I thought that was it. I thought we'd completely bottled it, but it's turned around, hasn't it?
How do you think Man United approach the West Ham game? I mean, would you prefer Man United to tank today so that they absolutely guarantee that they smash West Ham in midweek?
Yeah.
Be honest. Be totally honest.
100%.
Champions League is more important than FA Cup domestically.
Yeah. Do you know what? And this, don't let Gav hear me say this. He's probably listening backstage. I would rather lose to Chelsea in the semi than lose to Arsenal in the final.
That's a big chat.
Like, mate, honestly, like I said, Liverpool have won the league, Leeds have won the league. I can't handle the banter of Arsenal beating us in the cup final, man. That'd be my year done. I just can't be bothered with that.
It's one of them, isn't it? I mean, we've got the lineups.
Yeah, our lineup. Well, I understand why we've gone 3 at the back. To be fair, because every time we've played Chelsea this season and beaten them, that's what we've used.
How many times have you beaten this season?
3.
3 times.
Home, away, and League Cup.
It's literally going to be an almost immediate switch over to this game. I mean,
well, I'm not sticking around for the actual during the game because I've got the projector and stuff up downstairs, but I'll be on like a 30-second delay, and I'm not having it ruined by Gav shouting goal every 5 seconds.
Don't talk to Nixon about that.
I've just lived that for an hour and a half.
Yeah. Like usually we try and pause it and stagger it so we're all kind of at the same place, but then that doesn't really work with a watch along. But yeah, I had that the other week with the Arsenal. Was it Arsenal Liverpool? But he was like, goal! What? No, Arsenal Tottenham. He was like, what a goal! I'm like, yeah, give it a few minutes, mate. I'm still a goal kick here.
Oh God. But yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say that's a full strength Man United team from what I'm looking at.
But do you know what? This isn't excuses already. Chelsea have had 2 whole extra days to prepare for this fixture compared to us, man. Like,
yeah,
that's ridiculous.
I think obviously given the circumstances, I mean the FA have never done any favours to British teams, particularly when they're in Europe. You look at like the Spanish teams. You know, they put them on. You know, they try to put them on the Friday night when they're playing midweek in Europe. You know, here it's definitely about the money. It's more of a commercial issue. I mean, it's a tough one because, like you say, it doesn't. For Man United fans, I think they would all say unanimously, you know, they won't care really what happens today. And the people will say, and Chelsea fans and everyone else will go, "Oh, that's an excuse." And again, I'm not a Man United sympathiser. Hello, do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah. But do you know what? I look at that lineup as well, and I think if we're not already winning and we're not already 4 goals down, touch wood, Danny James running at defenders for the first 60 minutes, tires someone down, and then you've got Greenwood and Martial to bring off the bench. Like
it's you've got 5 subs to make. It definitely isn't a foregone conclusion.
Yeah, I think it's leaning towards bringing some subs off the bench to change the game. I think, to be honest.
Yeah, staying if you're in the game at 60 minutes and it's 0-0 or even 1-0.
It is the gamble, isn't it? Because we could get, if we're 3-0 down, it's too late to bring on.
You certainly don't want extra time. Definitely not.
No, we do not.
100% not. I mean, obviously, the boys at the top end are probably going to be praying for that. But we'll see. If it's done and dusted by half time and they're bringing a couple more kids on and stuff like that, then obviously I think we know what's going to happen midweek. West Ham are playing for nothing midweek.
Do you know,
And then
I'm not gonna lie, I really wanted a Leicester win today because I wanted that beautiful scenario of Leicester winning, United winning, Chelsea losing to Liverpool, and then if Leicester and United drew on the final day of the season, United and Leicester got 3 and 4.
I think a lot of people. I mean, obviously, I don't want to see Man United have any sort of successes anywhere, but Chelsea, the way that they go about their business, and obviously, they've made some serious signings for next year. If they sign Havertz as well, I'm predicting that they're going to be in and around that sort of, that top 3. Pushing those.
Havertz is Bayern bound, man. That's what Bayern do. That's what Bayern do.
It would make sense, wouldn't it?
They hoover up the young German talent, like they did with Goretzka when they got him from Schalke. Yeah. Plus, letting Thiago go frees up a spot in centre mid.
Thiago's an interesting one. I don't think Liverpool's the right place for him, to be honest.
It's a luxury. Do you know that's a luxury signing for Liverpool? I was having this chat at work today. They need so many more signings that aren't Thiago.
Yeah, 100%.
So if you get him, it's all well and good, but it's another player, it's another Firmino, it's another Lallana, it's another player that can play that role, and they've got 37 of them.
Yeah, so it's but he's right. He's totally right, Gav. I don't for Liverpool. I mean, and it's again not that cliche. Liverpool, they need a striker. They need a killer goal scorer. If they really wanted one, they could have gone out and got Werner.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I just love Cotter's analogies. It's just the way he says it.
Which one?
I'm not disputing what he's saying.
It's true. They don't need it, man.
I mean, look at they got rid of Danny Ings, and look at him this season. Did he fit the system, or was it just his injuries hindered him? He's gone to Southampton, and he's flourished.
And like you, not being a Man United sympathiser, I'm not a Liverpool sympathiser, but I do see all the criticism that Firmino's getting at the minute, and I've seen so many people criticising how many assists Liverpool's midfielders have got this season. They don't need to. It's Henderson and Fabinho. They break up play, they get the ball, and they pass it out to Mane or Salah, and that's it. The attack's on. It doesn't matter.
The thing is with Liverpool, we'll just talk about this in respect to Leicester not having any penetration. Tottenham, the game's finished. Tottenham have sat deep for the entire game. They've nullified Leicester's attacking threat because of Vardy's pacing behind, and it's allowed them to counter and score 3 almost not identical, but 3 very, very similar types of goals. In terms of Liverpool, they have 4 or 5 players that can unlock the door in those scenarios. So even if they're missing one player, it doesn't really matter.
I do think if they don't strengthen in the summer and just rest on their laurels with that squad, I think the title race next year is going to be a lot closer than it was this year.
The thing is, I think there's just too much of a gap to bridge, given the fact that Man City have lost nearly double figures worth of games this year, and Man City are going to be the contenders again. Leicester certainly are going to build on this. I think, Wolves are going to go out. They've got clout in the transfer market. Chelsea have strengthened. Arsenal look like a better team than they have done in a long time. Of course.
Okay, hold on.
I just want to bring in Glenn and Nixon before you guys disappear, because you guys are the resident Leicester fans here. And before the game, you would have been confident. It's not ended the way that you wanted it to. I remember Glenn alluding to at the early stages that if you were offered top 6 at the beginning of the season, you would take it. But how do you guys feel now, seeing what you just saw and where it's left you in the table?
Feels like it's a completely different team to what we were first half of the season, just after Christmas, New Year. And it doesn't, I don't know if there's the injuries have took that much, we haven't got that much depth that we thought we had, or something with the way that Rodgers is going about things at the moment. But it's just, especially after lockdown, we're not the same side.
Nixon, is Rodgers the right man for the job?
Actually, let's face it, this is his first full season, so I believe in giving people 3 years at least if they're gonna really try and implement their vision. And let's face it, if we qualify, we've already qualified for the Europa League via the league. So that is the second most successful season in our history. Well, in our modern history, we finished second in the first division somewhere in the 50s, maybe. So, but in terms of modern history, post-war, it's our second most successful season as a league position. So, I mean,
I think it'd be silly if people are already talking about changing managers or whatnot. Not to sound condescending or anything, but winning the league was the craziest thing. That's one of the craziest things that's ever happened. So if people are going to judge Leicester now on title pushes and stuff, I think that's a bit of a
it's an unfair. It's not.
Yeah,
it's,
exactly.
I don't think many Leicester fans look at that and think, well, that's who we are now. Do you know what I mean? So it's just a case of the points, how deep we were into those Champions League spaces, and now look like it's going to take a miracle to keep us there. So it's disappointing, but like Glenn says, we all would have took it at the start of the season.
Yeah.
So.
That's the restart. The restart put so many teams to bed. Sheffield United, if the season would have carried on the way it was and there wasn't a break, listen, they could have been up there because we certainly weren't playing well before the restart. So the whole season completely changed with the restart.
People have sat and talked all season about Chris Wilder, and I think people have said to me, like, oh, you know, you don't like him because of Sheffield. That's not the case. I love what he did at Northampton. I love what he's done at Sheffield. Like, and he's been there. It's coming into his 5th season now. So that team's really singing from his song sheet. But you can't sit there and talk about how well Chris Wilder's done without bringing someone like Sean Dyche into that conversation. They're on the same points total. Burnley have done so well this year.
Yeah, they have not got the plaudits they deserve.
They haven't. They never do.
For the Leicester boys, thank you so much for being a part of the watch along today.
Wish I could say the same.
Shame the results didn't go the way that you want them to, but no, it's been good because I like having fans of the team that is supported on the screen, so we can talk about it and get a realistic how it feels conversation about stuff. So, Glenn, Kieran, thank you so much, and I'll let you guys go.
You're welcome. Well, cheers for having us.
And we'll see you at the KP.
Yeah.
I will love it if we beat them. I will love it. Say that now.
Gonna watch along for that, Gav.
They've still got to go to West Ham, right?
Yeah.
They've still got to go to West Ham. I will love it. Yeah. Pat Rice is a big IRA man. He's coming for you. See you there.
It's strong.
Terrorist threat.
I'll see you there.
I'll see you there.
Yeah, good luck. Thanks, everyone.
See you later, boys. Ta-da.
Stay lucky.
That is.
Yeah.
And now we're gonna welcome in Jordan.
We're gonna tag it.
Who is a Chelsea fan, and Deeks.
Hello.
Right. How are you, boys?
Good, you?
I'm feeling surrounded here.
What, mate?
Surrounded.
Adam, don't worry. Tag me. Hold on, Adam. Adam, tag me because I'm going out. I'm out. I've got to go. I've got to go and watch it because I'll be back.
I love you, Cotton.
I love you too. Right, I'll see you all at half time.
See you later, bro.
I'll see you at half time.
Right, we are literally a minute or so from a kickoff, so I'm just going to put the team sheets up there again so everyone can see. He's left the room, but not actually left the chat. I'll remove him.
Kick him out.
I'll do John Cotton.
Can I ask, while we look at the teams, can I ask Deeks the same question I asked the Cotton? Deeks, would you take tanking this game for smashing West Ham midweek and guaranteeing Champions League football against Leicester next week?
Oh, got no sound for you, Deeks.
Hang on. Say again because Gav muted you because he's an idiot.
I haven't touched anything.
Deeks, can you hear us, mate?
Got no sound from Deeks. Can I semi-answer that question?
Win all three, end of from Shabba. Mick Shabba Rooksby.
I think Man United are concentrating on getting a Champions League spot because if you look at this lineup, it's not the lineup that they've been playing of late. I'm hoping we've got a bit of audio from you, Deeks.
He might have muted his mic. If he's got,
I mean,
he might from his end.
No, son. Jordan, can we hear you?
I can only just about hear you. You're a bit.
Yeah, Gav, you're muted on. You're now coming through my mic because you're muted on your end. Speak.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear.
Yeah, lovely. Whilst Deeks, what you might have to unplug your headphones. It ended up working for Nixon earlier on.
Hello.
How's that coming through?
There he is.
Can I hear you a bit better? Can you hear me
That's
now?
good. That's good.
There you are, lovely. As long as we can hear you all, that is the main thing. So they're the lineups. I haven't really removed them from the screen because we've been trying to find out what the crack is with these. But Man United's lineup. Adam asked the question about would you take losing here, so to speak, and making sure you put performance in to get the Champions League spot. And I feel that Man United have gone out with a lineup that they really don't care about the FA Cup. A semi-final playing their second string side, pretty much. What are your thoughts on it?
I mean, I don't think so. I think a lot of players have they're starting to burn out a bit. You know, they're playing regularly, and there's so many games that they're playing a lot at the moment. And I feel that like Daniel James, he hasn't played hardly anything since the return. So this is a good chance for people like him to show what they can do, because the FA Cup is important. And to Me, a club like Man United and Chelsea, there's no way that they would take this game for granted and not take advantage of the position they're in, because it's silverware at the end of the day.
At the end of the day, so do you think that West Ham is an easy enough game for you to go out and just beat anyway?
Yeah, because you think the players that that aren't in the starting lineup today, that may not be involved. It's they should be able to come back in on against West Ham, and we should still be able to win that game.
I think so. Nightmare scenario is you extra time in this game.
Yeah, definitely.
That's a nightmare scenario.
Yeah.
Chelsea, I mean, Chelsea are in the same scenario.
Yeah, Jordan, what are your thoughts? You're a resident Chelsea fan today. What are your thoughts on off the back of the similar question to Manchester United? What are your thoughts on it, and what are how do you sort of relay the information on the lineup? Jordan, you there? Think you might have to answer that one, Adam.
I think for Chelsea, I'm not saying it because it's not done for them. Because if they lose, when are they playing? Let's have a look. They play obviously Liverpool. If they get hammered by Liverpool, it's very unlikely. It looks like they're
Not me.
I mean, if they lose to Liverpool and they lose their last game, Manchester United and Leicester draw, that's a nightmare scenario. Then Chelsea don't qualify for the Champions League. It's very unlikely.
I just think that trophies are way more important than league positions. Trophies, when you finish your career, you don't turn around and say, well, I finished in the top 4 7 years out of 8 years, out of seasons.
But the club has ambitions, and that ambition is, obviously revenue. I mean, you look at Arsenal, they were content for a long, long time qualifying for the Champions League, put their club in a position of, stability financially, particularly when a lot of clubs, there was a lot of uncertainty. I speak from experience. The spending at the turn of the millennium from Leeds was gambling on future Champions League appearances.
Yeah.
Don't qualify for one season. There has to be, things have to change. And then obviously, you look at that from a standpoint, the FA and the various different sort of like governing bodies looked at that and said, right, it's not acceptable because you can't run a club that way, because it puts, essentially a city at jeopardy. Infrastructurally, because of how important football is to the economy. you know, and Leeds suffered for that. And you know, 16 years later, we've only just really recovered from that. We've only just got in the last 3 years a decent owner.
Yeah.
Someone who actually understands. First thing he did was buy the, you know,
He's brought the stadium back. Yeah, someone who actually cares about the club. I'm having troubles with your camera and your feed, Jordan. So whilst you're fixing that, we could just sit here and slate Chelsea for the next 5-10 minutes until we get something back. No, personally, there was a comment earlier on from Mick. You can't say that with the games played and to come change that to be inevitable. It's still a strong side and good enough. Now, I'm sorry. I look at, for instance, Man City's lineup yesterday. That was the strongest lineup that they could have possibly put out at that time, and they did it. And Arsenal, they put the strongest lineup possible that they could. Manchester United and Chelsea are not doing this today, and it just goes back to the respect of the FA Cup. I'm sorry, I don't agree with you on that one. If this is a trophy, and Manchester United, they're not guaranteed top 4 football right now. We're fully aware of it, but it's West Ham during the week. And West Ham are pretty much safe now as well. We've got to remember that. If West Ham was still desperate to get a point or something to stave off relegation, I would understand it a little bit more. But West Ham have actually got something out of it now. And, excuse me, with their goal difference, they're technically 7 points clear rather than 6. Also, Bournemouth losing today. That's made things a little bit different. Another comment. Arsenal and City didn't have anything else to play for. Yes, they did. A trophy. And as I said before, when it comes to your end of your career, what are you judged on as a player? Adam touched on it from a club point of view and a revenue point of view, but none of us are accountants here. You judge it as a player. Harry Kane can turn around and say, yes, I was very successful at Tottenham. I finished in the top 4 for X amount of seasons on the row and made it to a Champions League final. Harry Kane can't ever turn around and say, I won this and I won that.
Not yet.
I don't think he will. Not at Tottenham. Definitely won't at Tottenham.
I think more so than ever.
You judged on trophies. And right, you're telling me, okay, here's the situation. As a Manchester United fan, I think you are, Mick. I'm not quite sure. But here's the situation. Manchester United win this game and get through to the FA Cup final. Are they going to put this lineup out to try and win the FA Cup? I highly, highly doubt it. And if they do, I'll give you 100 quid.
I think with what you're saying there, Gav, is you look at Anderson when he was at Man United, how many trophies he's won, and all the the chip that he gives out, especially to like Liverpool players and that. And that's the thing. Anderson is was bang average, but he's got such a good trophy collection. Like with Harry Kane, I totally agree with her. He won't win. He might win an FA Cup once. In I don't know, a while, but he won't win the things he wants to win while he's still at Tottenham, especially while Mourinho's there.
Dude, my go-to with this situation all the time is Jonathan Greenan. No offense, Jonathan Greenan, but he's won a Champions League.
Yeah.
Wes Brown has won 2.
Yeah.
Dennis Bergkamp has 0.
Yeah.
Gianluigi Buffon doesn't have one.
Doesn't have any.
Cannavaro won a FA cup. But Man United are on the attack. The game is on, and we are 8 minutes in. It's just there's not really a lot happening because there's 2 second-string sides trying to fix each other up and trying to feed onto each other. I'm really disappointed in both of these teams not putting out their full-strength sides in an FA Cup semi-final. Really annoyed by that. Yes, I do. I do think it is disrespectful. I think the FA Cup final is 2 weeks away. Yes, it's in 13 days' time, the FA Cup. Then we have a couple of weeks, the Europa League starts again, blah, blah, blah. Hey, look, no, it's the FA Cup. You play to win a trophy. If Yeah, that's me on that one.
Again, Deeks, my point. Would you rather win the FA Cup or qualify for the Champions League next year?
I'd rather win the FA Cup because we've still got the Europa League, you know. So,
And
to be honest,
Yeah.
I mean, at the moment as well, because the top four is so hard to get into. It's so hard to get into. You know, if over the next few years, couple years, you know, we are in the Europa League, you know, it's still a European competition. While Solskjaer does the things that he wants to do, buys the players he wants to get in, gets rid of the players he doesn't want anymore. You know, for me, why would you not want to win the FA Cup? Why would you not want to win it?
Oh, that's a strike. Oh, young Reece James there. I've got a lot of time for Reece James. Jordan, are you in the room? He is struggling today. He is struggling.
No, he's back.
Hopefully, that's good.
Jordan, are you there? Can you hear us? Yeah, Jordan, turn the Wi-Fi off, get on the 4G. Yeah, 100%. I'm hoping that you'll be able to get involved in this because we've got a lot of Chelsea talk on this as well. Before we do talk about Chelsea, can we talk about Mike Dean's beard?
I was going to say that. It's epic.
I like it.
Mate, it actually looks kind of sick. I kind of rate it. It's ridiculous, isn't it? It really suits him. Mike Dean. Poor bugger.
Don't get me wrong,
The
Deeks.
legend.
I'm not sitting here saying that these players aren't going to be competitive. But I think Man United have put this lineup out with a view to midweek. And then obviously, you know, Leicester now have a week to prepare, to analyse what the hell has just happened against Tottenham. And if they beat you, the scenario is...
Well, Chelsea have got Wolves on the last day of the season.
It's not going to be easy.
What a madness games.
If Jordan can hear us, then, you know, Chelsea get hammered by Liverpool midweek. Well, either way, they've got a much inferior goal difference. They're not going to catch up 13 goals on Man United and Leicester. You know, if Chelsea lose to Liverpool midweek and then lose to Wolves, you know, Man United beat West Ham and then Leicester beat Man United, Chelsea don't qualify.
Well, to be fair, if Chelsea have got Leicester and Wolves, if Chelsea draw, Chelsea fail, Chelsea lose both those games, which is definitely possible.
Yeah.
Leicester only need a draw because Chelsea's goal difference is only 15, whereas you've got the Leicester's goal difference is 28 and Manchester United's is 28. 15 is terrible when you're when you're third in the league.
But third place isn't terrible.
But third place isn't terrible. Get shot down one eye.
Huddersfield qualified for the Premier League by the playoff.
With a minus goal difference. With a minus goal difference. And that playoff final was arguably the second worst game of football I've seen. In my top 3 worst games of football, that is number 2. Number 3 on that list is the Champions League final of 2003 between AC Milan and Juventus. And my worst ever game of football that I've ever seen in my life with my own 2 eyes was Cittadella versus my boy, I was going to say my boyhood club, but I've only been a fan of them since I was 19, Palermo. I flew to Italy to watch that game and there was 0 shots. We're not talking about 0 shots on target. We're talking about 0 shots as a whole. There's like 3 corners, and all 3 corners came from deflected crosses.
Gav, I'll see your Palermo, and I'll raise you Leeds United under Neil Warnock versus Millwall under Neil Harris of 2015 or 14.
Oh no, dude! I've got chips galore. I'd go all in and walk out with the purse. It's bad.
We've had some pretty dire times. But, you know, you can't complain. You've won a few FA Cups in recent years. It's Arsenal's competition.
Don't say that. It's putting us under pressure. Oh, Jordan! I think we got a bit of sound from your end.
Jordan, are you alive?
Jordan, 13 minutes into the game, can we actually hear from a Chelsea fan?
I'm struggling to hear. Hear you. Lot.
Is it your Wi-Fi? Is it your 4G? One or the other. We'll hammer Deeks for a minute instead.
Yeah, that's
Deeks,
fine.
I was cleaning this afternoon.
Well, Gav, you should know. You were watching, apparently.
Tried to see if the stream would work. I was just busy cleaning at the moment. I was like, oh,
Yeah, I
what
was
are you
doing
wearing?
adult stuff, so...
Yeah, he's
you know.
doing some adult cleaning. I was like, oh, so yeah, I was having a little perv.
How grateful to you? How grateful to Bruno Fernandes are you for turning your season around and putting you in this position now?
Oh, he's epic. He's brilliant. He's certainly revitalised Pogba, and he's making others around him work. You know, because he's got this unreal energy, and he's just making everyone else work around him. So he's brilliant. Best signing we've made for a long time. Long time.
It's so simple.
Jab's funny as well.
I don't know how to put it. Why is there only 2 ways to put a USB cable in, but it takes 7 attempts?
Magic.
Expect better from Marcus Alonso there.
Yeah, this should be 1-0 Chelsea right now. It really should be 1-0 Chelsea.
I've got to say, I'm like a minute or two ahead of you guys, so I've got to try and not give it away.
Is this normal BBC?
I'm watching
on your
mine on
normal
BBC.
television.
Yeah.
So it's still the same one.
What, via Now TV?
So no. So this is from BBC iPlayer. BBC One. Right, can you pause these by any chance?
Pause?
Yeah.
No.
I mean, I could do, yeah.
Where are you now? What minute are you on?
17:05.
Wow.
Oh my lord.
A minute and 10 ahead of us. So
this isn't. You told me this is going to be normal BBC. It's on iPlayer.
Shut up, Gav. You've got a brag around me.
Well, you just let me know when you get 17:05 and I'll hit play. How about that?
Jesus Christ.
We're almost sick though. Don't worry about it.
So I'm about to think.
Leeds the Premier League is fine.
Unmute.
There we go.
So yeah, there's going to be goals galore for everybody way before us, which is always great.
What time are you on now?
16:50.
Oh. Here we go.
17. There we go. And just got a heads up. Just got a headset from Mick that Jordan is sorting out his iPad. So he will be back, and then we will be able to sit here and slate Chelsea fans and actually have them have a say back, which is great. No, I'm joking. My old dear's a Chelsea fan, actually. And she became a Chelsea fan because I'm forgetting how old you guys are, actually. How old are you?
28.
How old are you? You won't remember. You won't remember. You might remember, Adam. Do you remember Family Affairs on Channel 5?
Dude, no way.
So Family Affairs on Channel 5. Family Affairs on Channel 5. It was the Channel 5 version of a soap, frankly. And Chelsea. This is the time when Chelsea were in the Cup Winners' Cup. And when I was a kid, I'd always be watching the football and didn't care who was playing. I just wanted to watch football. Excuse me. So Family Affairs would be on, and then Chelsea would be on after, and I was sort of like forced her to watch it. And she had a thing for Dennis Wise. Why?
Really?
I know. I understand the appreciation of a handsome man, but Dennis Wise, I can't see it. But yeah, she had a thing for it, which is friggin' weird.
And terrible when Boyer left.
Oh yeah, well yeah, he should never have been a manager. But yeah, I tried. Yeah, so yeah, she ended up getting a bit of an affiliation to Chelsea that year, and Chelsea ended up winning the Cup Winners' Cup that year. And since then, that was when I think were you on the worst kits one, Adam?
I was
Yeah, and you put that kit up, and I'm not happy that you did. The Chelsea one,
blue and yellow.
the blue and yellow.
Right.
I liked it, man. I liked it. No, not blue and yellow. It's yellow with the grey. Yeah, blue and yellow with the grey bits. Auto glass.
Obviously, likes a small man. Oh, you're a small man.
I'm a small man. Deal with it.
Big in stuff. Big in spirit.
And voice. I use my voice to project. So yeah, I really liked that Chelsea kit. I'm a bit disappointed in you for not liking it, if I'm honest.
You know, that's good. Gonna beat that Man United grey kit.
Oh, that was awful. Awful.
Chelsea looking a little more comfortable on the ball the last couple of minutes. He's not mobile, is he? I didn't appreciate Giroud until I saw him live at the Emirates a few years back.
You didn't?
I am.
Oh really? Mate, the guy's an animal.
I love him. I really do.
Guy's an animal.
What happened leaves some shit. That's not foul. He stands in
Would I have him back at Arsenal? Yes, I would. I really would. I love Ollie G. So yeah, this is the kit. I'm just gonna fish this out quickly for you guys. Looking back now, it's probably not a great kit, but you got to picture yourself, put yourself in 1998, and then this kit, it's semi-revolutionary. I really liked it. That one.
That's disgusting.
90s.
90s, exactly. Retro.
90s.
It's up there.
That's as bad as that. That's going to tackle that.
Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't very pretty. There's other people watching it on iPad that aren't this far behind, apparently. But it doesn't matter. Everybody at home, pause your TV and wait for a few moments until you're on time with us. Oof. That's a little pop there from Mount. Off Maguire's gone up for a corner. We've actually just been more chatting about this game, chatting about football and life, and not actually paying much attention to this game because there's really not a lot going on. And we're coming up to drinks break very soon as well.
But this is what happens when players, like Solskjaer's continuously use the same players. People like Daniel James, he's going to be well short of match practice. So the same with some of the Chelsea players. They're not in a rhythm.
No, and that's what I mean. I made all these changes. Why? Here's the situation. Okay, we have had a lot of games over the last few weeks. We all know this, correct? However, why haven't teams been doing this much rotation in other league games? Manchester United, Chelsea, why have they not been using this much rotation in other games?
Because they now find themselves in a situation where they can achieve something.
They could have achieved it before. They were both in a very good position beforehand. They were both in a very, very good position. Leicester dropping points left, right, and centre for fun, almost. Manchester United, the best record in England since the 22nd of January. They haven't lost a game. They've only drawn 2 league games since then. So they're in chip lead right now. Yet they think, I just think it's disrespectful, man. I really do. Here comes Rashford trying to do Rudiger. Rudiger, he's found a little bit of strength there. He's found his ball back to Caballero.
I mean, Deeks, given the end of last season, that's not what you want to see.
Oh, Bruno Fernandes is down. Oh, he's holding his nuts. That should be okay.
The Jacobs. Would you have snapped everyone's hand off for just a top 4 finish start of the season?
Yeah, because end of last season we were awful.
Oh, there's no one there. That's not good. I thought he got kicked in the nuts or something, but there was no one around him when he he's pulled his groin there. That's a minimum 3 to 4 weeks.
No, I think he got wrecked. I think his. Yeah, I think. Gentleman's area got wrecked. Do you want to do a refresh on the iPad?
Yeah, it's a great idea. Oh, he was studded. He was studded in his willy. I didn't realise.
Big jab break.
Oh.
So where are you at, Deeks, on minute wise?
24:48.
Oh.
You say that, but he did pause for a minute.
I did, yeah.
Okay.
Are you happy with the Garlo, Deeks?
Yeah, I think we should get him because he is like a proper centre forward. He will hold that ball up. He's strong. I mean, the goals he scored just before lockdown, they were brilliant. And I wish he'd play more. Actually, he's another one who you need to be playing.
Jordan.
Yep.
Hey! Welcome to the show, George.
How are we?
Welcome, son.
I'm
What's going on with Chelsea then, mate?
home.
What's going on with Chelsea then, mate?
Oh, I don't know. To be honest, I don't think we started too bad. I thought we were going to get better today.
Yeah, I look at both lineups, and I've mentioned it already. But the fact that you're here, you're gonna deal with it first time round. Both teams have put out weakened sides. You could say a squad rotation, but do you not feel that a trophy is more important?
I think there's just more people more satisfied if you qualify for Champions League than say winning the FA Cup nowadays.
Champions League though
used to be FA Cup first, but now obviously Champions League, it's like a minimum requirement now in most football teams.
You want to attract the best in the world.
I think like United, they've got Europa League, they can still qualify through.
Yeah.
If not qualifying for the Champions League means that you don't sign a Kai Havertz, would you prefer to qualify for the Champions League to make sure you do?
Probably, yeah. Because we need reinforcements in our squad, big time.
Yeah, you've rolled it up a few times.
Well, we finally have a Chelsea fan in the room.
What do Chelsea actually need going forward? Do you think going into next season? They've already bought in Ziyech and Werner.
I'd say a left back, definitely.
A left back, interesting.
Yeah. Alonso,
Do you feel that Alonso is a much better left wing back? If that makes sense.
Definitely, he's better as a wing back.
Remember that season when you switched, you got tonked by Arsenal 3-0, should have been about 9-0. And the following game, in fact, on the hour mark in that game, you switched from a back 4 to a back 3. And I think you only lost 2 games for the rest of the season and won the league that year. So, but that was under Conte. That was a different brand of football that Chelsea were playing. But
I just think
Alonso was an animal that year.
Yeah, I think he likes attacking. He just doesn't like tracking back as much. But when you play a 5 at the back,
Trent Alexander-Arnold. Any nibbles there? Any nibbles there on the Trent Alexander-Arnold situation?
I don't think anyone or any Liverpool fans or Trent would care, given the fact that they've just walked the league. So
Oh, James is on the break here.
should have been a Leeds player.
Still bitter about that, Adam.
Hugh Jenkins, pick up the phone. It's the only one of the board that didn't pick up the phone.
Oh dear. Hugh Jenkins. Didn't he present the? Oh, that's Hugh Edwards. I was going to say, wasn't he? Weren't he on the news? So why's he gone backwards there, Rashi? Rashi, I expect him to turn it around and just knuckleball it into the top bins.
Chelsea are doing very similar to what just happened in Tottenham v Leicester, and they're nullifying the pace of that front line by playing a deeper line. They're asking Man United to unlock the door manually rather than trying to get in behind, and it's working.
You throw Fernandes there.
Yeah. Are you happy defensively at the moment, Jordan? Or are you worried?
I'm actually, well, let's see about this free kick first, but so far I think we've been all right.
Oh, Lord. He's so ahead of us. What minute are you on, George?
31st.
Oh. Pause.
Oh, the pain. Oh, the pain. This is a very audacious prediction here from Mohamed Abdullahi. Manchester United 3, Chelsea 1, he reckons. Dude, we're half hour into the game. I can't see 4 goals in this match. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to dismiss your prediction there. This has got a 1-0 all over it. It's going to be an awful, like, the bounce off someone, probably back from Giroud. I love Giroud, by the way, but I can just see it. I can just see him. Here we go. Man United free kick. These guys are ahead. They'll pause it for us and let us catch up, won't they? Yeah, they will, yeah, because they're nice guys like that. Well, Mike Dean's getting a little bit ag here.
That new confidence, that new confidence.
Oh, it is.
He's got better swagger than you do, Gav.
Well, I don't know about that. Beard swag, yeah. But in terms of general swag, we all know that like Gav Mack is number 1. Renato Fernandes. Oh, that's a nice, clever free kick. I think it with pace. How'd you do that? That's a talent, isn't it? Yeah, look at it.
It's just class.
Right now. He's done well with that.
Good on side, that's the main thing. Right?
What's to say? Good on side.
And Bruno, we got to whip the old corner in.
Please get past the first man.
Oh, okay. No, right. You see, that's miscommunication in the box because that's a great idea. That's a great idea, that. And then, who's that? Oh, no. And Chelsea are on the break now.
Right.
Oh, look at that. Willian.
Willian.
Now, I want to talk to a guy, James Whitkiss, and I don't know if you're watching, James, but you always cuss out Willian, and I would disagree with you all the time. But until you pointed it out to me, I am now understanding that Willian doesn't really do a lot. He doesn't really offer as much as people think. He averages like 1 goal every 9 and an assist in 1 in every 6 or 7.
What are his take-ons?
Oh, I'd like to see that. There's one there. But those things are few and far between.
So he's basically the Brazilian Walcott.
He's Brazilian Walcott. Oh, that's a shout. Oh, my God. That is a shout and a half.
With that, or have I been very harsh there?
I think you're being a bit harsh, personally.
He's been a good servant. He's been a very good servant.
He has. I do.
This has been his most fruitful season.
Deal, personally.
Say that again, mate. Sorry.
I do hope he signs a new deal.
Oh, really? Because he's out of contract now, technically, isn't he?
Yeah.
There's a big chat of him going to Liverpool.
He wants a 2-year. Chelsea won't give him a 2-year.
Yeah, it's that over 30 years old, you're only getting a year roller. So that's fine. Have a year. And if it don't work, just jip off to America.
He'll go to Dortmund for a season.
He'll go, oh, yeah, like Dortmund. Yeah. No, Dortmund, no, it's too old to go to Dortmund. Dortmund don't want the olds anymore, do they? They all want the kids. So Jude Bellingham's heading out there right now.
That's a great signing for Dortmund.
Giant signing.
He's not ready. He's not ready for first team. Top division football. He's not ready, but he'll go there.
He'll play a couple of games though.
Give him a season and a half. He'll be absolutely ready for it. Perfect place for him. I'm so glad he's gone abroad as well, because he wouldn't get games.
He'd get ruined in England. Why do clubs ruin young British talent?
Because they like to hoard young British talent. I actually, for one, I think the only player who, you look at it like, Sinclair and Rodwell when they went to Man City. That was the mistake. It's bad management from their agents and from their managers, because they were never going to get games there. Sinclair goes and has relative success up with Celtic in Scotland, and now he's languishing in the Championship. Rodwell managed to somehow end up at Sheffield United, which is ridiculous. But he barely plays,
He came off the bench the other day, didn't he? I was like, hey, that looks like Jack Rodwell. Who's that? Who? Who's this man you speak of?
Yeah, it's a shame that, players like Sancho got abroad after being at Man City. He's going to play for Man City. That's another bad.
He could have stayed on his feet there, I think, Bruno. I reckon he could have, and that would have actually opened up doors. I think he's done that to try and buy a yellow card for the opposition, and looks like Kovacic is about to get a yellow for that as well. I quite like Kovacic though. What? In fact, Chelsea fan, love that. Chelsea fan, what are your thoughts on Kovacic? You ain't touched him. He ain't touched him. Nah, I'm not buying that. He ain't touched him. Little teeth. What's your thoughts on Kovacic, George?
I like it. I think he's probably been one of our more consistent players this season.
What's he bring to Chelsea?
He's just that bit of something you got in the middle where he can do anything out of nothing, and he doesn't give up anything.
Just like United's Bruno.
Like last season, I didn't rate him. Last season, I didn't rate him, but you say about most people who are on loan.
Yeah, and then when they're missing from your starting lineup, you realise how much impact they have.
Yeah, and then obviously somehow we managed to buy him, even with the transfer ban.
Well, it was already put in place before the ban came in, so it was your option, and there was no get out of that, so they were able to get away with it. But yeah, I just want to dig into a little bit with Kovacic, because he's one of those sort of players. As I said before, if he's not playing, you realise how much he's missing. I'll look at Liverpool in particular with Jordan Henderson, because a lot of people still give Jordan Henderson a lot of jip. And I think Jordan Henderson is an absolute leader. I'm not saying that Kovacic is a leader. I'm saying about the impacts when he's missing. Look how lost Liverpool look. Excuse me. Look how lost Liverpool look when Henderson is not in the side. Arsenal beat him in the week.
Leeds without Calvin Phillips.
Leeds without Calvin Phillips.
Mate, played against Barnsley, bottom of the table, and they absolutely destroyed us for 90 minutes. How we came out with a 1-0 win, and
because there's always that one player that you need who is part of the glue that keeps your team together. And for me, Kovacic is that guy. Now, we speak about it a lot. Kovacic saying, "Oh, he doesn't get enough goals. He doesn't get enough assists." Stop playing FIFA. Stop playing FIFA. Stop playing Championship Manager or Football Manager, whatever it's called. It bores me. It bores me, because you could be that person who sets up someone who will then set someone else up to get that goal. It will not go down. It will not go down on your stats as an assist for you. It's secondary assist, you call it.
There's a lot of players that have a great amount of secondary assists. Jorginho goes a bit unnoticed for Chelsea.
Ticker. Jorginho does for Chelsea what Busquets does for Barcelona. Just sweeping the ball through. Just sweep it through midfield. I'll touch the ball more than anyone else, but I will touch the ball the least amount of time than anybody else. It's just driving it through the middle of the park. I'll take it here and just give it off.
He's the conduit,
Is the go-between. But because he passes it sideways, no one gives a shit. It's as simple as that. Because he passes it sideways, or he'll pass it backwards. The stats also show, oh, he doesn't make many forward passes. And
you say that, I mean, it depends, because if you watch some of the passes that Bob was able to do, Deeks, you can be testimony to that. You know, the daring passes, they don't come off, and then people go, oh, well, you know, decision making. But when he does pull those passes off, you know, the little drag backs or, you know, the little reverses, players that are coming in from, you know, a deep line midfield position onto the edge of the box, and he knows what they're doing. It's so intelligent. Tom Cleverley.
He's talking about Tom Cleverley. Tom Cleverley. Is it Nick Powell as well? You know, we can talk about a couple of
Nick Powell at Stoke.
We can talk about a couple of Ollie Norwood never got the opportunity properly at Man United, but he then turned it on and it has been turned it on for Sheffield United. So, you know, there are a lot of players that can do that and that get that. You know, they don't get the praise that they deserve. If they were foreign, they would end up getting like plaudits. Gareth Barry. If Gareth Barry does exactly the same as what Jorginho does for Chelsea and what Busquets does for Barcelona, but he's English. If it was Gareth Barrinho, no, it would be Gareth, wouldn't it? Garini Barahino, or I don't know, just whatever, just someone with a little bit of a spin to his name, people would pay a lot more attention to him and give him a lot more respect. I think that's where it lacks. He's a sideways passer. He's a recycler. He recycles the ball. He, as I said, touches the ball more than anybody else on the pitch, but in terms of time with the ball, doesn't have a lot with it. Doesn't need to. And it doesn't mean he's panicking. It's the complete opposite. It's the ultimate level of composure.
It's a lot of the pass that people tend to make these days, particularly from centre midfielders, deep line midfielders, is that sort of cross-field ball, you know, to a wing back or, you know, to a wide player to put you on the front foot, as opposed to, you know, they can bring the centre back into play, a negative pass, which is what Jordan Henderson used to get a lot of stick for. They used to call him Jordan Henderson. You remember that? Whereas, you know, so Van Dijk gets a lot of credit as a sort of, he's a centre back, but he functions as a midfielder most of the time because they're so on the front foot.
Big Ben White for Leeds.
Big Ben White for Leeds when he came in for Calvin Phillips the other day, you know, and he just plays in cross-field balls, brings in the wide man, and he gets you on the front foot. He doesn't, you know, but those players don't have that. I'm not sitting there saying that Gareth Barry didn't have that ability. It wasn't his job to do that necessarily. He had creative players around him, particularly when he was at Man City. Do you know what I mean? So he didn't need to do that. And again, you're happy to be that utility in midfield, like Jorginho. Yeah, he got tons of assists and, you know, different things going on for him when he was, you know, playing in Italy. He comes over to England, he's not going to be that. He's not going to have that function. Whereas, you know, someone like, you know, Bruno Fernandes, who plays somewhere, no disrespect to Lisbon, but, you know, and he comes to England and suddenly the onus isn't on Pogba to do all, you know, all of the work. Same as I said about Grealish earlier. Grealish has a lot of pressure on him to do everything. Like, he's got to be the defensive midfielder. He's also got to be the creative outlet because of his ability. So, you know, you watch Grealish flourish when he goes to a club where he has a player
doing that job. Deeks, could you see Grealish? We were talking. Oh, go on.
No, go on. I was going to say Matic does the same thing for United now, but he's only started doing it since Fernandes has come in. I don't know whether that's because he, you know, or, you know, as I said earlier, Fernandes has got this massive work ethic and he's brought everyone else with him. But it's only since Fernandes has come in that Matic has started doing that. You know, all those little sideways passes out to Luke Shaw or Brandon Williams across the other side to Wan-Bissaka.
I think with Man United for years they never really found a way of utilising midfield players properly. Like for instance, on when you had Fellaini, for argument's sake, when you have Fellaini when Fellaini was at Everton played him as a defensive midfielder, and then as later on in his career at Everton, he started playing in behind almost. He had a free role behind the striker. When he went to Man United, he was then playing in a flat 2 in midfield or a flat 3 in midfield. And that didn't work for him, to the point where they were like, do you know what? Screw it. We're 1-0 down. There's 10 minutes left. Just go up front, mate. And it just ruined him. Now, Man United have a balance in the middle of the park. I spoke about Leicester. I've waxed lyrical about Leicester for the last year and a half about how they utilise their midfield 3 and Didi, Tielemans, Maddison. And Man United are doing that right now. Matic, Pogba, Fernandes. You know, those 3 are able to work around. They're not playing a flat 3 in midfield anymore. They're able to, this is my anchor man, and my anchor man will then sit between my 2 centre halves, allow my fullbacks to push on into almost wingers rather than wing backs. And then it just helps progress that forward motion. Really does. And Man United are making changes by the looks of it, and it might be happening before half time, because the last couple of minutes, Bailly and Maguire have been down, but it looks like they might be bringing on Martial.
4-3-3.
I mean, with Pogba, I've said it for a long time. He needs to be just let free. He needs someone to sit there behind him so he can just basically do what he wants. Given a little box, and just
Pirlo at Juve.
When that came into Spurs and they're bottom of the table, Modric looked like the worst signing they'd ever made. And he just said to him, just sit in between the second and the third, the final third, and just operate just left to right, just shadow the ball, slide the screen.
Metronome.
Get between. Yeah, 100%. Fernandes has allowed Matic to do what he does defensively and allowed Pogba to do what he does creatively, in my opinion. And that's why we're seeing this attacking flourish from Man United, where they've got more goals than I think it's anyone in the Premier League at the moment since he came in.
Yeah, so true. Yeah, so it's Bailly for Martial. Now that is a forward-thinking move. This is the Man United that I want to see turning up. This is the Man United that should be starting the game. Why are they waiting for an injury But then what I really appreciate from Solskjaer here is Solskjaer using that initiative before half time as well to think, right, forward thinking, we need to make some change, a proactive substitution. How does that affect you, George? Because Martial, Rashford, those two have been on form recently. You got a bit of a panic on, dude?
Yeah. Not yet.
That's his little brother in the background, I think. Yeah.
I don't know how long that's going to last, though. But I think the only reason he's obviously come off, I think that's the third time now Boy's been down with a head injury. And I think they've gone, we better take him off now.
Better do before the concussion warriors are on your back. Oh, God, he actually looks pretty screwed. Yeah, he's done.
I think it was, third time he's been hit, and now he's actually bleeding. So he's actually struggling to stand up.
Boys, have either you two ever had concussion before?
I have.
Nope.
No, little man in the background. Jamie, you've had concussion before. What happened? Did Jordan give you a nice little clip round the ear?
No, I was at a Brixton Park.
Brilliant. And poor bugger.
One was in 2004. We lost the Bolt and got relegated, and I've only just really woken up from it.
Brilliant. I'll give you that one, son. I'll give you that one.
It's all been a bit of a blur.
It's all been a blur. I think he came out of consciousness when they you came to light that time when who is it? Jane Beckford.
I woke up briefly.
Yeah.
2010.
Yeah, and then went back to sleep.
Just in time to see Howson do that crossfield ball I was just talking about.
Johnny Howson.
Yeah, Beckford got between Kushak and Brown and knocked it in at the Stretford end. I think I went back into my coma.
A decade-long coma, and now he's back out. Honestly, it's the first time I've seen Harrell out since, for the last 10 years. I saw him on Thursday. And saw him Thursday. That's why I'm here. That's why we're watching the game here. It's like the homecoming.
Yeah, no, I was playing football at Pastures, and I went down, stooped down for a header. It's my own fault. Got amongst the boots, and took one in the forehead. I thought probably neck. Woke up half an hour later and had a pretty bad headache for about a month.
And I'm just sitting here sinking beers, trying to give myself a some form of concussion.
You got to enjoy those, mate, while they last not much longer.
What, the old Rona?
Oh, no, not that.
Or just beers in general?
I'm talking about you're going to be doing 3 a.m. wake-ups, mate.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to be on the beers all day. I'll have an afternoon nap when she does. And then we both get up and watch the NFL. I've already planned it out. Honestly. It's like my missus was like, I want us to have a kid during the NFL season. I was like, brilliant. Because Thursday night football, Monday night football, and the late games on a Sunday.
Of course I'll get up and do the feedback. Of course I will.
I'll be up anyway. I'll be like, babe, you go to bed. Come on, darling. I'll stick her over my shoulder. I'll be sat there and I'll be watching old Rugal.
Just in time to watch Cam Newton not run into the fucking backfield. How are you gassed about that?
Oh, massive. It's
Cam,
going from Tom to Cam.
Me and you are sitting in the same room, all comfortable, all nice, chilly laughing and stuff. And you're a Pats fan.
6 months, and he's definitely known this.
This is the first time I knew this.
The first time I met Gav, we were like talking about American football. And he was like,
yeah.
Pats fan.
I bet he knows more
Was
about
I drunk?
than you.
Was I drunk?
Yeah, you were.
Yeah, so I don't remember you being. Yeah, probably because you're a Pats fan.
So it's Alex, and you were like, what?
That's a really sad scene to see why you go off like that.
Oh, dear.
So, in your opinion, who's the Chiefs' best offensive lineman?
A best offensive lineman. Best offensive lineman. Sorensen.
Okay. Where does he play?
I don't know the name of the position that he plays in.
I'm pretty sure Sorensen.
He does it to everyone.
Sorensen's one of your safeties. Sorensen's a safety for the Chiefs.
If we did a
Mitchell
for American
Schwartz.
football,
Mitchell Schwartz is the left tackle for the Chiefs, and he's the best left tackle in the league at the moment.
Mitchell Schwartz.
I'll rate Sorensen in my defense. That's what I'm talking about. No, Matthew's our big boy when it comes to safety.
Yeah,
he's cornerback. Yeah, sit down.
What college did he go to?
Oh, I don't know what college.
LSU,
No, I don't know.
LSU.
No, I don't know. No, I don't know about any club. I don't know about any football team, about any college that they went to. I don't know anything like that. So, and also, I've been watching NFL for 15, 16 years, but I've only been into it for the last 3 years. Yeah. So I'm doing a lot of catch up. You should have seen my fantasy teams. Like I was picking kickers in my first round of my first season, whereas last year I lost in the final. So do you know what I mean? I'm making moves. Do you know what I mean? Calm yourself, man. Calm yourself.
Is that a foul?
Yeah. Oh, so you lost in the final as well. Do you know what? To be honest, quarterback did actually pick. I'll pick Lamar Jackson early doors cheat code. Baller. No, Martial's down. He's only been on the pitch 2 minutes.
Welcome back.
We've had a bit of beef, a bit of NFL beef.
Well, we're gonna have to create a new podcast saying 5 on the line.
I think that could be a big
5 on the line.
Zach certainly wants to get involved.
I'm down.
That's on you. That's on
5 on the
you.
line.
I'll present, ask questions. You just chat shit about football. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I'll be like Jake Humphries.
I can't change what big team. I can't even watch the Sky commentary.
It's not business sport, actually.
So I have to watch the American commentary because I can't deal with Sky commentary.
Oh, Jake Humphries did the NFL as well. Oh, no,
What's his name?
Neil Reynolds. He's all right.
He's horrendous.
He's all right. Played a little bit of football as well, didn't he?
He plays for Warriors. He plays for them.
Oh, I think there might be some action. They're a minute ahead. So we've played 9 minutes on our screens of injury time through allotted 5, but there's been a lot of drama going down. And Martial's back on his feet, which is great. And we really hope to hear something good from. We really hope to hear something good to come back from the Bailly situation as well. We really hope that does work out okay.
Can't test Cam on NFL. I lived with him for a year. He knows his shit.
Big deal on those, man.
Big deal on those.
Yeah, don't mess. Reece James, is he the real deal?
He certainly looked it last year, and he's had not a terrible season this year. George?
I think he's probably going to be our replacement for when Aspley finally leaves. I think he just needs to get a few more games under his belt and get rid of those silly mistakes that he happens now and then.
He's young.
He's young.
Yeah,
exactly. I feel that he does make a couple of silly mistakes, but I think they're a lot fewer and far between, considering that how young he is. I think he's a very mature player.
He's originally was a right winger, and Wigan turned him into a right back.
Yeah, you find that a lot. I mean, like, look at that, 1-0, 1-0 Chelsea.
Too easy.
Ollie G, near post striker, mate. Near post striker. I tell people about this all the time.
Ollie G.
Tell people about this all the time.
It's just a little 1-2.
I reckon we should check for offside first.
Yeah. It's just a little 1-2 on the right hand side. You can't lose your man like that.
He's so good at reading the near post. Honestly, there's no better striker in the world, I swear to God, at doing what Ollie G does. He's on side.
No offense to Brandon Williams there, but you've got to follow him.
So we were talking about youth and inexperience then, in regards to Reece James. There's someone who's not very happy in the background. Look at that. Ollie G does that. That is what he is about. Can we have a conversation about David De Gea in that situation or not?
That's poor.
Dean Henderson is better.
I don't think you're wrong.
He should be stronger-handed there, definitely.
It's a bit chocolate wristy.
Yeah.
Just a free kick.
45+11.
Jesus. I can't wait to put that on the thing for the review show tomorrow. We are on the air tomorrow at 1 p.m. 1 p.m. UK time to review everything that's happened in the FA Cup and the Premier League this weekend, and then we will be previewing the midweek games as well. So that's what's going on this week on the old Two Up Toppage. And what's going on right here is Manchester United 0, Chelsea 1. I'll see Chelsea to reach the final and Arsenal get some form of retribution on the Europa League slapping that we ended up receiving last year.
Baku.
That was so embarrassing, that 0-0 half-time, nothing cash. And then Emery was like, yeah, don't worry about it. Everything's fine. And just get dicked for 45 minutes. Although Iwobi did score the goal of the day. That volley on the edge of the box was pretty shiny.
Yeah.
Doing that.
So
Stephen Cotton's about to walk in the room.
I'm coming fucking hot, mate. I'm fuming. Can someone explain to me, right? A few things straight away. The absolute state of the officiating is embarrassing. Mike Dean 3 times has blocked off a fucking United player 3 times he's literally blocked off a player. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong.
No, you're right.
Tell me I'm wrong. Right? Have you seen Bruno Fernandes get kicked off the ball about 7 times? He got Gavin. I tried ringing you because he got studded in the nuts. Right? Not a free kick. Not a free kick. No. Sorry, yeah, parental advisory required. I'm here. Right, and now, I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear a single person complain about United and VAR, because if that was supposed to be a penalty on Lindelof on Zaha, it's not a penalty. But how is that not a foul from Zuma on Martial?
Exactly.
He's literally like swiped through the back of his foot before he even touches. He doesn't even touch the ball. He literally goes through Martial's foot and Martial's
leg into the ball.
the ball away.
So for the goal, I think Williams has to do better. Just purely on that level, away from officiating.
Let's not worry about the goal for now. I'm talking about everything that's transpired in the first 45. It's a joke, man. Absolute joke.
Right, before I'm still disappointed in the lineups and the weakness from both sides, but now it feels that both teams are now playing on a level playing field.
We played 2 days ago. Mate. How are we supposed to field a full strength squad?
De Gea has to do better for the goal.
Yeah, De Gea hasn't covered himself in any glory. But Gav, you said about weakened squads. We played 2 days ago.
What day? No, you played. When did you play? Wednesday. Thursday. Were you Thursday night?
Yeah, we played 2 days ago in a game that we needed to win for Champions League qualification. We played 2 days ago.
Then you got West Ham in a couple of days.
Exactly.
That's
that's what he's talking about with Mike Dean there.
Oh yeah. Getting in the way there.
3 times. 3 times he did it.
That's not a bad strike from Reece.
But it shouldn't
happen. I remember seeing the ping, but I didn't see what built up to that. So yeah, that's fair enough. Oh god, yeah. Oh god, I know he just winds you up in these situations, but I've got no comeback.
I'm not downstairs watching the TV, obviously, so I can't see what replays they're showing.
No. All of them where referee gets in the way.
Oh, what are they actually highlighting that?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Honestly, he's been abysmal. Bruno has been kicked off the ball 5 or 6 times, and mate, Mike Dean, right? We complained that they were overstepping the line for the free kick. He literally went over to him, told him to step back behind the line, and they all took a step forward again in front of him, and he let it go. Like, what's the point? Adam, I can't hear you.
Jordan, do you agree with what he's saying here as a Chelsea supporter? Do you see where he's coming from?
Yeah, I do, to be honest. Mike Dean has got in the way a few times, which, if it was the other way around, I'd be pissed off.
Yeah. I think don't get me wrong. I think Chelsea have come out the first half looking the better. They wanted it more by the looks of it, but there's so many things that have just gone in that first half. What are we supposed to do?
The thing you're saying about that Zuma foul, even if it was a foul, it was still out the box.
I didn't say it was a penalty. I said it was a foul, but it weren't a penalty. But it's definitely a foul.
I can see why they ain't give it, because Zuma never looked at the play. He had his eyes on the ball all the time.
But it doesn't matter.
He's jumped in his way.
He's kicked the guy's foot before before a ball is even touched.
I think what they've seen it as is Martial's coming to tackle him.
Yeah.
Well, they've got it wrong.
Cotton and Deeks, what needs to change second half if they want to stay in this game? Because it's only 1-0. It's been pretty even, in my opinion. Chelsea look a bit better, I would say, on the ball. There's a bit more cohesion there than what we've seen with Man United. Couple of stray passes knocking about. Mix down in the comments saying, Pogba and Greenwood incoming surely. Do they need that little bit of an injection of quality in the midfield with Pogba, or do they go with a little bit, of pace with Greenwood? Who comes out, who comes in? What do you think, Deeks?
I think that they need a bit of bollocking at half time, because the effort's not there. See how it goes for 5-10 minutes max. Like that run there from Daniel James. You need stuff like that. Not, James hasn't really had a lot to do. Like going forward, he's not really done anything. So if something doesn't change, then you're going to have to look at, I think, probably more Pogba than Greenwood, because Pogba does have that ability to find that pass to,
the runs are there, but
yeah. And I don't think bringing on Greenwood is going to be at the moment the right option because we've got Martial, we've got Rashford, we've got Daniel James who can probably outrun absolutely everybody. So
yeah. Do you think there was a bit of disruption with having to change the system with Bailly going off?
I think the game's been too stop-starty anyway. I think there's been a lot of.
It's not been an enjoyable half to watch.
No,
it's not.
Apart from the goal, even with the goal, that it was a bit soft.
Yeah.
There's nothing.
I'll text Gav during the game as well, saying I was doing my head in. Ollie Giroud backing into every defender, and every time he doesn't win the aerial contest, he's literally throwing his hands and looking at the ref, going, "Come on, come on, come on!" Backing into Maguire, and then again asking the ref what's going on. Like, mate, just get on with the game, please. It's doing my head in. I can't be bothered. Like you said, so stop-start. I can't be bothered with every 30 seconds the ref's blowing a whistle, and it's just boring.
It's disappointing for an FA Cup semi-final, certainly. I mean, you're looking at that in the context of, is that a foul? The Zuma on Martial, and it ends up with Martial going off injured. I think, it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. You can see the argument for both sides. It would be harsh to give it. Do you remember Nani getting sent off in the Champions League against Real Madrid?
I don't get sent off or anything.
Similar example. Nani watches the ball go over his head in the Champions League, Fergie's last ever Champions League game. I think he ends up contacting with Arbeloa, who comes out of nowhere, and he gets sent off. And he gets sent off, and it's bizarre.
I'm not saying Zuma needs to be sent off there at all. No, I don't even.
No, I'm not saying that. But I can see why. I can see why you feel aggrieved, but then I can also see why Chelsea fans would say, "Well, actually, wait a minute. Is it really? It's not a foul because he's not intending to."
That's fine. What I would say is with VAR and stuff now, I understand like back in the day, if the refs let that go, fair enough. But when you see a replay of that and you see that Zuma doesn't touch the ball until he's gone through Martial's foot, it's a foul.
I mean, especially you look at he gave a foul against Rashford because he was looking up at the ball and then
not came off injured, but he came off worse in that situation, didn't he? He was holding his face. And Mike Dean was pointing the other way, and I was thinking, "Hold on a minute, what's going on here?" Like, it's just, We've been poor. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that we're losing because of the officiating, but it's been poor. It's been really bad.
It's just been a really. I mean, Mick put in the chat about it looks like a pre-season game, and it doesn't have that desire. I feel like both teams are sort of going on what we were talking about pre-game. Would you prioritise the Champions League over the FA Cup? And the disappointing thing is
game.
If there had any sense, it's the FA. It's the FA Cup and it's the FA. If they had any sense, put the game back a week or something. Like Chelsea and United, both going for Europe, both 3rd, 4th, 5th, like respectively, whatever. Why? What? We're not going to put out a full strength squad. That'd be suicide. The money, how much do you get for winning the FA Cup? How much do you get for getting into the Champions League? What are you going to prioritise as a club, as a business?
You are going to prioritise Champions League because you're going to be in that elite competition and be able to bring in, the calibre of players that you want to be in the same conversation with.
Players.
You are, and that's the thing is that we talk about the magic of the FA Cup. It's a very unique year in terms of of how things have gone, and the sort of I think the passion for things has sort of died down a little bit. I mean, you certainly look at. Yeah, go on.
I was just going to say that the passion of the FA Cup argument is, I don't think we haven't devalued it. We all still love the FA Cup. The problem is, how much do you, and this is the problem, it's modern football. How much money do you realistically win as a club for winning the FA Cup? And how much do you win for finishing Champions League, finishing Europa League? It's not that people don't want to win the cup anymore. As a business and for signing players, you can't. If you're Southampton and you win the FA Cup, can you sign players off the back of the fact that you can say, "Oh, we're FA Cup winners"? No, you can't. If you're Burnley and you get into the Champions League somehow, you could literally go out and sign certain players that you might not have done before by saying, "Look, we're Champions League, come and play for us in Europe." It's not that we, the fans or the clubs, have decided that the FA Cup isn't good anymore. It's the money.
It is the money.
And the FA have the power. put a bit more money into the game, put a bit more money into the cups, and we wouldn't be having this conversation.
I mean, if you wanted to go one further, I'm not sitting there saying do this. I don't agree with this at all. But do they say, right, fourth place doesn't get a Champions League spot, we're going to give it to a domestic, the FA Cup winner?
Yeah. I wouldn't be wholly opposed against it, because everyone makes us feel like us, the fans, have devalued the cup or whatever, or the clubs we support have devalued it, because even Klopp's putting out the kids in the cup. Klopp's putting the kids out in the cup because they're on course to win their first title in 30 years. What do you think he prioritises more?
Everyone has priorities. Everyone has priorities. Alex Ferguson didn't, compete in the FA Cup one year because they went to the FIFA Club World Cup. Yeah. So he relinquished that, and people said, "Oh, that was disrespectful." But at the end of the day, it doesn't mean it's this like wholly good or wholly bad to do one thing or the other. Like clubs get fined, if they field weakened teams. Like Holloway's been very vocal about it over the years. I will field the team that I think can get me a result in the game, but I'm not going to play players that are burnt out or potentially, are going to be injured. It is about revenue. It is about the money. It's about the commercial side of football.
That weakened team thing is aimed at smaller clubs, because I'm telling you, if Man City played Liverpool on a Saturday, so if Man City played Liverpool on a Tuesday evening or something, fielded their full squad, then Man City had an FA Cup game at the weekend, and they made 11 changes, but City's squad depth is pretty good, so that 11 changes, you're still starting Jesus, you're starting Mahrez. Would City then get a fine for making 11 changes?
Absolutely not. 100%.
Of course they would. And that is and it sounds like I shouldn't have used City as an example, because it makes it sound like I'm biased or whatever. But if any Prem club, if you'd have made, any Prem club could easily make 11 changes going into a cup game, and it's seen as rotational or we're prioritising. But all the smaller clubs do it, and they end up getting fined, and it's ridiculous.
It's a testimony to the way that the game has gone in the last few years. And again, I don't need to bring Leeds into this. I think there's a culture shock coming, particularly if a team like Leeds get promoted. Well, obviously Leeds have been promoted. Like teams that are the passion that is behind specific clubs and having those old school values coming back again. You look at Germany. We talk to Flo about the price of football in Germany compared to the price of football here, and Bayern Munich and the German teams are still able to compete at the top end of the Champions League and certainly the Europa League. It's going back to the game a little bit. That overarching issue is the game. Let's just read through that. The reason clubs focus on top four is because of the money. Apparently, the FA Cup is 10 million, qualifying for the Champions League is 30 million. But I grew up watching the game, the cup final on BBC One, and program started at lunchtime. You watch teams turn up, walk around the ground before the game. I love the cup, but Champions League money is ruining it. You're exactly right, and it's because of advertising. It's because of revenue. So until we see something along the lines of a transfer cap or a salary cap, those things aren't going to change. 5 substitutes is another example as to the way the game is going. Leeds aren't going to be able to compete with Man City next year if Man City can make 5 substitutions because they're bringing 200 million off the bench.
Not even just Leeds, because Leeds have got a half-decent squad. But look at teams that are struggling, like Bournemouth and stuff. If you look at United's bench today, if we put out the lineup we put out against Bournemouth today, right? Say not Bournemouth today, you know what I mean? If we put out the lineup we put up today against Bournemouth, and we're 70 minutes into the game and it's still 0-0 or whatever, what can they do? There's no roll of their dice. If we can then bring off the bench, Pogba, Martial, X, Y, Z, bring up the big guns on all in one go, how is that fair to anyone?
It's not fair. It's not fair.
Ridiculous.
So,
I understand with the restart, because people weren't up to full fitness. There's been a pandemic. Everyone wasn't ready. So we might need these extra changes as like we might need them, but we don't need that next year. We don't need drinks breaks next year. We don't need 5 subs next year. We just get on with it.
I think the thing is that given obviously COVID and everything that's happened, this is such a unique scenario. I think particularly.
Fuck off.
He's giving the ball away.
Parental advisor. Oh my lord! It's 2-0. It's 2-0 Chelsea.
Well, I'm not even watching it. I just saw it on my phone. Right, so I'm gonna have to go, and I'll be back.
We'll see you at full time, Cotton. See you shortly.
All right, see you in a bit.
How many passes across the 2 games have we seen straight? whether it's concentration or pressure or it's just poor decision making. Fair play to Mount for taking the shot on as well.
Lads, what minute are you on?
46 and 15 seconds.
Yeah,
Oh,
same.
De Gea, pal.
So poor.
De Gea, mate. Honest.
Wow.
Is he still in the world-class situation? Because for me, he was never in the world-class situation. He had 2 very, very good years.
If that was
I mean,
the thing is, I
when
think-
United were poor under David Moyes, Louis van Gaal, those first few years post Fergie, he was our best player because he was getting hounded game after game and he was keeping us in games. He was winning us games.
This is the
But
issue.
now he's just that is just the first one I thought was poor. We should have done better. But that is just
That one he should have.
awful. That's awful.
Well, this is what I've been saying about Dix. I've been saying this, and George, you haven't really. Well, we've known each other for a while through darts and things like that, but you don't really know much about me over the last few years, sort of thing. I've never seen the allure for De Gea. Because as far as I'm concerned, if you're a goalkeeper that can't command your 18-yard box, there is no way you should ever be considered in that world-class bracket. It's as simple as that.
Well, you got to think.
And
Back from the World Cup, he had a terrible World Cup, and then after that, he's just gone downhill.
it's his just look. If you're not if you can't control your box, you're not all that. But Dix mentioned on it a second ago, about that little era where he was just getting peppered. That's what got Mignolet the job at Liverpool.
Yeah.
If that season when he was at Sunderland, if he weren't getting peppered so much, and Mignolet pulled off some decent saves because he was constantly under pressure. If you're playing for a team where you're facing hardly any shots, so you're pulling off the odd save every now and then, that's different to if you're at a team that are facing 20 shots, 15 to 20 shots a game.
Keepers save more shots than they do.
Yes, they do. Always. I look at Romero. Romero is the cup goalkeeper, and he's sat there going, mate.
I mean, with the Norwich game, they were giving Romero stick for Norwich's goal, but to be honest, I don't think he really did anything wrong. It certainly wasn't anywhere near as bad as that second goal.
No.
Romero is a very good goalkeeper. He's not obviously, he's never going to be United number one.
I think he's probably the best second goalkeeper there is in the Prem.
You would say that until Emi Martinez hopped up on the scene. Now, Emi Martinez, I've had a lot of time, but it's true. Like, his save percentage is higher than anyone else who's paid a minimum of 500 minutes in the Premier League.
You boys need to put some respect on Bailey Peacock Farrell's name.
Oh, God, here we go.
I think he's their fourth choice.
Yeah. Oh dear. But I'd be livid if I was a Man United fan right now. I don't know how you're feeling right now, Deeks.
I'm not very happy because it's the same thing all the time with De Gea. All the time, the same mistakes like that he's constantly doing. You got Dean Henderson who's getting raved about. Yes, he's made the odd mistake at Sheffield United, but he's still a young lad. He's still a kid essentially. In
goalkeeper life.
Yeah, he's doing so much better than David De Gea is, and I think next season instead of loaning him out again, keep him. Because at the moment I've got no trust, no faith in De Gea. It was like that at the end of last season, really bad. And it's continued this season. And it's just the same mistakes constantly, all the time.
But then let's flip it onto a Chelsea point of view. You're 2-0 up in the FA Cup semi-final. How are you feeling, George?
I still can't believe we're 2-0 up.
Mate, it's very chill about it, I must say, considering that I don't know whether it's you're showing your excellent professionalism being on screen right now, but you've held it down very well, but at the same time, it's an FA Cup semi-final. Anything can happen.
Exactly.
Absolutely anything can happen. So
get too complacent.
Yeah, and that's one thing I would say about Arsenal yesterday. I was very impressed of the lack of complacency, which is something that Arsenal are very good at. Arsenal will spray the ball around when they're 4-0 up, when they're losing 2 or 3-0. So the fact that didn't happen yesterday, and against Liverpool during the week. We could look at the end of the season. Yes, this, that, one, the other. But the fact that Arsenal have been able to beat Liverpool and Man City in the same week is ridiculous. But it is Rashford right now, and it's it should be 2-1. It should be 2-1. But it's just squeezed wide of the post there from Rashford.
If Man United want to do something in this game, the change has to come before the 60th minute. They need something.
I think that's been our problem this season. We've waited too long to bring subs on.
You see the teams that dare to make the changes. Like change of shape, and it can pay off for you. Man United have had to change shape in this game in the first half, and something's gone terribly wrong. Two lapses of concentration essentially have potentially cost you the game. You said it before the game, Deeks. Nightmare scenario is extra time.
Yeah.
You don't want extra time.
Yeah, from the opening sort of 55 nearly minutes, it's nothing. Apart from that chance from Rashford, we've done nothing.
It's been a very good Man United performance. I think we need to see Pog and we need to see Greenwood. And I think someone actually commented earlier on today, earlier on during this chat about it. I don't know if I can find it, but someone did say we need Pogba. A Man United fan said we need Pogba and we need Greenwood, because that is then pretty much your full strength side, and that's the team that Man United have been putting out there. And if Man United go on to lose this game, it'll be their first defeat since January.
Speaking of Pogba.
Yeah, he's seen enough.
Yeah, I think it's time. It's got to be time. Pogba and Greenwood.
Yeah,
looks like they will be coming on very shortly.
That'll be, who are we thinking? Dan James.
Yeah, he'll definitely go.
So I was saying James and Fred.
Yeah, Fred's been absent.
And I've actually been really impressed with Fred this season. I really have.
He stepped up.
Fred is starting to show. Fred looks like a slightly behind version of the Shakhtar Fred that we saw, and what got him the move in the first place. Because when he was at Shakhtar, he was brilliant. And what I love about Eastern European football is that it's star-studded with talent, but with real brute, big beast Eastern Europeans at the back, and then flair up front, whether they'll be Argentinian, Brazilian, Spanish, Portuguese. It's, they have that flair aspect in the final third, but then they've got brute force at the back. I remember when Chigrinsky made that move to Barcelona, and I felt sorry for him because he was brilliant. What a player he was. What a great defender. But I think that Barcelona move was just a step too far, just a tiny bit too soon in his career, and it ruined him. And yeah, off comes Fred, and off comes James, as called. To be fair, I couldn't see any other changes what they were made. This is now strengthening their 11.
This is the
Man United that I want to see turn up to this game.
Got nothing to lose.
I think this is their best squad. It's best 11.
This is pretty much it now, isn't it? So
well, apart from, I'd probably say Luke Shaw maybe for Williams, but
yeah, but then Man United fans wax lyrical about Williams and would rather have Williams start ahead of Luke Shaw.
Well,
I'm not a fan of that idea.
I think Luke Shaw is our best left back because he's got the experience. Williams is still a young lad. He's not played that many games. Luke Shaw, on his day, is brilliant.
I think Luke Shaw is your best actual defender at the club right now. In terms of like, if you're left 1-on-1, Luke Shaw will 9 times out of 10 walk away with the ball, whether he lobs it into Rosette or whether he, looks for a pass or he decides to go on a run after winning the ball. Man for man, the only issue is that's a foul. Yeah, that's a foul. He's caught the man before he's got the ball. It's a good challenge from Luke from Brandon Williams, but it's a foul. It's taking him down. And Chelsea are on the attack again now, and they're attacking in a relatively casual way. And that's a nice little quick ball. And it should be three. Should be three. That's actually probably the hardest opportunity that they've had so far. That should be. Mick's turned around and said that Bailly is your best defender. Sorry,
Nah.
Don't see it. Bailly, right? I watched a lot of Bailly when he was at Villarreal, and he was average at best. And
Lindelof's
the
same,
first,
though. Lindelof's the same. So Middlesbrough turned down the chance to sign Lindelof for $3 million because they saw something in his game that. I'm sorry to anyone that thinks he's world class because you're wrong.
Who, Lindelof?
Lindelof is.
Does anyone think he's world class?
I've heard people say it.
No.
There are deluded.
No.
People have said it.
No one said that.
Lindelof's underrated.
Rather David Luiz.
Lindelof is.
David Beckenbauer Luiz.
This is the point I'm making. Middlesbrough turned him down for $3 million. Man United, he has a good season at Benfica. Man United didn't sign him for $30 million. Should be three.
Should be three again. Oh, now that is a world-class save. He's flipped that onto the post. He is fully stretched.
That's bread and butter, that for me.
And that's a free kick now.
Yeah,
Eric Bailly. Yeah, so going back to the Bailly comment there. Bailly, the thing with Bailly, in his first 5 or 6 games for United, he got man of the match for 3 or 4 of those games.
Because they hadn't seen a decent centre-half for about 4 years.
So that's a wonderful save. That is a la David Seaman. That was an FA Cup semi-final as well, wasn't it? 2002.
He was 36, I think.
And the rest, plus that. he was old as shit. He's buzzing, by the way, if Leeds for getting back into the Prem. I saw his Twitter. But yeah, now there's a couple of opportunities there that happen in a very short amount of time for Chelsea. Do you reckon that will come back and bite you on the arse, Jordan?
Definitely.
Oh God!
I think it will.
You're such an Arsenal Chelsea fan, like there's no confidence there whatsoever. Such a pessimist.
Watching us this season, especially the last, I'll probably say 15 minutes of a game, we just allow a team to come back up against us, and we'll concede 1 or 2 goals.
England-Croatia semi-final. The diet comes on.
No,
and suddenly the onus changes.
I think we're all still paying about that, and every now and then I'll just see a little one in a little meme or something. It's like, Kane, just square it.
Sterling was open.
Trippier free kick still gives me.
Oh yeah, man, that was 6 minutes into the game. You know what I mean? Like, how things could have been different. But I'm not being funny. That France side, in a way, I'd rather have gone out in the semi-final. I didn't want to be embarrassed like that against France because France were
5-2 in the final.
They were
a bit good.
To put it nicely, France were a little bit good, and there is no team in world football that would have beaten France that day. And Man United are panicking right now. That was a basic control there from Wan-Bissaka, and it's just gone under his foot.
Don't see Trent doing that.
You don't see Trent doing that. No, you're right.
Who'd you rather have, Jordan, if Chelsea had the choice? Trent or Wan-Bissaka?
Reece James.
Well, yeah, I'd rather keep Reece James, then we can buy a left back, which we need more.
Reece James is the guy, mate. Reece James will be the best right back in England.
Apparently, Danny Rose is available at 30.
No.
What's wrong with being 30?
Too
So
hot.
be careful because you got 3 people of.
Big rumours he's coming back to the promised land.
No, he's
Big
just,
rumours.
he's
If we
just
get him for cheap,
bit
I'd take him for a
hot-headed.
season or 2.
Oh, is that a CHO?
Loftus Cheek.
Didn't he get done for? Because there was that talk that he might have done something a bit naughty with a lady.
Yeah.
For Ched Evans.
A Ched Evans. We'll call it a
Ched
Ched Evans. But is it going to be a fully Ched Evans where he gets found out that he was actually innocent?
I think that's something that we shouldn't really be discussing
We probably shouldn't discuss it.
No.
until we know the facts.
Well, we don't know
I
the
think-
facts.
I think
We'll
I did
stick on-
see
we'll
something
stick
that
on
had been
actual
dropped
football.
anyway.
I think it's been dropped.
Oh,
So
yeah,
we can talk
with
about
that,
it.
with that Ched Evans
Ched
thing,
Evans.
I didn't even know that had happened. I'd gone away with the army, and I missed Euro 2012. Didn't know it happened until like 4 years later. And I was just
No
like,
way!
yeah, honestly, I missed it all.
What part of the world were you with? Were you in Antarctica or something?
No, I was in
No
Afghan.
Wi-Fi.
I mean, honestly, didn't have time to do that stuff. Didn't have time to. It was all when England
It was
played
everywhere.
Italy. Not in Afghan, it wasn't. in the middle of nowhere.
You might have been in
nowhere.
North Korea, pal.
Oh,
He's got bullets
honestly,
flying over
it was.
his head, and he's on his phone like this, like.
What happened to Ched Evans?
Mad.
Deeks, mate.
No, but-
Thank you for your service, bud.
Yes, thank you for your service.
But it was it was funny because
This is when we find out he might have been in the army, but he's in admin.
yeah, no, definitely.
Deeks was sorting out. Deeks was on the clock in, clock off.
Oh, God. Yeah, because
Go on then, son. I'm here, pal.
I know. I'd said to people after I'd come back, like, what happened to him? Because he was like being raved about, you know, because he was scoring and things like that. And then it was like a few years later, it was like, oh yeah, he you know, he might be getting released from prison. I was like, when did he go to prison? Oh yeah, he went in 2012. Missed that. When England played Italy at the following World Cup a couple of years later.
So you didn't see that goal, which was never a goal, but we all still think that it is a goal.
Yeah, missed it all. Missed it all.
Even when I see that one now, you know, we were talking earlier about. Oh God, it's so bad, isn't it? De Gea. It's
So
literally
poor.
the
Basic
ball,
goalkeeping.
the ball is lava. Look at that. So
Alert,
embarrassing.
catching the ball.
Oh God, look, you can't. The thing is, that's how you know he couldn't even turn around and complain to anyone because that's your fault. You did that, son. Oh, De Gea. I would like to have at least that so I could touch it up. You know, I don't have a beard that I can touch up. All right, so United free kick. And it's gone out for a corner. Reece James there. Best defender, best right back in England right now. Best English right back, I should say.
You never seen Cam.
Were you a right back, dude? Yeah. Who did you play for? Gregory Celtic. Who? Oh, okay. Oh, look at that.
Caballero doing.
Slabhead.
Not the same.
No, allow goals. Goals is too much effort. You can't go missing. You can't go missing at goals. Like I like to play a minimum 7-a-side because I could be like, right, I'll stay up front or I'll stay back. You lot go forwards. Whereas 5-a-side, you start off with structure and you think, right, yeah, you know, we'll play a 2-1-1, and then the next thing you know, you're that one up front and you're the last man. You know, I'm not buying that. Yeah. So yeah, 7-a-side. I could live with. You could play a bit more of a formation, but then yeah, a decent 11-a-side game. I was playing behind. You know, like my composure in front of goal's terrible. I'd much rather lay it off.
Yeah, big Aaron, mate. Toe punch galore.
He knows.
Hope it finishes.
Hey, look, as long as it goes in the back of the net, does anyone really care?
No one cares, but not when I'm scoring double digits every week. So United fan on the live. United sold De Gea. Would you be happy with Romero in goal, then have Henderson as backup and Joel Pereira as number 3? I certainly wouldn't use the money for a world-class centre half.
What do you think of that, Deeks?
I think Henderson over Romero because,
He's playing week in, week out.
yeah, basically, and Romero's a brilliant keeper. I really do like him, but
Same.
Henderson is the future. Whereas Romero, he's what 31ish, 32.
Let's not get
30.
overexcited about the youth of Dean Henderson, because I swear he's like 25. So he's not like
For a goalkeeper, he's very young.
yeah, he's relatively young. No, oh my lie, he's 23. He's 23. So yeah, he's a kid. Okay,
Yeah.
as you were.
Yeah.
Go back in the box when I honestly thought Dean Henderson was 25, 26. But
I feel like there's a lot of this with young players. We when you say young players, you think of Greenwood, you think of Sancho, but they're freaks. They are freaks.
Yeah.
A young player, you can still win Young Player of the Year at 24.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Milner won it at 24.
Sterling.
Sterling won it.
Milner.
Someone said
Milner was still
about-
playing for England and 23s, and 21s when he was 23.
Yeah. No, a lot of people said. Someone said about Ben White the other day at Leeds. They were like, "Oh, he's 22. He's not young. He's in the middle age." No, he's not. He's young.
Well, I'm 33 on Friday, so as far as I'm concerned, you're all kids. Not you, Deeks.
Thanks.
How old are you, Deeks?
32.
32.
I'm
When are you 33?
April.
Oh, you're a year below, as they would
Next
go.
year.
Go Dane that route.
Yeah.
Year below.
I've got a beautiful head of hair, you see, so
That's what it is. That's what it is.
Yeah.
I thought, like, because to be honest, I thought you were younger, but I know you were around for a long time, so I thought you were older.
yeah.
It's very deceiving. Very deceiving. No offense. George, you're a pup though, aren't you, George? How old are you?
I'm 20 in a couple of weeks.
Oh.
So you only found out football existed after 2004, then?
How come your shirt wasn't bleached in the wash in 2008? Because didn't all Chelsea fans become Man City fans, right?
Yeah, exactly.
No.
Why Chelsea, George? Give me a valid excuse.
Anything but United.
Anything but because you're in the United household, aren't you?
Yeah.
So, like, to be fair, that I'm surprised you didn't go down the Liverpool route. But then that could have had instant ramifications growing up.
Definitely.
Where at least pick a side that had a little bit of success. I mean, I know there's so many households where it is all Arsenal and then there's one rogue Spurs fan, and vice versa.
It's always the way, isn't it?
Vice versa. And I just feel sorry for my brother. And like our household is, when I say our household, my family are a mixture of United, Arsenal, and Chelsea. And I just felt that I took my brother in, and I now I'm embarrassed that he is that way, and I apologise to him on a daily basis. Now I think this might be your old man, George. Now Mick, I'm going to send you a message, and I'm going to send you my email address, and I don't know whether you got a picture. I don't know if there's any pictures knocking about if George was wearing a Man United shirt. I'm going to do that for a laugh.
There's one of James wearing a Chelsea shirt.
Oh, is there? Jesus.
Yeah.
Right,
He was only
okay.
United after he was about 8 or 9. Before then, he was Chelsea.
To the top football at gmail.com. So, Mick, if you have if you have a picture of George, oh, look at that. If you have, just pop it to that email address, which I've just popped onto the live feed, and yeah, If you could do that, that'd be hilarious, and we can put it out there. Sorry, George, mate, but it's your dad. They say respect your elders and that, don't they? So
I'll let you off that one, Gab. I'll let you off that one.
I've got to go by what the old say, ain't I? And if there's any pictures, like if you want to like birthday shout out and stuff like that, I feel like Andy Peters now. I'm in the broom cupboard. If you want a birthday shout out, get Gordon the Gopher out and be like, oh Jesus Christ! It's still 2-0 to Chelsea.
Come on.
What needs to change here, man?
Everything.
It's just not fluid, is it?
No, I'll be honest. As I said at the start, I think a lot of them are burning out. Because they're just playing so many games. So they do, yeah.
Well,
like Bruno Fernandes against Palace.
Almost 3 games a week or so, and
yeah. Like
you got to think.
Saturday, Wednesday, Saturday, Wednesday, Saturday.
Yeah, like we played on Thursday. We're playing again now. We've got a game again on Wednesday.
Yeah, we've got a game midweek against Liverpool.
Yeah,
which ain't no easy task. And then our last game of the season's at home to Wolves. So
if you need any, Jordan, if you need any advice on how to beat Liverpool, just go back to Wednesday's game with the Arse.
Took some notes, Kev.
Yeah. Alisson found his inner Edison. Put it that way. Oh God! Look, United are not on it at all. They're trying to do things that they would normally do when they're winning 2-3-0. Chelsea are on the attack right now. It's not looking good. Oh, well, that was really good. That was a really good block from Brandon Williams. And Brandon Williams is a little bit annoyed by the back of what everyone else is doing at the back there. But
he's caught out again though, that right hand side. He has to recover there.
Yeah, but then look at what De Gea does. He let that go, but he wasn't even covering his near post comfortably. He's waiting for the cross, but look how close that went. That hit the side netting.
Here we go. Corner coming in from Williams.
Willian's about to whip this corner in. It's still 2-0. And Reece James. Oh, great save.
Nice.
Great save. What a save that is.
That's a good save. Go on.
Mount is found.
Yeah!
Oh my God. It is Manchester United 0, Chelsea 3. And that has to be Chelsea.
I think we're going to have a Stephen fuming Tottenham.
Part of me is looking forward to it.
Check your phone, Gav. Get him up.
Has he sent a message? No, it's good. It's still probably seething.
I think Pogba has to help out.
Right, is that an Oggy or is that gone off? Is that?
Really go.
No, it's an Oggy. That's yeah.
That's Maguire.
That's Maguire.
Maguire own goal.
I think Pogba has to help out Wan-Bissaka there because Wan-Bissaka's trying to cover the man and the ball.
De Gea needs to be better again, I think.
I can't blame there. Double break. Good work, guys. From cheers from France. Worldwide. Hey, double break. Thank you very much for watching this show. And if you could subscribe to our channel, that'd be wonderful. And we'll subscribe back. I'll tell you what. That's what we're going to start doing. Like, I do like for like. Double break. Appreciate that, brother or sister. I don't actually know you are where you are, but what I do know is that you are from France, so we are going to be getting involved in that. But yeah, Man United 0, Chelsea 3. What the hell is going on? Like, this will be the third time in recent years that Chelsea have played Arsenal in a FA Cup final. But is it going to be third time lucky for Chelsea? Is it going to be third time lucky for Chelsea? We have all got to wait and see. We've all got to
get there first, Gav.
No, come on, George.
They're pretty much there.
Jordan, there's 15 minutes to go plus stoppage time. I know Liverpool have done it. They've come from 3 behind, but they have 45 minutes to do it. I know Man United have come from behind to win the trophy, but there was only 1 goal in that 4 minutes. They need to bring Solskjaer on. So I remember Solskjaer against. Oh no! Oh no, it's Chelsea again.
Oh,
Giroud flicking it off. Oh no, they're toying. Chelsea are allowing the back four to get back, and now they're passing it back. And now Zuma and Mazpilicueta are having a little knockabout. Oh, if the fans embarrassing. This is when Ole's come out.
If you look at the beginning of the season, the first game when United played Chelsea, and United spanked them,
4-0.
It seems like Chelsea they've sort of found themselves now.
Deeks, can we be honest about that 4-0 victory? Was that a 4-0 victory?
No, definitely not. We just took our chances, and
I think Chelsea were very unfortunate to be on the back of that hiding, because
I think that's been every time we played them. Every time we played them, we've not took our chances.
Well, did you know that this season is the first time in Premier League history that Manchester United have done the double over Chelsea?
Yes, I remember my dad telling me that.
They've been a bogey side for Man United for 30 years, and even when Chelsea were crap, like when they had Steve Clark at the back, and like Gavin Peacock, and I don't know who else was there. Dimitri Karine in goal. Like, it just weren't. They weren't all that, and I think Man United might be offside here. No, the play's allowed to continue, and Pogba on the edge of the box, and he's got to ping it. Oh, Fernandes. See, this is now a fear factor. Man United are now trying to walk it in, overplaying, and now they've got a corner. But if that was Fernandes has been Fernandes has been at Man United since January, end of Jan, and he would happily ping it from 25, 30 yards and have a go. And now he's almost like, I don't want to mess it up. If it goes over there, then we might waste time if the ball goes over the bar. Nah, not buying it.
I hate to say this. It does have that feel of exhaustion. Man United look lethargic in everything they're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, they look lost.
Yeah.
They've got a corner. They need a goal in the next. Well, I said they need a goal in the next 5 minutes when it's on 54, and we're on 78, coming up to 79, and there's just nothing. There's nothing going on. Went to Old Trafford 2 years running against Chelsea, and both games ended 1-0 to Chelsea. Peacock scored both times. He's in a deity now. He's like proper religious. Turn his back on football and focus on religion. I ain't got an issue with that. It's just so funny that they've gone away from football, which paid your wage and all that sort of stuff, and they've all gone on and done whatever. Hello, Nima.
Kalata used to play for AC Milan. Is high up in his.
Yeah, and look at George Weah. And he's like president or something of Liberia. Ballon d'Or winner. So Giroud and Willian have come off, and Tammy Abraham and Callum Hudson-Odoi have come on. Now, if you're losing 3-0, they're two faces that you really don't want to be seeing. But then again, from Jordan's point of view, it's brilliant, isn't it? For more forward-thinking players, can we make it 4? Can we make it 5? That's what I'd be thinking, George.
Yeah, definitely. Hudson-Odoi, obviously, that pace down the wing against a tired Brandon Williams. And then Abraham, obviously, he's scored plenty of goals this season already.
The thing is with Williams, he also received a bit of a knock on the game midweek. So there is a chance that he might be struggling. He might be fit enough to play, but then there also could be the situation that he's not going to be able to last 90 minutes. But Man United have made all their changes now. They just brought on Fosu Mensah and who else have they brought on there? Carlo as well. And that's a good little block there from Matic.
I know I said before the game, Deeks, about prioritising, West Ham and the Champions League, but did you imagine it'd be this bad?
No, because you still, especially with the way we've been playing since we've come back, you expect we'd have some good chances, some good play. You just had nothing all game. We've had like the odd half chance, but there's certainly not been movement up front and like Chelsea have had. And then obviously the goalkeeping situation is just, I would have put it down to 1-goal game, but my opinion, 2 poor goalkeeping errors have cost us this game definitely.
I think going in at 1-0 isn't terrible, but to come out and 40 seconds later concede a goal in that manner, just crushed them.
Yeah, but this is Manchester United. You should allow your players to be crushed. You're Man United.
Yeah, but it's not Man United that we know.
Because I think with that, Gav, is I think it's throughout all English football. Growing up in the 90s, watching the Prem, that to me will always be the Prem because it's full of British talent. It's full of that odd international bit of flair, and games meant something. So like United against Liverpool, I think means more back then. Derbies don't really mean anything because the foreign players that come in, they know of it, but they don't really understand what it actually means. So I think it loses a lot. I think we've lost so much.
But then, why is what's happening in terms of the English talent? Why we'll talk about it. I'll tell you, I'm going to go deep into that in a second. Actually, Double Break is the French guy who's been watching the show. How are Ollie G and Paul Pogba? How they're getting on in the match? Hey, look, that is like. Because we're talking about foreign influx, we're talking about this and like that. Pogba, if I'm honest, Double Break. Pogba hasn't really been able to get his teeth into the game at all, and Giroud was the guy who scored the opening goal with a trademark Giroud finish at the near post, little flicking.
Let me talk about Giroud. So Chelsea swapped Giroud out for Abraham in the loss to Sheffield United, and I was so confused by that. Because Giroud's been pretty perfect. Jordan, I'm pretty sure you can agree with me since they came back from lockdown. He gives such a physical presence. He backs teams up, and he puts his back to them and brings the ball down and brings wide players in.
He welcomes people into play. Because in the World Cup, if you remember, he got lambasted because he didn't score any goals. He didn't get any assists. But how much impact did he make? And this is what I talk about stats. It does my head in. Oh, he didn't score. He didn't get an assist. Who cares? How much impact did he have?
Big fat gold medal sitting in his mouth.
And holding that beautifully cast gold trophy in his hands. That's got to be a pen. It's got to be a pen. It's a penalty.
Yeah.
It's a penalty. Man United are coming back. Man United are coming back. 4-3 Man United.
Yes, ma'am. That's what we like.
Oh, come on, Jamie. We all know it's a lie. That's a silly tackle there from Adoy. He don't need to make that challenge there. He's literally just kicked Martial, and it's a penalty.
No, it's like a game time.
Yes,
He'll score this.
He's got to score this. This
It's
is
Bruno.
Fernandes. You don't miss pens. Bruno Fernandes doesn't miss pens. So here we go. He's not faced a pen against Caballero though. Here we go. In it goes. Of course. Lovely finish. Lovely pen. All the time. Just a little skip up. He could get away with it. Pogba can't. And it's 3-1.
Hey, Gav. Didn't you tell someone you were going to dismiss their 3-1 win or something? A 3-1 final scoreline.
Yeah, he did.
What's that?
Yeah, but even 3-1 Man
U.
I said 3-1 Man U. Yeah, I said 3-1 Man U.
I always thought it was going to be 2-1 Chelsea, to be honest.
Yeah, there's no money coming out of my pocket. I was cussing Man United. We're all good. I'm saving my pocket.
That's defensive change there.
I don't know about that because Loftus-Cheek. I've seen Loftus-Cheek in the flesh, and
He's a very handsome man.
one is a very handsome man. He's a very tall man, but is also one of the best players I've physically seen in the flesh I've ever seen. We've all sat here on telly and watched Lionel Messi and watched Cristiano Ronaldo, but in terms of in the flesh, on the day, the best player that you've ever seen. I've seen Ronaldo in the flesh, and that day he didn't have a very good game. So I can't turn around and say the best player I have seen is Ronaldo if he's had a terrible game that day. Does that make sense?
One of the best players I ever saw in the flesh.
With the best performance as well.
One of the best, Javier Mascherano.
Yeah.
Anfield in 2007 Champions League against Inter Milan. I've never seen a midfielder marshal so well. He was perfect. And he allowed Torres, Gerrard and Cal to do their work.
Yeah. Jamie Vardy is probably one of the best players I've seen in the flesh.
Giving the ball away.
That's bad.
I'll tell you someone who I saw. Someone when Craig Bellamy was 18, my granddad took me to watch Norwich because he was living there. And Craig Bellamy in his younger days was epic.
Yeah.
He was phenomenal.
Work rate of an absolute horse. If it was Championship Manager, work rate 20. Stamina 20.
Yeah.
You know, his
pace ridiculous.
Pace 19. You know, he was
scored goals everywhere he went.
Scored goals everywhere. You know, yeah. Craig Bellamy.
Underrated.
That's a shout. That is a shout.
Hipster 11.
Because I'm literally when I have this sort of conversation with people, it does my head in because people almost like don't understand what I'm trying to ask. And when I say that I've seen this person and this person is the best player I've physically seen, that's when Messi, Mbappe. I've never seen them. I've never been in the stadium and I've seen, because we could watch a game on television as we're watching this game on TV across, wherever. We can't see the work rate that people are doing off the ball. We can only see, hello. Gallo was through then. But we can only go by what we're seeing on the screen at that point. We can't see the additional runs that people are making, and where it could have been let down in certain situations.
About Giroud, I didn't appreciate him until I saw him play live. He had goals in his game, and he had a physical presence. But until I actually saw him off the ball, particularly watching him sitting behind the goal, how he pulls defenders, good tackles.
That's a pen. Okay.
No.
I got the ball, said Brandon. That's a great tackle, actually. He's done well there.
Good tackle.
Well. Ollie G, man of the match. What are you saying about Ollie G just then? He's been given man of the match.
He looks slimmer than he did. He's lost weight. Physical presence. And he's ticking on a bit now, but he's still got goals. Is he in the Premier League 100 club?
I think he's shy still. We'll have a look, but I think he's still shy of Premier League 100 club. One player that I don't understand didn't get 100 club, but I understand at the same time as well. Van Nistelrooy.
I hate to say it, one of my favourite players of all time.
One of the best strikers to ever grace the Premier League, but it's not part of 100 club. Van Nistelrooy, I think he's only got one Premier League title as well.
I think you're right.
Can you believe that?
No,
the 0203. I think he joined in 2001, summer 2001, which meant that he missed out. Double check that, but I think I'm on the nose there. I think I might be on the nose.
One Premier League, one FA Cup, one League Cup. They won everything domestically, man.
It's not good enough, though, is it, for the player that he was?
2 La Ligas, Dutch footballer of the year, 3 twice. Player of the year 2001, 2, 2002, 3.
Let's talk some real stuff now because game's over. Let's be honest. 5 minutes left. Can't see United scoring 2 goals in the next 5 minutes. So, looking forward to the final, Jordan. What sort of formation would you be thinking about playing against Arsenal? What sort of tactics would you look at deploying against this current Arsenal side?
Quite difficult because obviously lately you've been playing with that 3 at the back, and obviously I think it's working for you. So I think we should probably counter it and play literally the same formation as today, as we did against Wolves when we played them at their place and beat them.
Yeah, I was there for that game.
You go with Abraham for pace.
And I probably would go for Abraham over Giroud to start. Just because you got to think David Luiz and that in the back, no way they're going to catch up with Abraham.
I can see why that thought process would be there.
I would see if they were to go with that. I would see Arsenal looking at starting Holding for that situation because Holding out of the Arsenal defenders is the quicker one. But then they can also potentially look at playing Tierney. Because Tierney is part of the 3 in the back 3. If you play him part of the 3, he could probably look after Abraham in terms of the pace side of things. And then if anything needs clearing, then look at Mustafi or look at David Luiz. I think if Chelsea. We pretty much know it's going to be a Chelsea Arsenal final right now, and I feel that if the lineup that Chelsea should do, I agree with you. I think they should match. They know that Arsenal will play a 3-4-3, technically a 3-4-3, but it really depends on the front 3 that Arsenal pick. If Arsenal will pick Aubameyang, and I'm more than sure that they will pick Pepe. But it depends on who they pick as the 3rd forward. If they pick Saka, then that could end up having a bit of an overload on a Chelsea. Like when Chelsea push it forward and Arsenal win the ball, the Arsenal attack will then have a Saka there, which Saka can do the left back job. He can do the left wing back job. He can do the left wing job. He can do the left forward job. So. If Arsenal then I think Chelsea will have more of an upper edge.
I think that's where Frank, if you play someone like Saka and obviously Aubameyang, who are quite quick, I think Zuma's got a bit of pace on him, but I think then you'd have to look at the likes of Tomori, who's not been used as much as you'd like, but I think that's more down to he got that ankle injury, but he's got quite a bit of pace on him, and he's not a bad defender either. He was Player of the Year at Derby last season.
Yes.
So you can't really dismiss him.
No, not at all. I love Reece James, man. Reece James for the win. He's so good. Like, how old is Reece James? What are we saying? He's 20. I think he's 20.
19, I think.
Jesus Christ. Young. Reece James. What are we saying? Age-wise, he's 20. It's 21 in December. It's 21 in December, and he's built. He's got that unfazed face. He is quick. He can tackle. He can play on the right hand side of a back 3. He could play on the right of a back 5. And this is Callum Hudson-Odoi. Jesus Christ. So close. So close. So close. I don't know if it's mirrored or not. So I don't know if it's talking about me or he's talking about the Leeds fan over there and in the Greek at the ATG Arena. Before I even have to say, the guy in the top left corner is really good. Better than most TV commentators. I can listen to him for hours. I'll tell you what, buddy. Tell your pals and get me a job. I love my recruitment job. I really do love my recruitment job. But if you can say something like that and get me a job somewhere else, that'd be wonderful. Deeks,
Yeah.
I think Adam's about to ask you a question, to be fair, and I have a feeling that it might be the same question as I was going to ask. So I'll let Adam ask that question.
I just think it's the manner in which this performance. Obviously, I think exhaustion is the key. I think they look tired. There's no energy in the team, and in the selection, I think that's what is factoring in the fact that you've now got 2 full days rest. It's not a lot of time considering you've only had 2 days rest. So 6 games in, 3 games in 6 days. Are you worried about the West Ham game, or are you confident going into that game now?
It depends on what team he goes with on Wednesday. Because if he plays a similar starting lineup to this, it will. I'll be worried because you've seen them today and they look exhausted. He needs to play Fonty Mensah, Daniel James at the start. Juan Mata even. I just think it will depend on the starting lineup.
We're just going to welcome Stephen Cotton back into the fray. Welcome back, Cotton.
Well, just going on what Adam was saying, just quickly, because obviously I was listening. When he was saying it's 6 games and stuff, if you think our last 5 or 6 games, we played 5 games about 2.5, 3 weeks. We played 5 unchanged starting lineups for the first time in our history. We played 5 unchanged lineups. I mean, first of all, congratulations to Chelsea. I think they were the better team today. I think they wanted it more. I think they came out better than us. But I mean, I'm upset. I'm upset at De Gea. I mean, I died on the hill for that guy, man. I literally said for so long that he was our best player for 4 years running. He stayed with us when he could have gone and won trophies elsewhere. So I died on the hill for that guy. But it's done. It's game over. He's washed. It's game over. De Gea's washed. Adam, I think you're muted. I can't really hear you. I can see you talking.
Yeah. Sorry, Gav turned his mic off. Coming out from half time at 1-0 is not a terrible position to be in, given the fact that you have impact players that can come in. And then I said this to Deeks. To concede that goal is devastating.
It is, but I mean, right. So like I said, first of all, Chelsea were the better team. Don't get me wrong, but I mean, I'm trying to digest what I watched, and I'm looking at stats and stuff, and I'm not gonna lie. I honestly can't believe what I've seen. I mean, there was 1 yellow card in that game, right? Who was it?
Pogba.
Right, can I tell you the stats for how many fouls there were in that game?
Go ahead.
21 for Chelsea, and it ended up being 9 for United. 4 coming in the last 10 minutes. So with 10 minutes to go, the foul count was 21 for Chelsea and 5 for United. And Pogba was the one to get carded. Hold on. Now that is 21 fouls. Equates to take the keeper out of the equation. That's 2 fouls.
2 fouls a man.
Per man, and no one has been carded. And I said this at half-time. Bruno was getting kicked left, right, and centre. And I'm telling you now, I'm so glad I wasn't live when it happened. I'm telling you now as well. That Rudiger, listen, Gav, listen. That Rudiger header on Greenwood, I'm not having none of that, man. The ball was gone. He looked up, boom, into Greenwood, left one on him. There's no other.
You would find yourself in now. Well, if Chelsea beat Wolves, they qualify for the Champions League, regardless. Whether it's, they can't afford now to take their foot off the gas. They have to win that game. So you're both in the same position. You both play midweek against team, and on your last game of the season. Who did Chelsea have in their last game of the season?
Wolves.
That's next Sunday. So who did Chelsea have this midweek?
They haven't. I think.
Liverpool. Oh, they haven't. No.
Liverpool.
They've not got time off. So okay, real quickly. So I've given all my props to Chelsea and so they deserved it, which I did. But I mean, right? I'm not gonna lie. I'm pretty upset with like how honestly can you? We talked at halftime about the value in the cup and how everyone keeps saying there's the value in the cup and this, that, and the other. How can you expect us to have a game 2 days ago that we need to win, and then you scheduled this fixture, mate? We're on lockdown. The finals. Hold on,
I disagree with that.
No, listen,
because
listen.
Like, why were there not changes that were made in games before? So like, why is it come to the FA? I just feel like the FA Cup semi-final. Chelsea done the same thing, by the way. Chelsea have done the same thing, not just Man United.
Mate, they played like 5 days ago.
And still didn't put a full strength side out. Jordan, I was going to come to you quickly. Sorry, Carl, let me just come to Jordan quickly. I just want to, because like in terms of personnel, that's not your first team side that you would put out today, is it? And what changes would you make?
Well,
what changes would you make then?
We missed Pulisic on the wing. I think he got injured midweek during training. Kante's obviously out injured. And then obviously change formation kind of made it a bit better. But you're still missing a couple of key players.
Hold on. But that's not because of congestion, like fixture congestion. That's because Pulisic got a knock and Kante got a knock. That's not because of congestion. That's not
Williams got a knock. Shaw's out.
Mate, our starting 11, including De Gea, even Mike Dean got a knock in that game because they were kicking us around the place. Like,
no, he didn't get a knock. He had 3 decent touches. To be honest.
The thing is, I understand. Like, I understand that's the game and stuff, but the final is now going to be 2 or 3 weeks away, right? What would have been the harm in scheduling this semi-final? Yeah, what's the harm in scheduling this final for Wednesday? Or something else like that.
Because you've got another game to play on Wednesday.
Exactly.
You've got another game to play on Wednesday.
That's the point I'm making. They've sandwiched this in so poorly that like the Champions League doesn't start for another what's the Champions League? 20 days? Europa League?
Yeah, well, the last 16 games in the Europa League are on the 5th and 6th, I think. Okay. I think they're going to do the second legs of those in the Champions League as well.
So we're looking at European competition going into August, September, right? So what harm would it have been pushing the FA Cup back a week or 2?
Okay. How does that equate? How does those equate? Because I think
what I'm saying is
everyone who's watched this stream knows my thoughts on it. But how does this now then equate to David De Gea's 2, arguably 3, but I definitely think 2 poor decisions?
Before you came back in, I said it. De Gea's washed, mate. De Gea's washed. Done. I died on that hill. I backed him to the hilt, and I said that we should stick by him because he stuck by us. He was our best player of the season for 4 years running. X, Y, Z.
Because there was no one better.
Even at work,
it's not like he won those on default.
Even at work today, someone said to me about Dean Henderson comes back, and I said, no, you send Dean back out on loan for 1 more year. De Gea's the number 1 for 1 more year because of the service he's given us and X, Y, Z. And now, bun it. Throw the whole man in the bin. Throw the whole man in the bin. Like, he's done. He's washed. You can't. And the worst thing is, he's made that mistake in a cup semi-final. But he's made them mistakes game in, game out for the last year or 2. De Gea's washed. Don't worry about that. And I've already said Chelsea deserve to win the game. But I just think there is so much more in play than the actual game with this. That it's just not that it's not fair, but. And even people like watching BBC, my head was spinning, mate. Honestly, my head was spinning. Martin Keown kept saying, "Oh, you've just got to wonder, why did United change shape today? Why have they made so many changes? We played 2 days ago, Martin. Come on, man. Like, this is your job.
Yeah.
You fucking. Yeah. We played 2 days ago. Like, sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I've got a bar for you.
There we go. I've got a bar for you. But there's a reason we had to change formation. There's a reason we have to drop certain players. Do you really think we want to be starting Danny James in a cup semi-final? I love the guy.
I was gonna run to a few comments that have coming in. So just congratulate him, my lad. So Mick Rooksby is the father of Jordan, who's sat in here right now. Jordan is the rogue of the family, being the Chelsea fan amongst a wrath of Manchester United fans. 3 hours cost us. Take those 3 hours away, and we still didn't deserve it. Lacked hunger and desire. Our talisman Bruno was kicked off the park. He's also recommented back and said, in a normal season, a successful team will play Saturday, Wednesday, latter stages of comps. I understand that. I sort of disagree with that one a little bit, because we all have to focus on what's been happening over the last year, the last little while. We're all having to play those games. And Rob Jones has said the Gea mistakes got nothing to do with fixture congestion. Teams have found a weakness.
I've not said that the De Gea thing is anything to do with fixture congestion. I'm talking the reason.
No. I'm just getting comments from everybody else who's watching the show and getting their 2 quid's worth in.
Gav,
I feel like it's 606.
What I will say,
who wants to play Robbie Savage?
What? Oh no one wants to do that. What I will say as well is, when we're moaning about this whole thing, we've only had 2 days to prepare, right? Don't forget, Manchester to London, they travel the night before, so we travelled yesterday. So not only have we not had, we've had 1 day to prepare. If that, is that like, honestly? I know it probably sounds like I'm just upset that we've lost. We should have lost anyway. We were abysmal. But is that fair?
I mean, Leeds play Thursday against Barnsley. This is a promotion race. So you forget that, we did it without kicking the ball for a second. Leeds play Thursday against Barnsley. Just play today with 2 days. We play again Wednesday.
Exactly but Alex, Adam, I think, sorry.
Let's shut your mouth down, because the thing is, on that one, I think do the playoffs start on Saturday and Sunday?
That's what I mean. But
that's even worse. That's even worse. So like, Leeds are fine. They're promoted. Excuse me. If it's West Brom, Brentford, and Fulham, one of those teams are going to have the weekend off. But 2 of those teams are going to be playing they would have played this week. They would have played this weekend. They'll play on Wednesday, the last game of the season, and then they'll play again on Saturday, and then they'll play again on Tuesday, and then they've got a playoff final.
Yeah, bro,
that is worth technically, financially, is worth more than Champions League qualification.
Yeah, but I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that we should get preferential treatment. Like, nobody should be asked to be played these sort of fixtures in the order they are. It's nuts. Like Adam just said. Fair enough. Leeds have gone up and they've done it. They've done it well. But they shouldn't have been asked to play those sort of amount of games in that time span.
The rush. This is then the different conversation altogether, because this conversation then leads on to. Sorry.
They're trying to get it all done so we can start the next season on time.
Exactly. This is what I mean. It's a different conversation. That route.
Adam, I'm with you because
no, that was Jordan who said that.
No, but Adam did that. He did the money signs, and I agree. Because what's the difference? What's the difference in putting next season's starting time a week back, 2 weeks back? What does it matter? Because it's unprecedented what we're doing right now. What situation we're in? What does it matter for a week or 2? What does it really matter? There is no reason. There is no reason you can tell me why they couldn't start next season a week later. Because, like I said, it's unprecedented.
You've got to think the Euros next season. Euros or something next season. Isn't it?
Yeah, Euros next season. Now it would have been this year.
But start the Euros a week or 2 later then.
Yeah.
Then they'll be back. Then players won't get a pre-season again. They'll be
they don't get a pre-season. So they're not getting a pre-season now anyway. They're not going to get a pre-season now anyway. They're not going to get a pre-season now anyway. So, okay, hold on. Alex Ferguson had a successful team that was playing 3-4 days most weeks. There's a difference between having 3 days
playing every 3 or 4 days,
and then having 2 days and one of them is travelling.
Friday, Saturday is your rest days.
Let's be real. Alex Ferguson had a squad, not a team. A squad.
He's always had a squad.
Yeah.
equality across the board, and he could bring in players that could do the job. Whereas Man United at the moment don't have that strength in depth that they used to have, so they can't afford to play a weakened squad in games that they have to win. FA Cup semi-final or Champions League football. I'm sorry, it was a toss-up between one or the other, and Champions League football won today.
But the thing is, with Man United right now, it's in their hands. They've had they've had it back. But if Leicester had won last weekend, for argument's sake, again, it's a different ball game altogether. But now Manchester United now have it in their own hands.
Can I do a really
I think that's what my gripe was initially.
Can I do a really quick PSA? Because I think people have got the wrong end of the stick. Chelsea deserved to win today. They were better than us. They deserved to win, and they won. I'm not saying that we necessarily lost today's game because of fixture congestion. I'm just saying the whole thing as a whole, it doesn't look great. But again, and I know, Gav, I'd like to hear your thoughts on this because I know we touched on it, but I want to hear your actual opinion on it. Mike Dean today. How are you feeling about that?
Well, his beard.
Hold on. I spoke to Alex. Me and Alex have been voice noting through the whole thing. So me and Alex have been speaking, and I know his view on it. And I just wondered what your view was on it, because mine and Alex's. Alex is probably more upset with Mike Dean than I am, and I'm a United fan.
And
he's raging.
If I'm honest, if you look at the game as a whole, I think he had a good game. But then there's five
or more
five isolated situations and incidents for me, and you should not have more than one isolated incident in that 90-minute situation. You've got to get those right. You're a pro ref and you're ex-FIFA. He's got to get those right. In terms of the general running of the game, I thought he did whatever he needs to do. But, you know, in the first half, he got 3 wrong by just being in the wrong place. And getting involved in the ball and doesn't need to.
Mate, it's Mike Dean. He's literally known as Mr. This is my game. I'm going to get involved.
No, that's a media thing for me. That's a media thing. You know me. I will back a ref, but I'll also drop a ref if I need to because I don't referee anymore, so I don't care anymore.
You say that, but Martin Keown and who was it? Martin Keown and.
We've had it on quiet, so I don't really.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
Either way, they were both just. Keown is the most. Alex said this to me as well. He said, "I'm really upset because Keown's an Arsenal legend, but he's probably the most clueless pundit there is." And I would love it to like. This is why I love the BT Sport coverage, and the BT Sport coverage involves like Peter Walton. And I'm not just saying Peter Walton because he's a Northampton lad. I'm saying Peter Walton because he's an ex-referee and he knows. And he also did the referee development over in MLS. He actually, there's way more FIFA MLS players, referees, coming through because of the impact that Peter Walton had on those guys. Do you know what I mean? So I've got enough time for Peter Walton. They need to start getting more ex-referees and I'm talking about referees at the pro game. Yeah. I only ever did semi-professional football, so I could only talk from a semi-pro point of view and had pals in the pro game. But more of those need to come to the forefront and talk about these situations. Clattenburg did it for a bit. Webby did it for a bit. And now Peter Walton's doing it now. But we need more because from a fan, I understand the game from a fan's point of view, from a player's point of view, from a referee's point of view, and from a scouting point of view. That's 4 areas, but they're all watered down. They need to be we're all fans here. None of you lot have been referees. No, I know.
But then Adam's been a coach, so he gets it.
I've played.
You've played, Jordan. I don't know what your football background's from.
I've played and I've coached.
Played and coached, so you get it from a coach's. But you'll get wound up from a coach's point of view when you see it from the touchline. And like we've all been players
but
here.
Gav,
So you see from the touchline, you'd be like, you'll see it on the field of play when you see it from an angle. You might be playing left back, you might be playing mid, you might be playing up front, and you see something happen. And you think, oh, for the love of Jesus, ref.
But Gav, can I ask you what? Because we've had this. Me and you have had this conversation for about 2 years running now. Honestly, do you think the FA will look at today's game and think that Mike Dean's done a sterling job? And if he hasn't, the problem is there seems to be, Adam, I'd like your views on this as well. There seems to be like no recourse if they haven't had a good game, because we have had what we've watched. Me, you, and Adam have watched games together where we've been like, "That's a stinker" from the ref the whole game. But it seems like they are not getting. Not
Let me jump in.
We don't want to see people punished. We want this monitored, and it doesn't seem like it's happening.
Let me jump in. There's plenty I could say about the Football League and the state of the referees in the Football League. I am more than anything glad to see the back of them. For now, I hope we stay up and we never have to be involved with that ever again, because it's that bad. Yeah. And there's always been this attitude within football, down from the top end to the grassroots, that referees get protected, and it is to do with integrity. And you know, I'm not sitting here, Jordan. You can jump on me here. Deeks, you can back me up. Cotton, you can back me up. Gav, you back me up. I think Chelsea went out there today with a specific style of, you know, game management in mind, to break up play, to stop Man United flowing. And I think Mike Dean has played into that somewhat. If he pulls out a couple of cards early doors and says, right, pack it in,
it stops it.
It does stop it. And he's not done that. I don't understand why he's not, because he's the authority in the game, and we know Mike Dean loves himself more than anything. It's, you know, I don't.
He was playing.
There's a specific reason that British referees aren't going to international tournaments in the last few tournaments.
Yep.
And it's either way, Gav. It's not.
It was the World Cup. It wasn't the Euros. It was the World Cup, mate.
Either way,
one tournament.
No, but it's the grand stage of football. It's the World Cup, and we had no referees there because.
Either way, our referees are not good enough. They're not held to account enough. I think they need to give control back to them, particularly with VAR. And I've said this before. I've said this many times. Go to the goddamn screen. And it's got to be the referee on the field's final decision. Don't have four people in Stockley Park having that conglomerate, that conversation. Have one person and say, sit upstairs, the touch judge in rugby, for example.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, you need to take a look at this situation. This is a bit smelly. Forget the lines. I'm sick of it. It has to be beyond reasonable doubt. If you can't decide what it is in 30 seconds, then it sticks with the on-field decision.
Sorry, you know when VAR first came around, like me and you had this chat, and I was like, I want it as long as everything's bang on and right. It's right as long as it's right. But I genuinely think the referees union, you as a referee, whoever sat in Stockley Park does not want to overrule the referee on field, because he knows what it's like to be there on that pitch, and he doesn't want to be overruled by someone else. And I think
at the end of the day, we want the correct decision.
Yeah, that's it.
And the thing is, do you know what it comes down to? Arrogance.
It's arrogance.
It's we are like, this is not a racial thing. We're all English here, apart from Greek, because he is Greek. But like, we are all English people. We have an arrogance about us.
Yeah,
we all have an arrogance about us, and the Premier League, when it comes to referees, we have an arrogance, we have a swagger, a particular way of handling ourselves and doing things,
and it's not good.
The whole of the world with VAR, I have always been against VAR, and I have done from the beginning. I remember when it first got mooted about 2015, 2014, 15. I was like, that's my refereeing career done, or when VAR comes in. Probably because my decisions are terrible. But I believe in what I'm doing. And maybe that's my fault for being an English man, for being like...
No. The problem... Gav.
This is my decision, and I am arrogant about it enough, or confident about it, to turn around...
Okay. Yeah,
can I jump? Hang on, hang on, one second, stop.
There's more. No, there is. There's more add to it, and the reason what I'm trying to say is, every country in world football will allow the referees to speak to the head. They speak to the head, and then they say, "You need to look back at that."
Go to the monitor.
England, for a year, yeah. England don't do that, and that is the Premier League's decision, not an England. That is the Premier League's decision, not a FIFA /
Adam, if I could squeeze in there just before you, that's what I was going to say. France, for 2 years, they've been using the monitor. Italy, for a year and a half, they've been using the monitor.
Holland were the first country to use it, and they started using it in 2016. And 99.4% of decisions have been correct because of VAR, via Holland. We should look at that.
There are leagues in Argentina and Brazil that are using the VAR better than we are. We are the only governing body in football association football that don't use the monitor. It's so stupid. No, and that's the thing. And I said to you, didn't I say to you about 2 years ago? I said, and I still believe this to this day. I reckon because of VAR, I think refs are getting to the point where A or B, they're either thinking, oh, not lazy, but they'll be like, oh, I won't call that. And if I do get the shout from VAR, we'll see. So they let the game go. Or they genuinely just think, oh.
Right, let me jump in. I think at the end of the day, there were no VAR decisions today that needed to be made. But there were decisions that Mike Dean didn't make in game management from his perspective. They do a lot of training with referees on game management. And obviously, you know, how you deal with players. Gav, I always commended you as a referee because you were able to build relationships with players very quickly over the course of, you know, a pre-match for a start. And then obviously early game, you communicate well with the captains. They had to bring in the rule with the captains because teams, you know, particularly Pep Guardiola teams, you know, they surround the referee. They put pressure on the referee, you know.
Because I did that before that was a directive.
Yeah. But that's a basic.
That you can argue that has something to do with the individual and life experience, and like you see loads of young referees starting to go through the ranks because they're all yes sir, no sir, 3 bags.
Can I just quickly, real quick? You know when people always say about the way they deal with it in rugby, oh, you don't see rugby players talking back to referees X, Y, Z, and the reason that is honestly. Rugby referees say they bring the captain over and go, right.
They're ex-players. Most rugby referees are ex-players.
I know, but it's great. They'll bring the captain over and they'll say, right, number 8 has had his hands all over such and such, or he was in the ruck. That's why I'm giving it. Done. And right,
that's what I did when I was refereeing.
Yeah, that's what you did. But you watched your Premier League, right?
A lot of young referees do that.
Yeah,
however, a lot of those young referees. Like myself at that time, and a vast majority of those referees did the same thing, but because it's not seen as the correct way of refereeing.
But you watch
senior people upstairs, so therefore it's a whole reshuffle that is required.
But you watch the Premier League now. I'm telling you now, every single time that whistle blows and a player, you can see them ask the referee. You can mouth read. They say why or why is that ref? And they literally blank them. That's what.
No. I know. There's one particular referee. He knows where the cameras are. He says what he needs to say.
No, okay, but Gav, most of the time people get booked for dissent because they're asking the ref why, and because they won't talk back to them. We've all been there. We've all played Sunday league or some level of football. Yeah, when you've been given a foul against you, yeah, and you ask the ref why, and he doesn't respond and he won't tell you why, you get more amped up, and you're like, ref, come on, like honestly, why have you given that? And that's when you start getting dissent towards the referee. And if it was like rugby and they literally said to you, listen, number 7, you've gone through the back of him to get the ball, I'm letting you know this is the last warning sort of thing, it would be a lot better. But how many times, I don't want to go back to the times of Roy Keane and 7 players going up to the referee shouting at him.
There's a lot more to it than that. I understand your gripe because I've played the game as well.
Yeah.
So I get it, but there's a lot more. There's a lot more to it than that.
I'm probably just really bitter because I've had actual FA fines for bookings and stuff, and like for stuff that I haven't done just because I'm a lanky target man, and I've got booked for an elbow in the face or a bit of dissent, and I don't want to pay the fine. But I do think that if they, especially with VAR now, if they want to slow it down a little bit. Then, if that's what we're going to do, slow it down a little bit. Let the refs talk to the players. Or
Let me come in. Deeks, you've been quiet and you seem frustrated. Do you agree with what I'm saying about Mike Dean here? If he comes out early doors and books a couple of those, cynical fouls in the midfield against Chelsea players, and they all clock them up. If he books a couple of them early doors with those fouls, does that allow Man United to grow into the game the way that they would have wanted to in the first place?
I mean, he doesn't even have to book them. He just has to make his point of, I'm watching what you're doing. I know what you're doing. And it seemed to have that that friendly feel, as someone said in the comments earlier on in the game. That it seemed to have that friendly feel to it. And refs, when they referee friendly games, they let stuff go. They're not really bothered about it. I think with Mike Dean, at one point he was very good, but in the last few years, he's got this arrogance about him where he is,
Mike Dean show.
Yeah, what I say goes, and yeah,
exactly.
And I think with I think with I think Michael Oliver is probably our best referee at the moment. Because it wouldn't matter such if he was consistent, but there's no consistency. Whereas Michael Oliver is consistent, and I've seen some games where Michael Oliver has gone to the screen and looked at it and then changed his mind. And it needs to go more down that route rather than Mike Dean is I'm in charge, I'm the man. You might be the man of the ref, you're refing the game, but you still need help. That's why you have assistants, and
it's disappointing what's gone on today. I think the fact is that it's he's all right. Sorry, and it's basic. We're because we're all agreed on the point is the fact that and I think even Jordan, as smug as he can be about the result,
The thing is, he ain't.
He's
he's a Chelsea fan who's clearly happy about a 3-1 win, but he looks at that performance.
Oh, it's a deserved win.
The opposition coming towards them and the display of the referee.
Oh, no, Gav.
From a football point of view, it's like No,
it's a deserved win. It's a deserved win.
Okay, yes, get in there. We've won 3-1. But from a football fan's point of view, it's like
it's a deserved win, right? And I wish they would have won 1-0 and our keeper hadn't made 2 horrible howlers and the referee hadn't had a stink show. But they deserve to win the game regardless of what happens. So let's, like I said earlier, PSA, public service announcement. Chelsea deserve to win the game. I'm not moaning about the result. I am and I'm not, but Chelsea.
You can look at that and perform surgery before Wednesday. Certainly, hopefully, they've got enough time to recover. They're exhausted. They need to get back to. Is it at the Olympic Stadium or is it at Old Trafford?
Oh, does it matter? West Ham are such a bogey team, man. It's such a bogey.
Are you both genuinely worried about Wednesday night now?
About West Ham, yeah, 100%.
Only with depends. Like I said earlier, it depends what team he puts out. If he puts out a similar one today, I mean, we saw how poor we were today.
He won't put out the similar one today because he's rested them all, isn't he? He's going to go. It's going to be Martial, Rashford, Greenwood, Pogba, Fernandes, back four with
the only people
Williams.
Really was Pogba and Martial. The rest of that team, except for Brandon Williams,
does he go back to 4 at the back and play Maguire alongside Lindelof?
Yeah.
If he doesn't, I'm writing.
Yeah, he can't. There's no one that they can realistically bring in there.
Jordan,
I'll burn Molten to the ground. I'm telling you, Adam.
And Jordan, now you've got the FA Cup final to look forward to. You've got Champions League football to look forward to. You've got
Liverpool to look forward to on Wednesday.
Yeah, and without Jordan Henderson, so that is going to be a win for Chelsea.
No, it's not.
Is your season looking good? It's still got concern.
I think we just time to.
Would you take a draw against Liverpool right now? Would you take a draw against Liverpool right now?
I'll be happy if we make top 4, and even if we did to be honest, because when Lampard came in, I didn't think we would get to a final. Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Do you think you've had a good season?
I'll take a draw.
Under this, you would never expect that.
There's still a reality where Chelsea don't qualify for the Champions League and Leicester and Man United do.
Yeah.
If Man United win midweek and then draw with Leicester and Chelsea lose midweek and then Wolves beat, and Wolves are certainly capable of getting a result against Chelsea. Yeah, we
But then there's that thing of, if Chelsea do well, and Chelsea still in Champions League?
Yeah.
Yeah, 3-0 down to Bayern
if they win it, if they win the Champions League, then they're in it next season regardless. So,
3-0
that's
down to Bayern Munich, the best team in Europe.
You can't see it happening, but it can happen.
No,
Look,
I think we have.
You never know. It's a possibility.
Bayern,
Who saw Porto winning the Champions League when they did?
Yeah, but they weren't 3-0 down to the best European side. Like, Bayern are the best team.
I know, but you never know. It's another 90 minutes. You just don't know. Liverpool did it in 4 or 5 minutes.
But I need to interject because we have been on the air for nearly 5 hours, but we've had so much interaction from people from Facebook, YouTube, Periscope, Twitch, people in Madagascar have watched the show, people in Peru have watched the show, people in France have watched the show, people in Portugal have watched the show, and I love that. So make sure you tune in for anything and everything that happens, all to up top. But from Gav Max, Adam the Greek, Deeks, Jordan, Stephen Cotton, thank you, and good night.
Good.